Welcome to OGP number 17, where we will be talking about the COVID WrestleMania. WrestleMania 36. Excuse me, I've got a bit of stomach trouble. We all remember being stuck in our homes, utilising the essential service that was WWE television. We were going in Raw. Smacking it down. And weighing with the lads on NXT UK. We weren't just clapping for the NHS. We were also clapping for the likes of Otis. The Fiend. Flash Morgan Webster. Lacey Evans, act like a lady. And Drew Galloway.
Banged up on the wing, there's a world pandemic. The lockdown was stressed during COVID. Corona. Step out the cage, breathe in the fresh air. Oh yeah, can't hit this loud, I'm smoking. No. Hitting it raw when I tap that gold and she let the owner own it. When Joe came home, time flies, no lie on my grass and my bread like Hovis. Yeah, banged up on the wing, there's a world pandemic. The lockdown was stressed during COVID. Corona. Step out the cage, breathe in the fresh air. Oh yeah, can't hit this loud, I'm smoking. No. Hitting it raw when I tap that gold and she let the owner own it. When Joe came home, time flies, no lie on my grass and my bread like Hovis.
Alright. And I want to give a big shout out to Brandon Bauman from Cleveland.
Did it over, I just started.
Hey, guess what, Connor?
What?
I want to give a big shout out to Brandon Bauman from Cleveland.
Brandon Bauman from Cleveland. Shout out to you, man. I know you're repping Cleveland. I know you are retweeting things to win yourself prizes.
I know you listen to podcasts.
You
I think it was pretty cool how it was like, he was like, oh, cool, got a link. And then just blanked it. Nah. But here he is, immortalised on episode 17 of the OGP.
He said, no, I don't. And then you said, thanks a lot. What's that you meant? And then Conan came and said, don't be a dick. Just another incredible scene from the 2025 WrestleMania weekend. But fuck that! We're not in 2025 anymore. We're in 2020. Wash your hands.
Are you leaving your house? You fucking idiot. Fuck off. Get in that bedroom.
You may only leave your domicile for exercise in thy garden. Tune in tomorrow for another of Boris Johnson's press conferences. My God.
Yep.
How long it's been, even though it feels like yesterday. And, pro wrestling in 2020, it's, it's crazy. Just thinking generally, outside of the Fed, it's something where, like, back then, I think it's quite fair to say that there was a whole lot of factors going on that influence one's opinion about the in-ring product. Stuff like, am I going to die? Is my family going to die?
Yeah.
And it made people be like, oh, nothing's worth watching no more. But I think there's a lot of empty arena wrestling that was really good. I'm fucking, like, maybe number one fan of empty arena wrestling. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah, I mean, I was down on the stuff at the time, down enough to just fucking stop watching it for like 3 years. But you know, it's not that bad to revisit. It's not like I'm like, oh, I miss the WWE universe right now. I wish they were chanting, "We want tables."
Like, see when they like introduce like the fucking NXT Performance Center people as behind the plexiglass. I was already like, you've corrupted something beautiful. This is not how it should be. And then you fucking make the Thunderdome with the TVs and the crowd noise. I was like, fuck this.
That shit freaked me out.
Like, it's just lame. Just like, there's an honesty to empty arena, man. You know, there absolutely is people, as we'll get to, who work best feeding off of something. But by and large, especially something like WWE, where like it's also manufactured, right? It's not made with like a dynamic crowd thing in mind. It's just people doing what they do. Like, yeah, they don't need a crowd. They can just go in there, you know? But anyway, so for me, I was way past watching the Fed at this time. In 2020, I was freaking Zen Nihon and nowhere, but also I was like fucking like 6 months behind on everything. So, but then the pandemic happens, the lockdown happens. That's the thing, is what like so we're going from the Raw after Elimination Chamber 2020 until WrestleMania, and that's like the last people draw for like many years, like maybe 2, and by then everyone was already shutting down. New Japan was shut down, Team Elizabeth shut down, just everyone's all like, oh fuck, a pandemic. But WWE still like, you know, you can do Raw. It's fine.
Yeah, it's an essential service.
Yeah, it's essential service. They fucking paid off the government of Florida or whatever, allegedly. So that's nice. And so, you know, I tuned in temporarily to this WrestleMania out of novelty, but otherwise was like not keeping up with it at all. And I want to say, as someone who sat through 4 weeks of all this shit, and keeping in mind our previous Fed experience of 2015, I cannot believe how WWE has degraded in just those 5 years. From an aesthetic point of view, it has gone down so far. And the main thing I think of, like in 2015, the music was still pretty good. You know, like all the sort of like jingles of the shows and all that were fairly memorable. But like now, it's all just fucking just these fucking horns and shit that sound like, oh, we're back from break on Total Divas, you know? Like the transition shot to Ibiza or fucking whatever. And it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Bree's got an apple teeny.
Yeah, like fucking, like every single time they fucking net down for everything. Like you know, like the net down for everything in 2015 felt like, you know, like mawkish and cloying. 2020 sounds like fucking, I'm about to hear Nikki like tell a hotel employee, "Hi, how are you?" You know, it's crazy. Absolutely bad. I know, like you know, you would have been into like stuff like a couple of years back. Were you still watching it by 2020 like regularly?
So I think I was like, I'll tune in for the pay-per-view. I probably watched like 2 or 3 SmackDowns in 2019 when they were doing like the who threw boxes on Roman Reigns. Oh, it was this guy who looks kind of like Rowan but isn't Rowan. Like, that was good shit. That was funny. But yeah, I don't think I'd watched any like Raws in the build up to this, but I was caught up enough. You know, I watched the Rumble, I watched Elimination Chamber as they happened.
WWE struggling with this incredible pandemic that forces their hands, puts them in their fucking performance center, and WWE is just WWE. And you know, like if you thought that they would like acknowledge this, they really barely do, because the first sign of like change is it's actually 205 Live, but the first real show a first real song is a SmackDown where they just go like, oh, due to the circumstance in the world, we are holding SmackDown behind closed doors in the Performance Center. And hey, you just sit back. You fucking take a load off. Don't mind what's going on. Just let us...
Very special SmackDown.
Special SmackDown to entertain you. Entertain you so much. Don't you worry about it. And that's just the text that they keep the whole time. It's just like, never mind whatever else is going on. John Cena versus The Fiend, that's happening at WrestleMania. Aren't you excited? Come on. And, I'll say right now, there is one main event. There's one episode of main event where Byron Saxon goes, due to the coronavirus pandemic, WrestleMania is being held at the Performance Center. And they felt like, Byron, shut up! What you saying? How dare you say that?
There's a bit where presumably like Tom Phillips or whoever is next to him is like explaining that it's going to be held behind closed doors, and Byron's got his like fucking announcer smiles whilst other guy talks.
Yeah,
face on. It's like, Byron, this is bad news. What are you smiling for, you prick?
Well, it kind of makes sense with like how a lot of the build goes, because I think that there's a fair deal of copium from a lot of people, because there's like a good few people who are like they get this news in the middle of like their storylines, and suddenly they're no longer in big stadium, they're in fucking wee warehouse, and you know what they go like, it's quite apropos, because this is where it all started, ain't it?
Yeah.
And I'm just not buying it. You want to be in a stadium. Shut up.
Yeah. This is kind of a fairly nondescript start of the year for WWE. There's not so much the cynicism and the pure disdain that we picked out Royal Rumble 2015 for. There's elements of it, but it's not so like in your face, so prominent. But it's also not exactly like, it's not 2016 SmackDown Live. It ain't that good. It's just kind of like some acceptable filler WWE. How comfortable you are with watching modern WWE will determine how easy this is to watch for you. And myself, I am numbed to it, I would say. Is the best word.
I remember like watching like the people draw and thinking like, like there wasn't much good, but like the stuff a lot of stuff that was bad, and it was just sort of like, what are you gonna do? Like I remember you were saying when faced with a certain other brand, like, oh, we should have this shitty listy, and I was thinking, oh sure, yeah, I've seen a bunch of bad matches, but I was thinking about it like, what use is it? What use is it for me to like say like, oh, this Seth Rollins trios match was bad, put it on the shitty listy? I don't have that in much energy about it,
Yeah. So I've semi-scrapped that idea, but there is still some bad matches that I would like to vent about in depth. So we'll be seeing those later.
Yeah. And then we get to the empty arena stuff, and I really think it's mainly like the lesser shows which sell into this faster word. Yeah, they just start doing matches. But like the first like the 316 Raw, it's like maybe like I want to say like 2 matches, maybe might even be 1, and then it's just like, let's play this other stuff from when there were people around or promos and all that.
Yeah,
I think once they start selling into like, let's just like keep doing matches, you see a lot of people sort of excel at like just doing a match. Like there's no people there, so you just like have, like I was saying, it's kind of like an almost like more honest wrestling where like people just like fucking laying shit in. Like you hear all these like grunts and groans, and you can hear the ref which is funny. And yeah, like it's a lot better than like sort of I'm sure like people at the time when they thought it was fucking like really dire, but like with 5 years hindsight, I can say like that was pretty twisty.
Yeah, like you were saying, the uncertainty, having to go on your doorstep and clap for the NHS, which we all did, of course, over here on this great island.
Oh man, you fucking remember being told like, oh, if you want to wash your hands, how about you do it while you sing "Happy Birthday" twice to yourself, and that will be a sufficient duration of time.
That's so long.
You gotta do it.
So shall we get into the fucking brands?
Let's get into the brands.
So I've ordered these from what I perceive to be, least important to most important in terms of their canon. So we'll start with Main Event, a show that no one watches.
Last time that we covered the Fed with Main Event in it in 2015, Main Event and Superstars were Twisty Central. These were where you got the goods a lot of the time. And Superstars has sadly passed away. But Main Event's still here, and it's not as good, but I think there still is like bits and bobs of like, that was pretty alright.
Yeah.
And like here we get our first example of just like how fucking shuffled the deck gets, because as we come on to the first episode of Main Event, we have this incredible duo. Byron Saxton is here, our beloved Byron Saxton, along with Becky James. What's she doing here? It's like she's been here years or whatever, and she's just here.
Her main contribution is pretty much just going, oh! she doesn't really offer much else.
They go empty arena, and it's crazy to see, like, just like they're still doing Main Event because they have television obligations to Hulu and such. So we must do Main Event. But
I was wondering, like, I thought it was just like a WWE Network thing or something.
No, they're
actually contractually obligated to produce weekly Main Event.
Yep, that's my understanding of it. She's around for the first Main Event that's like no people in the Performance Center. But then the next week, Mickey James is nowhere to be seen. They got her.
Oh, no.
And it's just Tom Phillips. I guess because Tom Phillips and Byron Saxton is the Raw team. So yeah, and like we find this with some other brands that we'll get to, where just like they end up slimming down their like team, which I guess is like a sensible thing to do. But since it's WWE, it really just feels like they got her. She's no longer existent,
Yeah, very streamlined crew of people, which means the positives is we get to see a lot of Danny Burch. Danny Burch is a soldier that works a lot of shows.
Yeah.
In this.
Yeah, I guess this might be the start of that whole trend of like where like Main Event will just have like NXT dudes on it, like just casually, right? Like I must have started around here, maybe. So what's the next most important brand then, above Main Event but below everything else?
So I've gone for NXT UK as the next least important.
NXT UK.
It is quite a bad show.
It sucks.
It's almost like cynically bad at times. Like, that whoever is watching that to give it the okay for certain segments, they've just checked out. They just don't give a shit. Like, the minimum that you expect when you watch modern WWE is like polish, professionalism.
Yep.
You don't get that here. You got like Travis Banks doing a backstage promo. He's like, my name is Travis Banks, Kiwi Bustle, I believe. What the fuck?
The thing I really loved about that Travis Banks promo is that like they air it like that, and then they cut up and use it in the video package for him versus Jordan Devlin, and it sounds pretty alright. Like, it's just like a basic talking head of like, I will get the title and be a Kiwi buzzsaw about it, and like, you know, you could have just aired that. You didn't need to air the raw footage where it looks really awkward, but you did.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They don't have enough wrestlers with investment for a weekly TV show, and they know it.
Yep.
They don't have acts who can do good backstage segments, yet they persist with that format as if everybody can. It's crazy. But, you know, on the bright side, this was all taped on the 6th of March. So the lads are with us the whole way. Whoa! One fall!
Coventry Skydome plays a host to all of these episodes of NXT UK. I'm going to sensibly assume that like each intro is just probably like the same instance of like them saying, okay, we're starting the show now, because it'd be crazy if a crowd for NXT UK was told like 4 times, go away! You know, that'd be fucking crazy.
I mean, they do it. They fucking love going way.
They sure do. So, like, I think NXT UK might be like, obviously, it's an incredible victim of the pandemic. Like, it fucks NXT UK right up. But I think one of the first ways that manifests is that, like, the first episode of NXT UK we see, the main storyline is that Finn Balor is here now. Now, Finn Balor is currently in NXT proper. Like, he had a whole thing where he went down from the main roster to NXT. This is the time where, like, you know, Tony Khan has not merged NXT in the Wednesday Night Wars yet, so they're saying it's a third brand as opposed to developmental. So it's okay, it's a lateral move for Finn Balor to go to NXT, and we love it. And here he is now in NXT UK. So he's a heel in NXT. I remember this, but here he is doing the entrance, and everyone loves him. And there's this weird video package where he's calling out Walter, the NXT UK champion, fat cunt Walter. Finn Balor raises a passport to the camera and said, "Lies travel faster than truth." And I don't know what that means, but he's here now with his passport. He's calling out Walter, and Walter's like, "Ha ha, no, how about you face Alexander Wolf?" Then he beats Alexander Wolf, and it seems all good. It's like, okay, this is going to be the program. And then I don't know what the fuck happens, but like the next week, it just shows Finn Balor leaving, and everyone is staring at him like he is fucking shot a nun in front of them. They're just like, you fucking, you disgust me. Like, Tyler Bates like, why the fuck? I used to love you, man. Fuck off. And Finn just fucking leaves, and we never hear anything of him on NXT UK again. What was that? What was going on there? It must have, like, it feels like the pandemic disrupted something,
repeat,
but what?
It was all one taping.
All one taping! What's going on?
And he's got a WWE authority figure, Johnny Saint. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? Get some rest in the garden, mate. Come on. Hanging out with Sid Scala.
Sid Scala.
Come on.
The disgraced Sid Scala, who is, they just stand around, and then someone comes to them and they're like, "Oh, you got a match next week, don't you?" "Yeah." "On you go then."
Yeah, my cancelled on was going off the scale when he was on the screen. And also for most of the matches, because a lot of them are refereed by Chris Roberts. Boo!
Oh shit!
Wanker.
Oh dear.
We see the future man like Darius and Driller Maloney.
Yep, that's
featuring a tag where they both have normal names. That's the kind of history that you get to witness in NXT UK.
You also get Joseph Connors, who is quite nondescript as a wrestler, I feel, but he nevertheless piques the imagination of the crowd, because Joseph Connors, his catchphrase is "I am worthy," and so the crowd, while he is wrestling, engage in this ceaseless, relentless, dueling chant of You're not worthy. Yes, he is. You're not worthy. Yes, he is.
Yeah, and it goes on for like way too long. It's like, all right, guys, you got your little bit in. You carry it on for like 2 minutes.
It was crazy. Like I was like, oh man, he must be really over. They must be doing a whole lot of him. He's just a heel. He's just a heel. I think we're supposed to think he's not worthy.
And what did you think of that segment where Gallus confronts Dave Mastiff, Mandrews, and Flash Morgan Webster?
Oh yeah, that was it's pretty fucking bad. Like acting, like it just like general sort of like dirty backstage stuff. It's just a novelty of like someone with like a Glaswegian accent going, right lads, you up for a fucking 6-man tag scrap later tonight? Eh? Aye, fucking Flash Morgan Webster, you want a tag match? Aye, I'm game for it, man. You know, like crazy stuff. But then, oh no, Mark Andrews. Someone murked Mark Andrews. He doesn't know who it was, and Dave Mastiff's there going, "Do you not see anybody?" And he's like, "No, I didn't." And so that's nice. And then yeah, like so Gallus are just presented as like these heels who are damn powerful, and they face Flash Morgan Webster and oh god, who's the other guy in that match? Fucking Dave Mastiff, yeah.
Oh, the replacement.
Their replacement I know is Trent Seven. Trent Seven comes out,
yeah.
But Gallus,
you
have to hand it to them. They are so they are ring generals in there, so they win. Boo! That provides Flash Morgan Webster with his character drive. Later on, he's saying about the battle royal that we'll get to. He's fucking like, I'm doing this for Mark Andrews. I'm doing this for the South Wales subculture. And oh man, you know, I think they've really defanged Flash Morgan Webster here, but it still stings like a motherfucker when he comes out and it's fucking like, in mod we trust. I'm like, oh, I hate you, Flash Morgan Webster. Get out of here.
I don't care that you like the Who.
It's unbelievable.
You know, when I'm making notes on these things, I usually try to keep them concise, but I've just went off on one on El Ligero here, so I might just have to read it out verbatim.
Absolutely.
El Ligero translates to the light one. What does that mean? Why is your mask so shit? You wear a mask because you are a fake luchador. But why does the mask have horns? The Beast Mortos has horns because he is a ball. What are you? You're just a bloke with squished eyes and the worst handspring back elbow attempt I have ever seen. Noam Dar puts him away with an enziguri, and one bloke in the crowd stands up, puffing air out of his cheeks and clapping extremely slowly. You don't have to clap then, mate. It was shit.
Oh, man. Yeah, that match was pretty tough. And like I wonder, when I saw Noam Dar, I thought back to like, oh man, remember when he said Alicia Fox? Haha. And then like everything I saw of him was just like, you know.
He should have never stopped saying that.
No. Even
when she was fired for being drunk, he should be like, I wish Alicia Fox was still here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like his main thing, aside from his clinic with El Ligero, is he gets into a feud with A-Kid, who I learned over the course of this is currently setting the world on fire on SmackDown Live as Axiom. So that's nice. But here, he's just A-Kid, the fucking suspected industry plant who had a 5-star match with Zack Sabre Jr. in Spain. And he's here in NXT UK, and fucking Josiah Williams, the wonderful interviewer, is like, hey kid, man, you are here now. And A-Kid is like, yes I am. And then Noam Dar interrupts, and it's like, right, Dafty. And then he's not got much other than that, just kind of going, all right, you want to join the pinky party, eh? And ugh. And Aiken speaks Spanish to him, and Noam Dar doesn't understand Spanish, and they make him out. I hated that segment. It was really excruciating to watch, I think. Yeah, then as well as that, this is a very significant thing, because here we see the final days in WWE of one King James.
King James, yes.
Chris
Hero. He's doing a bit which I find quite endearing, where he's like, the British wrestlers don't respect their own history. He might have a point.
Yeah.
He's watched way more Rollerball Rocco tapes than them, but the crowd, they're just not biting. They just sing his name to the tune of the White Stripes song.
Oh.
That's not what he's wanting you to do.
Mm-hmm.
You tried, Wrestling Genius. You tried. I
Yeah.
respect the effort, but it just hasn't panned out.
So, like, the Wrestling Genius Cassius Ohno has a Titantron where it's a picture of his smiling face as he points to his head, which, immediately is like, okay, this is the best wrestler on this brand. And then, like, he has this one match with Kenny Williams where he's like conveying this sort of like smugness as like, okay, let's wrestle, let's have a grapple. And then Kenny Williams, this young upstart, will like outdo him athletically. The whole idea, like, it kind of vaguely gets across that, like, oh, he's no longer using his knockout blows, he's relying on his wrestling. But then, oh, he gets the advantage by using blows. Oh, how hypocritical of him. But, like, there's a wonderful bit where Kenny Williams, like, rolls out and he goes like, "Way!" So Cassius Ohno knees him and he goes, "Way!"
He gets it.
And then in the Battle Royal he kind of gets like a comedy elimination because everyone turns on him, and that's fucking him. He's out. Gets released in the big pandemic cuts. And like I'd always heard about like how he was in NXT UK doing these rounds matches and all that, and how it was like so great. And obviously because of like my experience of like his prior work, I was sort of like, okay. But then I watched this and I'm like, he is the wrestling genius. Point to head. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it probably is pretty good.
I don't know if I'll watch him versus Sid Scala in a road match, but like,
no. But what's fucked up?
What?
So we've got a Raw Women's Champion called the Man, and now there's this woman on NXT UK called a Male. What the fuck is going on? Absolute woke nonsense.
Yeah, like when I first read the name, I thought like, oh, maybe it's like Amali or something like that, and then you hear Nigel McGuinness go, "And there's a male." I gotta say, Nigel McGuinness is like a really great commentator, and even like the sort of W style cannot hamper like his charm and his wit and all that. But like it's a very funny consequence of the pandemic and impacting all these like prior tape stuff, where they got to do some post recording in these, and
Yeah.
I think Kevin Dunn or whoever must have like called up Nigel McGuinness to be like, "Hey, you gotta record some stuff here. Can you just send that to me?" And Nigel McGuinness rolled out of bed and spoke into his phone. So what we get is Nigel going like, "This is a 20-man battle royal, and it's going to be a good one." And then Andy Shepherd, his co-commentator, goes, "But Nigel, what happens if Alexander Wolf wins?" And suddenly Nigel goes, "Well, Andy, Alexander Wolf would give up the opportunity. Alexander Wolf is inferior to George policy." Just completely different tone of voice, acoustics, everything. It's wonderful.
And it makes me wonder why did that happen? Because like a similar experience happens when you watch AEW on ITV, but you can explain that because the ad breaks are different. Like there's moments where just like there's no commentary for a minute when you watch on ITV. But you can explain that. What's the explanation here? The only thing I could think was that they they recorded like hyping WrestleMania at stadium with many fans.
Yeah,
and Roman Reigns will be there, but they have to veto some of that.
Yeah, that's the other bedroom Nigel is him going, WrestleMania 36, the only WrestleMania too big for one night.
On the episode where Finn Balor is here, they keep saying like, what a reception Finn Balor is getting here in Coventry. But they don't actually seem that fast. Did you notice that? You'd expect like someone who's technically won a world title at SummerSlam to be like, oh my fucking god, mate! Oh! But no, they're just quite subdued. You're like, you're right, Finn. Woohoo! But yeah, he wrestles Alexander Wolf, and again, the crowd they don't react to things how they're like meant to. Instead, they're preoccupied with chanting, "Baby Walter, Baby Walter," and they probably dragged that on for like fucking 2 minutes as well. It's really astounding when you hear these fans that just like ignore a wrestling match to get their own bits over, and then just elongate them for as long as they could possibly go. It's insane. Nigel does his classic. Imagine him coming at you in a dark alley for Ridge Holland.
Well, yeah.
If I saw a wrestler in a dark alley, I'd be like, no, please don't do snapmare to me.
Yeah, Ridge Holland's the Mr. Peaky Blinder.
Yeah.
Pretty, I thought it was alright. Didn't fuck too much up, I guess.
Yeah. Like that one time he did.
Uh-oh.
Which will define him.
Don't go there.
Oh, I'm going there. A key thing that I wondered while watching the show is, where is Grado? Sam Gradwell. Remember him?
Oh yeah, I like that guy. He was funny.
In one of the group chats that we had going at the time, we were sharing his promos quite a lot. They're quite engaging.
Yeah.
But nowhere to be seen here.
Instead, we have to get like Trent Seven and Tyler Bate talking about, it's 20 men that battle royal. It's gotta be one of us who wins it. Fist bump. Which is less good than Sam Gradwell.
Yeah. So I was braced for worse from Jordan Devlin versus Travis Banks, but man, they do suck at striking. It's like 1 in 10 things that these guys do is slightly cool, and the rest is just like, oh. Yeah.
Like the only really thing I experienced with Jordan Devlin before he became a Fed superstar is I remember TJ Hawk reviewing Jordan Devlin versus David Starr, I think it was.
Yes.
Over the Top, and he thought it was a mid-brow performance, and there would be a bunch of Brit Rest tweeters who would be in his mentions talking as if they were threatening to break his legs.
Yeah, that was an actively terrible match. Hate that match. Come at me. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it was literally like, you might want to pull this down, mate. Don't want incidents happening.
It would be a mighty shame if something happened to you because of this.
So yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of like the two cancelled men grappling. Well, one proper cancelled, the other cancelled half.
Yeah,
I'd say
they have differing reads on the cancelled-ometer, but they both still register on it. And but no, it's good to see that NXT UK's minis division is doing well because they're short and they've got big heads.
Yeah, fuck you, David Starr. Fuck you, all you guys. You're all midgets. David Starr isn't even signed, but I just wanted to say fuck him, I guess.
Yeah. But then, of course, we have Ginny.
Ginny!
Be dressing like the catwalk in Milan.
I fucking marked it for Jenny, bro. I couldn't believe it. She's back, and she has the exact same fucking spinning font Titantron that she had at Progress Hello Wembley. You know, that's another thing I want to touch on real quick. Do you think like Progress was the one that was dealing with all like the visual stuff? Because like, I know you already said that like this lacked the polish of a WWE, but I feel like all like the Trons and all were just like really low effort, like Progress level effort.
Yeah, they probably recycled some for sure, I reckon.
Yeah.
But yeah, the women's stuff is all right on this. I don't really have like I mean, it's not fucking great, but I don't have like an issue with most of it.
Like Kaylee Ray is the women's champion, and she is unstoppable, but she's also an asshole. And you know, like her fellow countrywoman Piper Niven is saying, "I looked into her eyes, and she was evil. What am I going to do about it?" And what she's going to do about it is tag with Danny Luna against her and then lose. So, But yeah, like all the women on this, like they're pretty good. I remember watching Zaya Brookside and thinking like, she could probably use a bit more polish. But yeah, by and large, like the women get in there, they do the grappling, and it's pretty alright. Yeah, and it's just crazy to see how like there's like at least two people in this roster who are on TV right now, and they're just like nowhere near the importance that like they would have here, you know, like both Piper Niven and Alba Fire are just like lackeys right now. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh well. Should we get into the Battle Royale?
This Battle Royale sucked.
True. Alright, moving on. Really long Battle Royale. Elongated like a Brit Rest champ. Way past like any reasonable Battle Royale length, I would say. And it's not like they do like extra things with it, it's just not short. But that's the upside of Battle Royales usually, they're just short. You get lots of guys, oh, he's over, hey. But this is so like just dragged out beyond any reasonable length.
Yeah, I agree.
But Cage Match fucking loves that for that exact reason.
Cage Match like loves it. They're, you know, like I really couldn't believe it when like I read that page after you summed it to my eyes, just like the thing of like, I usually don't like Battle Royals, but this one is proper nice. Like, I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this at all. It really is just like elongating something without much substance to it, because like you know, the main thing I think about is just like you know, when it starts like whittling down to like the last couple, and it starts like being like you know what I try to do? I try and fucking like do some like, oh, it's like Cody versus Gunther or Undertaker versus Shawn, where the final two have a proper match, and it's like, I don't want to see this. I think it's really weird how like Jordan Devlin, he like goes for an apron German in a battle royal when he's like went over the top rope. Like, you will be eliminated by this too. It's not a smart spot. You're supposed to be a smart wrestler, but this is stupid. You're stupid. And you know, I hate when like it's the final four. I think so. The final four is Ilya, Tyler Bate, Alexander Wolf, and Joe Coffey, and they realize, oh, we're the final four, and then it cuts to Tyler Bates, who does his pose, and then it cuts to Ilya, who does his pose, and it cuts to Alexander, who hits his pose, and then Joe Coffey also hits his pose, and then they all run at each other, and it's like
they're cheesing to try and get a finisher.
And oh, how I wish their collision just resulted in an explosion. Destroyed Coventry.
They should have done the trick where they just repeatedly start a taunt but never finish it. You can get them to finish it really quick. It's just like Ilya Dragunov's arms just like glitching out.
Oh man, and yeah, it comes down to Ilya and Tyler, and then eventually Ilya wins to get his NXT UK title shot, which will be in like several months before he gets this shot, due to the dire circumstances. And hey, speaking of that, this last NXT UK episode, it's fucked up. I watched this on Peacock, and you know what one of the ads was? It said, "The world is talking about coronavirus. The CDC is here to answer your questions." And I went, what's going on? What? But then thankfully NXT UK came back to entertain me, and I was like, I can forget about all that.
The lads are still here, going way. Everything's fine.
Thank God.
Stop coughing in there, elderly relative. But yeah, my favourite part of this battle royale was there he is. There goes Saxon Huxley.
Yeah, NXT UK, like, it wasn't as painful as I was expecting, but like, there's absolutely a dip in like even the quality you expect of a WWE. As you were talking about, you expect this standard of this and that. NXT UK doesn't have that. There's like so many things that WWE's done that are just like spiteful in nature, like why the impetus to do it. And I'm not going to say like it's always like a bad thing, because always there's plenty of things that like are celebrated tradition now, or whatever, like great moments that like are all because like they wants to fuck someone over. But this here is just like, you wanted to like monopolize the entirety of Europe, and you had no idea what to do after that. So
we didn't get around to the whole stinky list, or whatever we were gonna fucking call it. But there were some matches that I wrote a few sentences about, and most of them came from NXT UK, all but one. Like the matches that there's a lot of mediocre shite in these 4 weeks of TV, but it had to be like, it had to give me some kind of fucking like existential dread, or just like rage or some shit.
Yeah.
So if you would like to now play bad.mp3,
here we go.
Yeah, keep playing. So the first entry is Ligero versus No Wonder. My issues with Ligero. He's a worthless professional wrestler. It's like there's lots of wrestlers who I just can't stand, but they all have some kind of like redeeming qualities. Over the years, Triple H had those bloodbaths with Cactus Jack and Batista. Seth freaking Rollins was in the best trio of all time, probably, and he excelled in his role. And even MJF had a fairly funny segment with Bobby Lashley the other week, and he says Montel, Ligero has nothing. He dined out on a fucking fake luchador gimmick. He can't fly, he can't grapple, he can't brawl. Put him out of his fucking misery speaking out. Next entry is Joseph Cortez versus Ridge Holland. I found it a profoundly boring match. The crowd has no investment in either guy. It might as well be behind closed doors. Both natural heels. Ridge has the physique and the professional rugby background, which is intriguing, but for some reason it's not a basic squash. Connors he provided no entertainment whilst delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
Next, I have Gallus versus Dave Master, Flash Morgan Webster, and Trent Seven. There's a Mod Father face in peril segment in this that feels fucking eternal. Gallus, a kind of a miserable act. I feel sorry for Deuce. Because Deuce has to watch everything that they ever do. At a certain point in this, I stopped focusing on the match and was distracted by a piece of gum that Joe Coffey spat out after being struck. I was like, oh man, is the ref gonna pick up that gum? But he didn't. It was just lying there for ages while everyone ran around opening the gate. And then the King and the Mods almost bumped into it. I was like, oh man, if he bumped on that, he would have had all gum on his back if he landed on the gum. My next least favourite match in NXT UK was Roman Reigns versus Triple H at WrestleMania 32. They aired this on.
You got it.
They aired this on the fucking SmackDown, on one of the SmackDowns, and man, that's an inscrutable choice. Neither man is going to WrestleMania, but you know, Roman vs. Brock was right there. You could have showed us something cool. You have lots of cool matches in your catalogue. WWE, why did you show me this?
Right, I'm going to try and like focus on playing this whilst also talking myself.
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I thought that match was really bad too, and like the thing about it was like, why is it that they played that match? Well, here's the significance, because they had to have fucking Triple H on the show talking about like, oh, Triple H, you know, you faced both Brock Lesnar and you know you faced both Roman Reigns and Goldberg. What's the comparison between them? And it's fucking going, oh, you see, Goldberg intensity starts out but Roman Reigns builds up to a higher intensity, and it's fucking vapid. It's vapid what he says, and they could have just played fucking Brock versus Goldberg or Roman versus Brock, and it would have been called the same thing, a comparison of the two, and I fucking hated it so fucking bad.
Yeah, man, me too. Keep going. So, yeah, it's like Roman Reigns in 2015. I remember vividly watching his ups and downs. You know, he would have a sick last man standing match. This was the big show, but then he called Sheamus tater tots, and I was like, oh no. But then he punched Vince McMahon with Superman punch. I was like, oh yeah. But then he was in this feud. I was like, oh no. Like he was on the cusp of like actually getting the reactions that they wanted from him, and they fucked it up with fucking Triple H match formula. and you know what they tried to do? They tried to clip all the bullshit out of this match, so they would like you to believe that Roman Reigns spears Triple H through the barricade, and then 30 seconds later he spears Stephanie McMahon. That's not how it happened, you motherfuckers. There's like 12 minutes in between those spots. Liars! You're lying to me!
Lying pieces of shit they are. That's what WWE is.
And my final entry is the Battle Royale. It is really, really long, and we've already discussed it in some depth. The finish is Ilya doing the Torpedo Moscow uppercut to thwart Tyler Bates' attempt to skin the cat. That spot in itself is okay, but was it worth it? No. That wasn't a rhetorical question. The answer is no. NXT UK.
And one more thing about Roman Reigns. I think I've already talked about before. I think how it's terrible this reaction that Triple H has, where like the Smarks think of him as their favourite, and so the idea of just this fucking match where it's fucking old ass stupid Triple H, one of the worst wrestlers of all time, just fucking getting his high knee off, and the fucking Smart crowds go, "Way!" It sickens me. I hated it, and Roman Reigns deserves so much better. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I was concerned what we could make this segment into, and I think we've nailed it.
So yeah, that was NXT UK.
Yeah, 205 Live now.
205 Live. Yeah, let's do it. Oh man. Oh man, 205 Live. What a twisty central this show is. It's literally just 4 weeks of an empty arena with usually two dudes just going in there having a great match, and then that's it.
Yeah. What a novel concept. I think even if the wrestling wasn't as good as it is, it would still be the easiest show to watch because it's like 26 minutes.
Yeah, 26
awesome.
minutes. They don't even do recaps. They don't even do recaps. It's great.
Yeah, I watched 205 Live. It was started in 2016, wasn't it?
Started in 2016, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would have watched it up until like maybe early 2019. It was usually quite rewarding, you know?
Yeah.
The small matches are good, and then sometimes they'd have like a feud that culminates in a more bigger match, and that's also good.
Yeah.
The roster was really good, and like even the ones who were like, you know, maybe not quite as good as the others, like the presentation was good enough that it worked pretty well. Obviously, discounting the times when they would go on Raw and stop everything to make the ropes purple. That's a big downside of the second WWE Cruiserweight era. But the show itself was always a nice little watch.
That's what I remember about 205 Live. It's just that, like, I'm sure I've talked before about just like that's one of the moments I can think of where I could most just like see like something die a death and just have a pit in my stomach. I'm like, oh man, they're fucking it up. They're fucking it up. The CWC was like the best shit they ever did for like years, and they bring it to this, and they're just like doing all the missteps possible. Where like, you know, the cruiserweights don't mean shit anymore. Brian Kendrick had like an incredible CWC, and now he's champion, and I don't care because the storyline's fucking stupid and just like all that. But then, oh, here's 205 Live, the show for the cruiserweights, and it starts off with Rich Swann beating Brian Kendrick for a title, and I feel like, okay, we're back on track. And, you know, it just kind of goes into obscurity, but there was at least that thing of like, that felt like a refresh point for them. And yeah, I never really kept up with it. You know, like I wasn't keeping up with WWE in general. But like by this point in 2020, it's not even because of the lockdown, as I understand. Like they were already integrating it more into NXT than Raw. I believe the Cruiserweight Championship was already an NXT title by this point. So now they have this whole dynamic where there's the 205 Live Originals, which for some reason includes Mike Bennett, even though he was not a 205 Live original.
Yeah, what the fuck?
and they are like, oh, we hate these NXT guys. A lot of the 205 Live originals are heels, so they are the heels in their own Invasion storyline, which is funny. But like the first week of it, which is the first empty arena thing, it's just this big elimination tag where it's NXT versus 205 Live Originals. And from there, I think it's a healthy starting point for basically most of the matches that you see in the next coming weeks. In the elimination match, all these heels don't get along. Like Jack Gallagher is like miscommunicating with Tony Nese, like he won't get tagged in, so he beats Tony Nese up, and you know, like then NXT guys beat him up and pin him and all that, and then that basically informs like, you know, like, oh, he's representing the brand. This is why he was the captain. So now he must beat up Biff Busick. And it's simple storytelling. It works. And then the action is really fucking good. Like, like just like so many weeks. It was just like such a layup that like, yeah, just have these guys in. It's the perfect thing for like empty arena stuff, because like these guys were not playing to the crowds in prior matches. Like, you know, for so many, like the complaint that I'd see with 205 Live is like, oh, fucking Roderick Strong versus Kenta was happening. They were going hard and the crowd didn't care. Well, let's take away the crowd. let's not have it even be an element then. And that then allows like I'll go into it later on when I'm doing a Twisted Listen, but there's so many moments of just like selling where, you know, like rather than just like it being in an arena, and so you just kind of assume like, okay, yeah, adrenaline. Like you see someone land on a leg and they keep going, but you can, you know, like they fucking grunts, you know, and just like so, that sort of stuff. Where like I'd so much rather just like watch this in this sort of like intimate sort of atmosphere than have it paraded before like a crowd that doesn't give a shit, that wants to see John Cena, you know.
The commentators are Aiden English and whoever the fuck John Quasto is. Doesn't even have a fucking Strigger page. The scrub.
Oh, man.
I mean, he sounds like every other short-term WWE commentator.
Yeah.
They have a type and they just stick with that.
Maybe we should have guessed this by his name, but Aiden English feels like a weeaboo for England. like
yeah, he gets very excited when Danny Burch is coming out. And he's like, "Oi, mate, governor."
This ain't jolly old London, Joe. So that's nice. Yeah, like not the best commentary, but it's fine.
Yeah, and we've also got John Cena watching the 205 Live elimination tag.
Thank you,
the wrestlers
John.
on Twitter.
Thank you.
They say, thank you for notice me, John Cena.
John Cena, oh my god. Yeah, like, Swerve Strickland is like maybe the one person who tries to like play off as cool, like, even John Cena's watching 205 Live. The rest of them, oh, John, thank you. It's crazy. And like, you know, I remember they show the footage of like, you know, like they pan from the ring to the production area where John Cena's watching it. It's not like he's going like, wow, this is a great match. He just goes, you know, this is the first time I'm ever doing this. This is crazy. So like, he could just be watching anything, you know. He could be watching King Corbin promo segment.
You mentioned Swerve. Crazy to see how far he's gone. He really was just like a guy until I realised he was sick. Granted, I didn't see like the Lucha Underground stuff and that, but
Oh, who's this you're talking about? Sorry,
Swerve Strickland.
Yeah.
Sorry,
like,
Isaiah Scott.
Isaiah, quote unquote, Swerve, unquote,
Yes.
Scott. Yeah, like I think the before AEW, I think the only time I really ever saw him was like when I watched Triple Mania once, and like he was like in a Fatal 4-Way inscrutably for the Mega Tail. You'll remember that that was when he was called Swerve Strikeland by the commentary. And I'd always kind of like heard that like he has his flaws and all that. He was fucking great here. He was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, he's good. Also, Jack Gallagher has tattoos, lots of tattoos, and it's quite strange.
Yeah,
He must have got them like fucking 2 months before being cancelled.
I know.
So like
yeah.
it's almost like he prepared for it. He's getting his cope tattoos.
Yeah, it's crazy because like I feel almost the same as I did before I ever watched this period of Jack Gallagher, where like I remembered him as like, oh, the a nice funny man with the umbrella, and well, he's a great grappler, but they like him with the umbrella, so that's okay. He's got his little role, and then suddenly all of a sudden he's like a heel, and he's no longer like a mustache man, and like he's got a not just any schooner, they say, a warship on his chest, and it felt odd, just like I don't know about this. And
Big old sideburns as well.
big old sideburns and just like a new aggressive personality, more aggressive than we've ever seen from Jack Gallagher. I don't think he's even a gentleman anymore. And then he gets mega cancelled, like maybe the most cancelled out of anyone in NXT UK, or rather, just like the WWE roster, just like disappears off the map.
The cancelometer said 1 or 100. I can't remember how it works. And I made the damn thing.
The cancelometer exploded.
Yeah, we'll get to more matches in the Twisty list here, I'm sure. NXT,
the motherfucking third brand of WWE. They put that shit on Survivor Series. We are meant to think that this is equal to Raw and SmackDown. And, you know, I cannot wait for Tony Khan's wrath. I cannot wait for him to just wash over this fucking brand and to make it FEW again. And then, well, I guess I don't like NXT the way it is right now, so never mind. But, it
becomes that porno company.
So it's interesting because NXT, the first week, is a people's show, but where does it emanate from? It's very spooky. It emanates from the Performance Center. Whoa.
So we're not in 2.0 era yet. Still black and gold.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'd stopped watching this. I didn't even fucking realize that Gargano and Ciampa were doing a feud where Gargano was the heel. It was overblown enough the first time, and that's what got me to stop watching weekly.
Yeah.
And here they've just reversed roles, and fucking hell, they're gonna jerk each other off one more time, I guess.
Yeah.
The rest of it, it's okay.
It's all right enough. Yeah. One thing that I'm going to do right now, because like it's bullshit. I already mentioned how Mickey James is like off air for the entirety, for basically most of this run of Main Event, but we only get 1 week of Mauro Ranallo, and I was so disappointed because you know what I did? I compiled a Mauroism list, and I was fully expecting to get multiple weeks of output on this, and I don't. But I have enough here that I'm just going to read it out right now, all of them. Okay. About Cameron Grimes. Grimes attracting bulls like Twitter attracts troglodytes. Hard-hitting offense from Mia Yim, who is the rose that grew from concrete. Deja vu for the head baddie in charge. And then when Raul Mendoza is facing Kushida, this luchador's win-loss record may be below the Mendoza line. When Chuck Norris does a push-up, he doesn't push himself up, he pushes the earth down.
Wow.
About the tag team of Pete Dunne and Matt Riddle. The Broserweights have more chemistry than a periodic table. And this match will be hotter than a Bunsen burner. And then, I can't remember exactly who this is about, but he just goes, speaking of British legends, Wayne Bridger's passing away at the age of 83. He also swam for Britain in the Olympics. And you're looking at two teams swimming in the deepest end of the NXT tag team division. Upon seeing a knee drop. The late great Raider Crippler Stevens would appreciate that knee drop. Upon seeing Johnny Gargano. It's Johnny Carnage tonight. Holy bleep indeed.
Wow.
The best commentary they have, and we all got 1 week of him. I don't get it.
So I've got a quite peculiar note here. I don't think I wrote this down. I think somebody else has been on my notepad and has written this down. It says, I'm getting WCW worldwide vibes, full stop. That's a very thing, full stop. That's a very thing. That's what it says verbatim. I can't. How am I supposed to pass that?
Yeah, that's quite odd. Who could have wrote that?
Yeah, I don't really understand. First episode starts with a very bad video package that tries to fit in every single angle that they're doing for some reason.
Yeah.
It's like it's not a special show. Just get on with the TV show.
There's a very upsetting part where Johnny Gargano is sitting there with Mauro Ranallo, and Mauro's like, "What is with this new attitude you have? I know about you and Ciampa's history." And Johnny Gargano goes, "You don't know anything. You don't know anything." Pushes him around. What now, huh? No Mamma Mia's, huh? And I'm like, please don't be rude to Mauro now.
Mauro is joined in this week by Nigel and Beth Phoenix, who was a commentator here apparently.
Yeah.
What's with these fucking 2009 divas getting the commentary roles in this period?
They're all paying it forward. Thank you, women.
Kushida is here.
Yep.
We spoke about him last time and his probably ill-conceived idea to come over here and expect it to be good. I mean, he has twisty matches, of course, but he has the most boring theme ever. And what do they call him? The Colossus of cosplay.
Colossus of cosplay. I mean,
You might as well just go, this guy's a fucking dickhead loser.
yeah. You know, this is...
Thinks it's Michael J. Fox, fucking idiot.
Yeah, what a nerd! I wasn't thinking about this when I chose this show after we watched Wrestle Kingdom, but this is literally like the utmost time period where it can be said like today's New Japan is tomorrow's WWE. Like there are so many familiar faces here where just like they just get like swooped right up because New Japan has buzz and they're just like, okay, we'll take this from you now. You know, Kushida is like probably a good example of that, where like, you know, it's that from WWE plus him thinking like, oh, I can really make something of this, and it doesn't really. But
Now he's wrestling in My Little Pony. My Little Pony wrestling.
what a match between Kushida and Rainbow Sparkle.
So these fans that are here present for the first week, they are still here for absolutely everything. No set of fans has ever gulped down everything that was fed to them like NXT fans, I would say.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a throwaway segment where Austin Theory trades barbs with a short-haired Tyler Breeze, and they're like fucking, oh snap! It's like it's like that old battle rap video where they carry the guy on the short.
Yeah. Like we see WWE in its twisty era nowadays, and we think like the bar is like at sea level. But you know, then you look at this when Vince is still around, it's like, oh well, I guess it was just always like that. I guess it was always shit. Fuck it.
Tony fumbled. I did.
Man.
Oh my god, what is happening to Raul Mendoza?
Man. So Raul Mendoza, he has a hard-fought match against Kushida that he loses, and then they catch up with him in the parking lot, and the interviewer's like, oh, that was a great match versus Kushida, how do you feel? And he's like, yeah, it was a great match, but I lost. It just keeps happening to me. I keep losing. And then the van comes up, and then two people come like, Roll, come with us now. And he's like, oh.
Oh no, don't want to. Okay, then I will.
And then they come back, and Morrison's like, oh, they've just absconded with Raul Mendoza. Well, okay.
Yeah, then just move on. And then it happens a few weeks later to Joaquin Wilde.
Joaquin Wilde gets fucking. He is even more like there's not like something when they whack him in the back of the head and abduct him. They'll just take him by the arms, and he's like, "What?"
Yeah, they don't even have a weapon.
No, just the strength of their arms. It's uncomfortable.
And yeah, I genuinely don't know what this was leading to. I thought it was maybe something to do with Retribution at first, but no, this guy's in like lucha masks.
I think it's to do with like Legado del Fantasma.
Oh, okay.
Because that's where they end up eventually. So I think because I remember Hijo del Fantasma comes in just as Mask Man, but then he takes it off and turns heel and reveals, haha, I was the guy. I think. So,
yeah.
What a mastermind he is. Kidnapping people.
But now, boom! Adam Cole, baby.
Chugs!
He is in a peculiar feud with the Velveteen Dream. I don't think Velveteen has had the accusations yet. but I could be wrong because they kept him for a while afterwards.
They kept him for a while
before they were eventually like, actually, nah.
Yeah,
I don't know what changed.
I do remember that, like, so the accusations come like should be pretty soon, and I remember that like there's a whole thing of like him being like off TV, but the feud was still going on. Like he still had like a title match against Adam Cole, and like it would have been one of like the in your house NXTs that NXT did. I think obviously this kind of goes back to like the Invader One argument, but I was going to just like, okay, I think this guy is a shit who shouldn't be working in wrestling, but let's see if he can impress me. And then he didn't. So it's probably something where like it's kind of hard to overcome that initial first impression, but I don't know about this guy. Yeah. They returned him as the future, kind of just a weird dude.
I was on board with them in like 2017 for sure. But here, to revisit this, this crowd who reacts to fucking everything seems strangely sort of ambivalent to him compared to what I was expecting, and what I remember the reactions to him being. I don't know whether it's gone a bit stale or whether that shit was out there, but yeah, quite noticeable, I would say.
That one Peopled NXT is like really the one time we see Adam Cole baby, because in the empty arena ones, it's just like, oh, Adam Cole is now the longest reigning NXT champion. We'll see a celebration later on tonight, and then the celebration is him recording a phone video of him lounging at a pool and going, haha, I am the longest reigning champion. And Velveteen Dream, fuck you. Bye.
And all my friends are here, just out of frame.
I am going to play Dark Souls 2. Yeah, pretty good.
So, main event of week 1 is Broserweights versus Red Dragon. The spot that I've actually made a note of here is Broserweights doing some vintage Eddie Guerrero. They get Cole and Roddy kicked out of the match.
Ah, yeah.
And what I did like is Riddle explaining to the referee what happened by miming a super kick with blatant thigh slap. He's like, he did this. It's like, yeah, that is how Adam Cole does super kicks. That's quite right. Also in this match, Kyle and Pete Dunne do a thigh slap heavy sequence, and then Nigel name drops Les Kellett for no fucking reason. That did not resemble the Les Kellett match, guys.
Yeah. The one spot I noted down from this is
Nigel bot malfunctioned.
Like, there's a point
Les Kellett match Dark Alley.
If you saw an MP4 of Les Kellett in the Dark Alley, you wouldn't want to see that. No, there's a point in this match where Kyle O'Reilly gets gut wrenched, and then in selling it, he turns around and asks, "What is that?" I like that. It's pretty good. For me personally, like maybe I felt this like during Hello Wembley as well, but there's something that like the vibes are so off with Matt Riddle. Like I cannot fuck with this guy here for some reason. And then like Pete Dunne, he's got some truly pathetic offense here. I feel like it's it's pretty middling. And the one other thing to say is like the North American title, it's heating up. Already Keith Lee had the epic match with his rival Dominic Dijakovic, and now he has a match against Cameron Grimes, the grimy one, Trevor Lee, and he murks Trevor Lee. It's pretty alright. And then what is this? The arch of infamy, Damian Priest, attacks Keith Lee from behind, and Dominic Dijakovic comes out and saves Keith Lee, and that Damian Priest has ran away.
It's crazy at a time where Vince was obsessed with shortening the names. They just add Ovic on it. Why?
But then Keith Lee, he rises and he did not see who attacked him. He just raised his head, and who does he see there? He sees Dominic Dijak and says, "You did that bop to me. I will spirit bomb you." And Dominic is like, "Oh, damn it. No, misunderstanding, and now I am pissed." And so that sets up what will come to be the main event to end all main events of the NXT in this run. Is the triple threat North American title match. What with the fight styles?
Yeah, of course. Keith Lee and Dijakovic, of course, had that one match where... Did they do, like, the fucking beef version of, like, the Ospreay and Ibushi? Where they do, like... It's going to be like a top rope Rana and guy lands on his feet.
Yeah.
And then Keith Lee makes a face like... Yeah, that's an epic moment I always remember.
Yeah, like Keith Lee, like the energy he has, like I think he can pull off like the face better than like some, but it's still sort of like a all right, you know.
Gargano and Ciampa long brawl throughout the performance center. There's aspects to it that are quite fun because they're also like smashing shit up, breaking mirrors and stuff. But I also very much identified with Mauro Ranallo when he said, "When is this going to end?"
Yeah, unbelievable scenes here. Ciampa comes out and he's like, "Where is Johnny Gargano? I would like to speak with and/or fight Johnny Gargano." And Johnny Gargano comes on the screen. He's in an office space with a desk. And as we learn later, it's a very hard metal desk. And
yeah, it's really funny because it's like, Tommaso, I am coming to you via video screen. You don't know where I am in this small building that we work at every week, and it's really obvious where I am. So that Jumper just goes to where he is. It's like, I fucking know where that is.
Yeah, and. Yeah, then they brawl, and then they eventually get to that fateful perch in the performance center. What the function of this is, it's not even where the commentary booth is, I don't think, because the table is below the perch. That's where they do the epic air raid crash to finish the brawl. So it's just there as like a potential workplace hazard, I guess. This all leads to NXT in the coronavirus era. The first episode where there is no original programming, no wrestling or whatever. It's all just fucking. Like, it's literally like the sort of like green screen that you would get in a particularly ambitious election cycle on the news, right? Like, it's just Tom Phillips and Paul Levesque at Stanford, actually. And they're just like in front of this NXT green screen talking about, oh, you know, Gargano and Ciampa, they go way back. Here are like 2 half-hour video packages about that. And it is some of the most masturbatory, fucking insufferable bullshit I've ever sat through.
Yeah, it's genuinely 50 minutes long. 50.
Half of 100.
I wish I was exaggerating. I'm not. It's genuinely that long. But yeah, this episode 2 of NXT, 0 matches. It's just that one huge video package with interviews and then Finn Balor promo. I think that's it. You can't rate this on Cage Match. But if I could, I'd rate it a bloody 1 or a 0 even, because that's an option that you can do for some reason.
Yeah. Just like the hearing these guys talk, like Ciampa at least has like a natural voice, but Gargano has such a poor voice for wrestling. He sounds so annoying. Like, you know, like
sub-freaking, would you say?
Sub-freaking, I'd say so. Yeah. He goes like, "Do I believe I'm a better wrestler than Ciampa? I'm Johnny Wrestling." Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like I'm pretty sure Gargano, who's like, "Oh, we wanted to prove ourselves. You think we don't belong here? Screw you." And then I think it's Ciampa, who's like, "Oh, there's something that Shawn Michaels always told me." I'm just like, oh, I don't want to hear about this, man. I don't want Like, it is disgusting. It is disgusting how there's literally these DX tribute midgets out here. Fucking, like, I think I saw that recently. Like, yeah, like a picture of Ciampa wearing, like, Triple H gear at WrestleMania. I was like, this should not be. This should not be.
I think it was Gargano and Candice LeRae, who aren't even on the card, but they got, like Candice LeRae had, like, a picture of Triple H with her son or daughter on her shoes.
Yeah.
Like, gaudy ass, like, fruiting your boss. And
Absolutely.
you ain't even fucking benefiting from it.
Nah, really bad. Really bad. Then from there, the Gargano Ciampa feud is building up to their big empty arena cinematic brawl, which is the week after Mania, so we're not fucking watching that shit. Yeah!
Way. Austin Theory has a lot to say. He's 22. He's young. He's not old. Please keep that in mind. It's pretty cool that he, like, there's all this like, future ace talk about him. But no, he's just a guy who takes finishes with the Australian Miz.
Yeah, and I'm so glad for it. I'm so glad for it. Like, he sucks so much, and his main roster stint in this period is Schadenfreude, I would say, because
I wanted to believe that Gabe never misses, but sometimes he misses.
Oh, Gabriel, empty Full Sail now. Like, Austin Theory has this interminable match with Tyler Breeze. I quite like Tyler Breeze, but he cannot carry Austin Theory to anything good. And fucking, just like, it keeps going on, and then just like finish so telegraphed where Theory, he's got the advantage, but then he picks up the selfie phone of Tyler Breeze, and it's like, I'm taking selfie, and then he gets beauty shotted. Oh my god, what? I can't believe it. His hubris. It's unbelievable.
It was telegraphed, but I was also kind of surprised because it's like, I guess they were already bracing for him to be like a massive loser. Tyler Breeze, with his short hair, post-Breezango, he's going to get released soon. Like, the writing is on the wall there, but he gets the win here. So how much do they really believe in him,
I think that's like a big part of it. It's like, if Austin Theory is like worth a goddamn shit as a wrestler, I'd be like, they booked this guy so bad, but they book him really well, because this is how he deserved to be booked. What do you think generally of like the women's division in NXT at this time?
It's alright. I don't know. It's tough to get like strong feelings of like all the women that were in that gauntlet match, like Shotzi, Aaliyah, Dakota Kai, Caden Carter. Caden Carter winning that tag team with like the Ninja Warrior woman. They seem pretty cool.
Is that Katana Chance?
Casey, yeah. They changed her name. But yeah, no strong feelings on the women's matches here. I've just got a note like ranting about Johnny Gargano's slimy secreting hair.
Oh shit! I did not notice this.
We didn't. You don't notice his hair? Like I hate how he does his hair. Like every bit of it is like just like gelled or waxed or whatever. It's like the parting is like in the center, and it goes all around in a circle. It's like, why are you doing that, man? He secretes.
Gargano right now.
Yeah. Sort it out. You think Barcelona is going to react to that? Or wherever he got crickets with Ciampa? They're like fucking 100,000 million people in attendance, just staring at him.
His beard isn't good too. It reminds me of like 2011 Randy Orton. Like, it doesn't join up, and like the sideburns just look like mud. Yeah, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Fuck his fucking hairstyle.
We don't just hate your wrestling and your promos and your voice. and your personality and how you act with your boss. We hate how you look as well. So
there you go. Take a hint from your partner and just go hairless, I think.
Yeah. Speaking of people I hate looking at, Sam Roberts is on the last episode of NXT as the color commentator, and he's very bad.
Vile commentator Sam Roberts is absolutely vile. It's the worst sort of thing where like, so Sam Roberts is like a known radio guy, is like affecting.
Yes.
Yeah, like he's above this sort of shit that WWE does, but he is a Fed soldier 100%. He's talking about championship opportunities, but also being like a weird asshole about it. And
play bad.mp3 while you talk about him.
So you know something?
Sam Roberts, yeah.
I think that over the course of this, my opinion of Tom Phillips has raised significantly. I think he's a pretty good hand, you know. Just like has a nice personality. Like he's doing WWE lines, but it's fine. And I thought it was so fucking bullshit. Like, what the hell has Tom Phillips done to you, Sam Roberts? That you do this shit where, like, you say he has no friends, and then Tom Phillips goes like, "Well, isn't that the Kill Conlon Teapot Black?" And I'm like, yes, Tom, you tell him that. He's been an unpleasant prick to you. He's added nothing. And I want to say about Sam Roberts, he just has, like, nothing to him. He, the first match on that NXT episode is the Velveteen Dream versus Bobby Fish, and the whole idea is that Velveteen Dream wants to get to Adam Cole, and he needs to get through the Undisputed Era. It's a basic story, and I don't know why why Sam Roberts' fucking bald head doesn't understand this, because he keeps going like, Velveteen Dream can't just boss his way to NXT title opportunity. He has to earn it, and he's earning it right now by wrestling. You fuck. So yeah. It wasn't that great a message. Sam Roberts just absolutely depleted it for me. What about you?
Oh yeah, I fucking hate that guy. If I ever see him, I'm gonna smack him in the mouth. I'm gonna fucking get him in a headlock. I'm gonna give his stupid bald head a little noogie. I'm gonna shit on his fucking eyes. I'm gonna knee him in the fucking groin. I'm gonna eat his inside and then spit them out because I didn't really have anything to add about how he was bad, so I just did a weird fanfic.
Pervert fantasy about killing Sam Roberts.
Yeah. Damn, that really adds to rants. I don't know what it is about.
I feel like I'm like I'm like rapping over the "I Serve the Bass" beat by Future. So Triple H is here. He has to be here because his favorite sons are here, and he needs to sell this. So it's really incredible.
Oh yeah, that segment where he's daddy.
Yeah, he's So he comes out to the ring and gets Gargano and Ciampa out, and it's really insane to see because these are two of his projects, right? His sons in wrestling. This is his legacy, and he goes, you guys really fucked up the performance there last week, and I let you off now because I'm your father. But next time that happens, I want to let you know you can both be replaced. I'll fire you over a fucking second glance. It's like, okay then. I guess these are our two main stars, huh? Just fucking like, yeah. I couldn't believe it. This is the most important story for NXT, but NXT can go on without you. Okay, fine. It's funny, like, he's like, oh, you guys want to settle this at like WrestleMania or something? And they're both like, no. Let's settle this at NXT. I just like, okay. So that's pretty good. And yeah, then we get
by pretty good you mean bad.mp3.
Wow, the biggest NXT ever in the Performance Center. Johnny Gargano versus Tommaso. So yeah, there's a Sam Roberts edition where Velveteen Dream triumphs over Bobby Fish, and he gets the mic and tells Adam Cole, "Put your video games down and open your third eye." And I think I would like Adam Cole to just keep on playing Final Fantasy X2. I don't want him to face the Velveteen Dream.
Yeah.
The previous week, Matt Riddle was there alone. You see, due to prevailing circumstances, Pete Dunne is not here. And so Matt Riddle was just on his own. He beat Rod is Strong. And then here comes Stokely Hathaway with two big Indian dudes. And he beat up Matt Riddle. And so this week, Stokely says, "I have Rinku and Sheriff." And one of these guys becomes Veer Mahan. In AEW, Hook gets this big organic build up because he's just hanging around Team Taz, and eventually there's that one segment where CM Punk is being confronted by Team Taz, and he goes, "Send anyone, send Hook." And he was like, "Yay, we want to see Hook." So that becomes a big thing. Send Hook, send Hook. And WWE, meanwhile, it's taken fucking months to debut Veer Mahan on Raw. They just keep running these fucking vignettes, and soon they're like, "Oh, send Veer," and no one cares.
Oh man!
So
come to India.
The shining star of West Asia.
Oh man, is that palak paneer? That looks delicious.
"Oh, Sarah, if you're gonna try these poppadoms, oh, those look delicious." And so here's where Dexter Lumis match happens. They are Owen voicing Dexter Lumis's entrance. And just like, this guy is so psychologically not there. Is he enjoying this? Oh my god. Oh, I get chills when I see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the unfortunate responsibility to tell you that Dexter Lumis is wrestling. Can I just point out that Dexter Lumis finishes his debut winning against, was it Jake Atlas?
Jake Atlas, yes.
And then they show vignettes for Karrion Kross. Dude, NXT is getting free Twisted 5 me.
This is still the salad days for Karrion Kross. He's getting to be spooky, and the crowd have not decided he's fucking shit yet. So that's nice. And so yes, his Gauntlet is a match that happens. It happens incredibly. It just keeps going on. The wrestling, it happens. Shotzi Blackheart, she's running the gauntlet. She's surviving all these people, and just like beating them all.
It will never be finally determined who has won the wrestling.
Caden Carter comes in. She starts beating up Shotzi Blackheart, and while she's beating her up, she says, "I want this opportunity too." and then,
yes.
And then she gets defeated, and oh no! After such a hard-fought effort, heel Dakota Kai comes out and picks the bones. Can't believe it. She will be in the ladder match, and I will never watch it because it's after WrestleMania. So alright. And
what if I announce next episode is Backlash 2020? No, it's not. It's not. I could not do that to myself.
Yeah, like I'm quite faded out at this point. But we got so much more fed to come to. Kushida, he defeats Raul Mendoza another nice match, and then, sorry, Joaquin Wilde. I was saying Raul Mendoza because they go, Raul Mendoza, where the hell he is. And then Joaquin Wilde is here. You know.
Oh yeah, did they both wrestle Kushida before the? There you go. Then.
Yes, there's a common factor. Yeah. And Joaquin Wilde, it must be said, he has a DJ horn as his theme, right? But not only that, when he's about to do his finisher, or I think even during his entrance, he does the DJ horn himself. He goes, da 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 da. It's very funny.
They should have named his moves the bangarang. Oh, he's done the rude sandstorm.
He's done.
Got him there with the Fat Boy Slim right here, right now.
He calls that the breakbeat. He calls that the intelligent dance music.
I got him with the Ortecker.
Imagine if you had some move that impacted the ears and he named it after you know that one Aphex Twin song that simulates tinnitus?
Not really, no.
Oh man. He calls that the tinnitus. So
this guy's been listening to Cornfield.
Wow, and now the man who listens to Venetian snares, Joaquin Wilde.
What a combination there, like the way Venetian snares combined Hungarian classical music with blast breakbeats.
2000s era flying lotus, eat your heart out. It's Joaquin Wilde.
So, they could have done all this stuff with Joaquin Wilde, but instead what they do is they have him be absconded with by the luchadors. And, it comes back from that. And Tom Phillips, he goes, oh my God, first Mendoza, now Wilde? Jeez. And then Damian Priest comes in.
Damian Priest comes out for this main event. Damian Priest versus Keith Lee versus Dominic, Di, Jack O, Vic. And we learn their wrestling styles. And my preferred wrestling style has got to be accuracy. Imagine, right? Triple H did the pedigree. He hooks their arms, or at least he thinks he is. He just takes a knee bump, but the guy's over there. It wouldn't work without accuracy.
Don't forget, Damien also has martial arts.
Yeah, don't worry about which one. It's all of them.
And Dominic Dye also has precision, which
it's
I would
kind
think
of the same as accuracy.
a bit synonymous, yes. And meanwhile, Keith Lee has power, speed, and agility. So he is a big man who can fly, and he doesn't know where the fuck he's going at any time. Yeah, this match is it's all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's the thing I remember from it is just complicated spots up the top rope where Keith Lee's going to do a double superplex, but then they slap him on the back and he goes it's they're selling a whole lot. And then, oh my God, the all important stick of Damian Priest in the Arch of Injury. You'd think he'd have a bow, but he has instead a stick. And Dominic gets murked with it, and then fucking Keith Lee capitalizes. Oh, the indignity of it all. I think this should merit a rematch of some kind between these two warriors without the interference of this damn Damian Priest. But I guess I'll never know.
Yep. Hopefully they surprised each other with their agility on many occasions.
And
be like, holy fuck, how you do that?
And I look forward
to
that.
That was all the rage in 2019, 2020.
Oh yeah.
How you do that? Oh my God. Let's all pause for a moment and really soak that in.
You know he did that this year in WWE?
Rings a bell. Who did it?
It was after the Street Profits won the SmackDown tag titles. They had a title defense against Pretty Deadly, where Montez Ford flipped out of a thing like that. And Pretty Deadly like, holy fuck. And Montez Ford's like, yes, working for you, I fucking did that. And I was like, die.
All right, let's get into SmackDown. Obviously, the stuff that is, a lot of it will pertain to the matches that happen at WrestleMania, which we'll get into. But I have some notes on, stuff that isn't particularly relevant to WrestleMania. I would say it's a pretty watchable show on the whole, largely carried by the Bryan and Gulak versus the Artist Collective feud, and also Otis.
Question.
Those guys are on, and I'm happy.
Did you watch Bryan versus Gulak from Elimination Chamber?
I did not rewatch it, no.
Yeah, I watched it myself.
Good though, I take it?
Yeah, real good. Like, it was one of those matches where it really felt like, just like Bryan in his bag of like, maybe I may be paralyzed. Ooh. That's the Bryan Danielson match.
I love that.
Really, really great stuff. And they both looked great. The thing that I couldn't believe, and I mentioned this to you, is I knew the reputation of this match. I thought, okay, this is one where like they just booked a match. It's just a match. There's not that much story to it. Just the inherent conflict of man versus man, technical wrestling, and then Corey Graves, who I think is a fraud on commentary. People will be like, oh, he's the next Jesse Ventura, Bobby Heenan. He is shit. He is shit on my shoe. And
yes.
I couldn't believe the narrative he put forward, where in the lead up, Gulak had been telling Bryan, I know I've seen holes in your game, and you are not as good as you once were. And so eventually Bryan's like, if you think I have so many holes in my game, why don't you play my game and face me? And Gulak's like, okay. And then Corey Graves, far from saying that this is antagonistic because he's a heel commentator, his read on it is, Drew Gulak in social situations is a little off. Sometimes downright awkward. He was trying to compliment Bryan. And I was like...
yeah, sometimes it goes for a handshake and, what have you done?
Yeah, I guess it ages well. I guess it ages well in retrospect. But when I was just watching this match, I was like, man, why can't you just have a good match? Why do you always have to have stuff this fucking bullshit with it? They're having a nice match. Just let them be.
You reckon that's one of those things like how like Sami Zayn was annoying because their perception was like they talk to him and they're annoyed. So they're like, oh, this guy's fucking awkward. He's awkward now. Awkward man.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. It's weird because I remember like, so he comes in as like catch point guy, but then I feel like he catches fire as like, he like gets that like fucking like quaff, and he's doing like the. Was it just like make 205 Live great again? Was it as basic as that, or did he have some other thing? I can't remember. But yeah, he was doing the politician thing, right? And it seemed funny, but then that just kind of got dropped, and he was back to being serious catch point man. And then this happens, and then he leaves that whole thing, and then he's just like around until the point of cancellation. Like at the point he was being cancelled, he was just in fucking NXT again, wrestling for the Heritage Cup. And it's just like... Yeah,
he didn't he like go down to NXT around the time where Cody signed, because Cody just hates him for some reason.
Oh, that's right. Cody hates him. That's so true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was goddamn awkward.
He doesn't wear knee pads.
He doesn't wear knee pads, and like...
Oh, you have no right to do that.
What was this story that Quinn brought up? It was like they were eating pizza at the indie show, and Drew Gulak was like being a bitch about it. It's very funny. He was like, "Oh, I guess you could all eat pizza, huh?" And then Cody's like, "I hate you. I hate your guts. I want to kill you. Go to NXT." So yeah, like that's definitely the thing that props it up. The artist collective. Shinsuke Nakarama. He's here and he's standing around.
Shinsuke Nakarama.
Whatever his name is, he's finally in WWE. I can't believe it.
You got any week 1 specific notes?
Triple H is the worst person ever. It opens with him masturbating some more, and it's this thing where on commentary, Triple H, which he is on commentary the whole time, he is very amused with himself. He thinks he's got a very good sense of humour, and he writes the paychecks for everyone around him so they laugh. That is how it goes, right? But then there's these like 2 moments of sincerity he does. Like he opens up, it's like, welcome to the W Performance Center. Due to circumstances, we have to hold it here. We cannot be in front of you, the WWE Universe. And I want you now to forget about the world around you and let us do what we do. You know, one of his catchphrases, fucking do what we do. He can't say fucking wrestling. And it's just like such a fucking thing where he's like, in the most way he can, he's like trying to reach the people and be like, hey, it's alright, we'll be here, don't worry about it. And then he goes on commentary, oh, he's fucking good. I hate it.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe that the one time we see Jeff Hardy here is a 2-minute match with Baron Corbin that doesn't go anywhere, and then Triple H is like, oh, it's working to the crowd, there's no here. Fuck off! You scripted this shit, you piece of fucking garbage!
Yeah. Triple H Pooh Man bad.
And there's one indignity that Morrison gets taken off of NXT, but it's a whole other thing that fucking Triple H buries Morrison on SmackDown by trying to parody his shit. He can't even think of a goddamn fucking reference. He's literally like, oh, insert some reference I looked up here. We'll fucking look up one! Come to the mat with your fucking references, man!
Yeah. My thoughts exactly. The first taste of pandemic wrestling that we got on SmackDown is women's tag, and apparently I wrote this down. I don't have memory of writing this down, but it says, I feel like I'm watching a custom match, only with no sexual gratification and voyeurism. Full stop.
Oh no.
I could not come. I mean, I can't say that I tried, so... But
oh man. So yeah, everyone is a customs match now. You ever seen that one that Seth Rollins did back in the day?
No.
I remember like it would get posted as like a ha look at him be gay thing, and it was literally like. He's doing like Hindu push-ups, except like, oh, he's wearing skimpy shorts and he's just like humping the mat. Oh my god! And so I hope whoever paid $65 for that had their sexual gratification. But yeah, as you say, none to be seen here.
Yeah, and what a pity that is. If the pandemic hit and they're all just like.
We hear it.
You just sit down, forget your troubles, and bash the fuck out of that thing.
We here at WWE are going to do what we do best. Give you the trustee. Oh dear.
Yeah, my notes are mostly on Triple H. Terrible Vince impersonation. Thinks he's the funniest guy ever. Just sucking his own fucking dick. Rob Gronkowski, though, he's going to wrestle. Bank on it.
It's so funny. Like, Gronk is the host of WrestleMania. This gets established week 2. And from there, every single TV show that WWE does from then until WrestleMania features an aside saying, and hosting WrestleMania will be Rob Gronkowski, the former All-Pro, and every single time they play the clip of him coming out and doing a creepy little dance. And like, usually, you know, with the WWE polish, you expect like something like sort of like seg or transition into it. No, they just like flat played the clip. It's so fucking funny every time.
Yeah, that was like one of the few things I remembered from this period of WWE TV, just the dance. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, he knows how to party.
Oh yeah. You got anything else to say on SmackDown?
So let's see. Week 2, SmackDown is where they make it definitive that this WrestleMania, you know, we looked at the lineup and we decided, you know what, this WrestleMania is too big for one night. That's going to be too
what? No
I
fucking way.
I couldn't believe it myself. They fucking did it. The madmen. And then, you know, Gronk comes out and dances, and, you know, his pal is in to the WWE. It's Mojo Rawley, who I don't think had been doing fucking anything before this, so it's good to catch him around for this. And it's quite interesting because Mojo asks Gronk, he's like, has it been a
Do you reckon the last thing he did was like painting his face in the mirror, and then the mirror breaks, and he's like, "Ah!"
Oh, I forgot that.
That was pretty cool, and it led to absolutely nothing. So
Yeah. So yes, like, has it been a dream of yours to be part of WrestleMania? And you know what? Gronk is like, hell yeah, man. I was watching FCW. Like, hell yeah, man. Me too. And then, you know, Corbin comes out, King Corbin, and he's like, Gronk, you must pay tribute to me, King of SmackDown. And Gronk is like, hell no. And then Elias is there to sing a song about how King Corbin suck. And then Gronk, he pawns King Corbin by like he like pushes him over Mojo Rawley, who is kneeling down. And then King Corbin is like, alright, you fucked up now, I'm gonna hurt you. And then he does, and he gets bamboozled by the Gronk, which is spectacular. Ah, yes. So we already talked about how, you know, they showed Triple H versus Roman Reigns, but then they also showed Michael Hickenbottom versus Richard Flair from WrestleMania 24. Oh. And what did you end up thinking of this match overall once you had watched it as part of this?
Yeah, so I actually put it on my twisty listy. Just for the fucking vibes. I remembered the I am sorry, I love you, and that still sucks, but it's not a fair thing to define the match, I don't think. I really liked, I liked the match he was having with, like, MVP and Mr. Kennedy before he was, before that.
Yeah.
Like the retirement tour type thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought it was all pretty good. Great fan service when he goes to the top rope, and he hits a move.
Yeah, hits the crossbody. I guess, like, the thing I was thinking going in is that, like, I know there's going to be this, like, moment at the end, but, like, the work is probably going to do something to, like, maybe not justify it, but, like, at least kind of, like, make up for it. And I think Shawn Michaels fucking caving his ribs in one of Mr. Moonsault is making up for
yeah,
it.
Yeah,
That's pretty sick.
Good spot.
And yeah, like, Flair still, like, has this, like, just, like, these great instincts, and, like, he's able to move pretty well still. And yeah, it was a nice match. The thing I noted is Michael Cole brings it in on from the performance that I was saying, one of my favourite all-time WrestleMania moments ever, when Flair retired. And then I'm watching the match. JR and King are on commentary because it's a Raw match, right? And so sometimes you can see the other commentary table at ringside. And you know what Michael Cole's doing? He seems to be in a fucking trance. He just kind of like slumped over.
When he's not actively doing WWE commentary, his eyes just go black and his head slumps down.
Yeah. It's really like a doll that's turned off or something. It's crazy. But you know,
I am reliably informed by my programmers that this was great.
Accessing data bank. This was 5 stars. And yeah, that is like all of the detritus that SmackDown has to offer. Everything else is like part of the whale, you know. We'll get to it. And so now that only fucking leaves one, the flagship Monday Night Raw.
One of the harder brands to watch because obviously the well-documented fact that it is long. It's still long, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this is where you get all the Seth freaking Rollins, and he is terrible.
Really
On the
bad.
bright side, though, we get Asuka being crazy, and we get some Ray matches until he vanishes for no reason.
What did you think of, like, on the People Draw, Madcap Moss defending the 24/7 title?
Oh yeah, that segment in his neighborhood. R-Truth pwns him.
What I'm thinking of, though, because like that happens like maybe week 3, I'm thinking of like he comes out and beats Cedric Alexander on the last People Draw. And
Oh yeah, an actual match.
yes,
For the 24/7 championship.
an actual match.
What the fuck is that about?
And they're putting him
Nobody
over.
interferes.
They're putting him over like he's fucking Rhino. You remember when like Rhino was a hardcore champion and they were like, he's so tough that 24/7 doesn't even matter to him. They're putting him over like that. Like no one wants to be in Riddick Moss's fucking territory. They know they'll get their ass kicked. They go like, he shot his own shot. He's been writing his own headlines. And in WWE speak, that's high as praise, right? And for some reason, they just decide to give up on this shit and just put it back on R-Truth. It's so weird. Because, like, you know,
Yeah.
it wasn't like he was burning the place down or whatever, but, like, fucking you could just fucking believe in him for a little more, you know? Make something out of this title.
Yeah, quite peculiar. But yeah, that first Raw, according to Strigger, 8,700 fans. That's what they were doing. Of course, now it would be fucking 8 trillion. Am I right?
Yeah, good day for the New York territory. This was not a good day for New York territory.
And Jerry Lawler is still there. What the fuck? He must have taken some kind of hiatus and then popped up for like 2 months or something.
Yeah.
So there's no way he was like continuously on WWE TV until 2020.
And it's him as a heel again. Did you notice?
Yeah.
Raw happens. They announced next week will be March 16th, 316 day. Steve Austin will be here. And, you know, I'm looking forward to this nice thing, you know. It's like, we're coming to his, I believe they say that, they're going to his neighborhood of Texas. It's going to be great. And then, no, they don't. They're in the performance center.
Boo-hoo.
And Austin come out. And he is like, if you want to hear what 316 day is all about, give me a hell yeah. And then it cuts to that empty chair, which I heard many people back during this time call a lot of stuff Lynchian due to the surreal nature of the empty arena thing. But the shot of the empty chair was by far the most deserving of the tag. Austin is like, what? I cannot believe this. There is no one here to tell me hell yeah, but thankfully Byron Saxon's here. He says, hell yeah! And he begins rating the different things of 316 day. So the 316 day is like Steve Austin reading a cue card that says, on 316 day, the speed limit is just a suggestion, which given his recent crash into an innocent with an ATV is ill-advised. On 316 day, happy hour is all hours. And then Byron will raise an 8. And Steve Austin will be like, you're rating me? Thank you, Byron. But then eventually he tires of this. He invites Byron to come down and says, you're wearing red socks. Gotta get me them red socks. And Byron, he has no idea that he is being invited in here under dubious pretenses. He's being invited in to get started. And then, Becky Lynch is here as well.
Yeah, that makes it doubly as good.
Yeah, like we'll get to it later, but the fucking I think forcing Becky Lynch into here so that she can be a legend is just like so bad.
Yeah.
It shaped up to be the perfect segment, but then Becky Lynch has to come in and beat up Byron Saxton, and she goes, "That's what happens when the man and Stone Cold come around." I'm like, shut up. It wasn't Byron. Where's Byron? So
I mean, Byron's still there with his salmon-coloured tie, his red socks.
yeah, and I love how like Byron is like he's like coming down his list and he's like going yeah, looking pretty good. Thank you.
I love that just doing this podcast has made, I think, both of us just be like, oh, I fucking love Byron Saxton.
Byron Saxton, he's our man.
Yeah. He says the things that the company wants him to say. But he doesn't. Such a nice man. He's such a nice young man.
And so
I do have one first week note. It's about Eric Rowan.
Oh shit!
Who does not appear at WrestleMania. He was a vintner last time we saw him, but now he carries a mysterious cage with a blanket over it. He gets the best gimmicks, man. God bless him. But oh no, Drew McIntyre smashing the cage with steel steps. Fuck you,
that?
Dingleberry.
Yeah, why do you do that? It's like they introduced, like, it must have been like maybe like 2 weeks old at this point. I remember there's a thing where like Rowan reaches into the cage and he comes out and his hand is bleeding from a bite. Oh, what kind of sick creatures in here? And then like next week like, oh, Drew killed it. Okay. Yay.
Yeah, and then he's just not seen on any of the TV.
Yeah, no.
He's mourning his lost whatever the fuck it was.
Next week on Raw, WrestleMania gets announced that instead of that fucking stadium that we're going to, WrestleMania is going to be emanating from right here in the Performance Center. I'm thinking to myself, why? What happened?
What happened?
And then, they're like, oh, hey, let's look back on 316 Day. And Byron is like, what? No, don't show that. And, the replay allows me to recall something where, the exact turn that Austin does to Byron is like, they decide to toast, and then Byron's like, here's a toast to you for being such a jackass. And then Byron, like, it's not an immediate thing where like he stuns him, so Byron's like, okay, and starts drinking his beer. It's pretty good. And then Raw is fucking like the next week. This is when Riddick Moss loses his 24/7 title to R-Truth. He's just going about in his ring gear outside, like in a suburban neighborhood, and then R-Truth comes up and steals the title from him via roll-up, which is okay. I remember when I learned they were doing a 24/7 title, and it felt like something where like surely like, oh yeah, like a hardcore title was so sick, this should be good, but they have one note for it, and you just keep playing that over and over and over again, and it's so sad, honestly. There's some main event theft on Raw. First of all, there's the curious case of Aleister Black versus Leon Ruff. Now I'm watching main events, empty arena main events, and here comes Aleister Black. In the ring is Leon Ruff, scrawny little job boy, and the bell rings. Aleister Black is just doing his usual cross-legged stuff, and Leon Ruff is mystified by this. He's telling her, come on, get him up. Get him up. Come on, stand up. Oh. He's so scared of Aleister Black because he knows that if he makes a wrong move, he'll get the black mass, and that'll be very bad boo-boo for him. But then Aleister Black hits the black mass, and I watched this match and I thought, that's pretty good. And then, before I even get to the next part, remember this. Byron Saxton sees this, and he says, Leon Ruff, we will no longer be requiring your services on main event. And then, Raw. Aleister Black comes out. Alright. Put competitors over the ring. Let's raise the lights to see who it is. It's Leon Ruff. Alright. A rematch of what happened on main event. Perhaps Mr. Ruff will have learned from...
Yeah, I hope that, good fan service to us loyal main event viewers here. Following on from the story.
Psychology will be immense. He will have learned it'll be King's Road shit here. And then they do the exact same match. The exact same stupefied by cross-legged. The same cats caught by the black mass. And then Byron Saxton, he says... Leon Ruff, we will no longer be requiring your services on Raw. Just blatantly redoing
what should
a
have
match.
happened is Aleister Black sits down and he's like, I'm not falling for that again. If you don't know what I'm referring to, watch the main event last week. It was great.
Like fucking at this point, Leon Ruff is really he's running out of places where his services are needed. It's really trying. Nobody knows the pandemic. Be a bit sympathetic. And then another
he
thing.
was on Evolve until Evolve's services were no longer needed in the world.
And also a main event, they run Kaden Carter versus Asuka. And it's a pretty alright match. Good stuff.
Yeah.
And then on Raw, they run Kaden Carter versus Asuka, and they're like, holy fuck, this is such a big opportunity for Kaden Carter. She already had it. Why don't you acknowledge your own show? Does Hulu mean nothing to you?
Pretty crazy.
That's about all the miscellaneous I've got for Raw.
Alright. Twisty listy time?
Oh, I think it's time for the Twisty Listy. Here's the Twisty Listy that I made.
Twisty Listy. I would never do that. I am what I am. I'm always going to be honest. At the end of the day, I'm never going to lie, really. I'm never going to. That's fair enough. Don't keep talking shit. Keep blocking me. Keep talking to you. I've got Netflix coming through. My son's coming through.
You got block all them because I
So thank you, CFO $, for providing the Twisty Listy jingle this time round. My Twisty Listy starts off with the Performance Center NXT. I thought Dakota Kai versus Mia Yim was pretty good. The women's division, it has some good hands in it, and Kai and Yim are two such ones. From that same episode of 11th of March, Kushida versus Raul Mendoza. That was a really nice match. It was good to see Kushida again. I thought Mendoza did pretty well for himself. A good thing to do before being kidnapped. Then 12th of March on the People's main event, Umberto Carrillo versus Shelton Benjamin. This was a nice match. I quite liked it. It made me feel like I was back in that 2015 groove, just like a good little TV match. They had the story of Shelton Benjamin, he's been winning for 3 weeks straight. Can he keep it up? No, he gets beat. Oh. And it was pretty good. Then we get to the first No People SmackDown, the opener you mentioned, Bayley and Sasha Banks versus Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross. This was really good. This was really nice. It is a strong women's division they have.
Did you bust?
No sexual gratification. I am the Vol-Cell-fed soldier. There was just something about it where I just immediately was like, okay, yeah, like a lot of these people can just like prosper under these conditions. It's not as if like they were reliant on like some imaginary crowd or whatever. Got in there, the work was really good. You know, I think this is the first time I'd really like sat down and consciously watched Bayley as a heel, and I think she's really good at it. And Sasha Banks is like really good at it too. And like Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross, like I think they're a pretty fun combo. Like they are wacky, but they got the chemistry, you know, and it's like a great sort of babyface act they got going. So yeah, really nice match. And then Aleister Black versus Leon Ruff from 19th of March main events. Yeah, pretty funny. And then we've got here King James versus Kenny Williams from 19th of March NXT UK. We talked about it. It was a fun little match. Like, I'm glad that we got an actual exhibit of the Wrestling Genius gimmick. It wasn't just like the Battle Royal elimination. We got like him doing his thing. It was pretty good. And then from 205 Live, 20th of March, Joaquin Wilde versus Danny Burch. Danny Burch, like you mentioned him, just like what a gem to have around. Just like a really, he hits hard and he batters people, and like I think that's like a constant thing of 205 Live is it's not a show where like there's a bunch of high flyers going around. It's these small men who, I don't want to say work like heavyweights, but they just have this like really ground style where they just like really beat the fuck out of each other. And like
a lot of mat work and shit, like
yeah,
not just a flippity doo dah.
And even someone like Joaquin Wilde, who like would strike you as like a high flyer, he like really will like milk work that's been done on the ground, you know, just like really like fucking like be like my fucking knee, you know. And where this was really visible to me was the next match, which was on the same episode, which is Isaiah Swerve Scott versus Oni Lorcan, which this was fucking, it might have been one of my favourite matches that I watched this whole time, probably WrestleMania included. I just like really loved how it seemed like everything was thought about, like all the details. The thing I was thinking about, like, so when I was talking about the flaws I heard from Swerve, I even like read a review, I believe, of this match that talked about like, it feels like he has his moves and he does them without out with the story of the match. I disagree with that. He got his leg work done, and like just like the whole time, like with the MP arena, you could just hear the struggle that he was exhibiting and like doing everything with a bad wheel, you know. To add to that, Oni Lorcan, what an incredible talent he is! Just like such a wondrous competitor, has such an intensity to him behind everything he does. And yeah, it felt like a really big sort of match. Like by the time it was over, it felt like a triumph for one Swerve Scott. And then on SmackDown, 20th of March, we have Daniel Bryan and Drew Gulak versus Cesaro and Shinsuke Nakamura. And this match was pretty fun. As we'll get to, it's kind of taken away from by like I was kind of wondering whether to put like Daniel Bryan versus Cesaro, which happened the previous week, down as a twisty, but I feel like, you know, like the focus on like Zayn on commentary kind of like just like it can make it so hard, you know. But this one, it was a bit more of an easy thing. Like the action was like, okay, yeah, sure. And then from that same episode, Otis and Tucker of Heavy Machinery versus The Miz and John Morrison. Man, like you know, like the angle before it of The Miz and John Morrison showing off their cinematic skills may not have been the best, but then I watched this match and it's really good. It's really fucking good, and I love hearing all the stuff that like they like say, you know, like that's another thing. Like you can just like hear all the stuff, and it'll be like, you know, like the Miz gets put in a stalling suplex, and John Morrison will be like, "Okay, you better get out of that." You know, this is pretty good, and like Heavy Machinery, a really good team, as we'll get to. Then on 25th of March, NXT in the empty Full Sail University, Killian Dane versus Tahuti Miles. I quite like that match. It was nice. It's a nice little match where Tahuti Miles, he comes in, small man, tries to take it to a big man, and big man murk him. Pretty good. Then from the same episode, Cameron Grimes versus Tony Nese. This was a really good match. You know, I can't say I've watched much Trevor Lee, but I always heard hype about him, about like his incredible in-ring prowess, and yeah, he brought it here. Like him and Tony Nese had like a little banger. And then from the 26th of March, NXT UK, Oliver Carter and Ashton Smith versus Marcel Bartel and Fabian Eichner. Oh, ew. Marcel Bartel. Oh. Wonderful stuff. Absolutely. And then from the 27th of March 205 Live, Isaiah Swerve Scott versus Joaquin Wilde. Just another example of how just like intense and smouldering these cruiserweight matches are. It's wonderful to see stuff where like I'm digging this so much I can totally understand why WWE crowds didn't think of this at all. You know, like maybe it feels like over exaggerating, but it really feels like counter to what the programming of WWE is. You know, I really appreciate it. I love the thing I loved is like there's this creative spot where like Joaquin Wilde goes for a baseball slide and sort of traps him in that apron. And it's like, oh my god, you know, just like real creative stuff. And then the other match on that 205 Live was Oni Lorcan versus Tony Nese. I think that match like really exhibited well, just like a struggle, because like Oni Lorcan, he loses, but like he's always in the fight. He's always like resisting, and like, you know, he might be in a submission and he like tries to slap the fuck out of Tony Nese's abs. And, you know, it's like really satisfying pro wrestling. And then on that same day on SmackDown, Alexa Bliss versus Asuka. Good ass match. Really great action. Builds to the fucking women's tag title match. Loved it.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I think this might be a record low in terms of overlap. There's quite a few that I didn't have on my list. Quite a few on my list that you didn't have on yours. So I will get into mine now. My first one is the first match of the project that I watched. It's Rey Mysterio versus Angel Garza, or Angel Garza.
Yeah.
He's Angel, right? Yeah.
Angel, yeah. Nice.
And off with the pants, full stop.
Off with the pants! They say it.
Yeah, I like when he takes off the pants. That's good. I remember there being like a lot of excitement for him at this time from people who were paying attention. Like what a perfect mid-card heel he seems like. You know, like cocky little face, good wrestling ability.
Oh yeah.
Really good. But well, it looks of it now, he's just rotting in the tag division. So I mean, I guess technically he's in it now, but it feels like there's a bit more focus on tags than there is at this moment we were recording. But yeah, it's a good match with the fucking TV match guard Rey. Yeah, great performance. My next one is from I did the thing again where I wrote out the episode numbers. So that was from Raw 1398.
All right.
My next match is from NXT number 516. How did they even have that many at this point? That's crazy. Keith Lee versus Cameron Grimes, North American title match. Lee is a flawed but fun wrestler, and he worked for me here. He feels like a big fucking deal. Like he's turned up at the Survivor Series.
Yeah.
He was in the Royal Rumble in a featured way. Like he's peaking hard. And oh no, he's gonna become the Bearcat soon, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the Bearcat. Oh dear.
If what I'm hearing is true, poor Keith Lee.
Yeah.
You know, so, sometimes his corny elements hit. I like when Grimes does a dive and Lee catches him.
Yeah.
And he's like, no.
Yeah, I can hit.
And he nods as if to say, like, indubitably.
Yeah, I think that's it. Is that like he is someone who like would be like that. It doesn't feel like he's like affecting something. That's just how he is.
Yeah, a strange man for sure. What was he tweeting recently? like, was there like a natural like disaster or something in like Vietnam? He's like, my thoughts and prayers go out to the people in Vietnam, and then he was like, the time has come. He quote tweeted that with like, the time is coming. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh man, that's very good.
Trevor Lee or Cameron Grimes. I probably have a bit more experience with it. I quite liked the look of him from when I was watching 2015 TNA.
Oh yeah.
And then later I would have found out about the matches that he had in fucking what was that promotion called? CWF Mid Atlantic.
Yes, Brad Stutz.
Where the matches were like 50 minutes. Didn't get into those quite as much. But he's good here, I would say. Seen enough to determine he's definitely a good TV wrestler. Gets polished off by the pounds here. The pounds.
Very nice.
Yeah, one of the greatest finishes ever. It's very satisfying and sick. Next, we go to 205 Live number 170. The 205 Live Originals and Mike Kanellis against Team NXT. I might take issue with Mike Kanellis being listed as a 205 original, but this was definitely a fun way to start off the pandemic grappling. Lots of dissension among teammates, some fun yelling that you wouldn't otherwise get to appreciate.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, lots of other nice stuff that didn't need a crowd to work.
That reminds me, the fucking Bollywood boys were here, and they didn't show up ever again.
Yes! Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
They're just seconding the 205 originals, I think. Yeah, they must have been post-Jinder by this point, and I guess they had matches on 205, but I can't really remember. They might have been like opening match 205 guys.
That sounds about right, yeah. I mean, like, they were out in ring gear, so...
Yeah. Gallagher looks crazy, but, obviously very good despite a extremely tainted legacy. The MVP would have to be Oni, though. Just the absolute fucking TV match king of the late 2010s. Oh my god. You ever seen him, like, versus Drew McIntyre?
I never have.
It's like 3 minutes, and it's fucking great, man. Oh my god. And then before he starts teaming with Danny Burch, he has a match with him that's along the same lines.
Oh shit. Yeah.
That shit was just the best. Next. So I have included matches that were aired, retrospective airings of matches. So we go to a match that was shown on SmackDown number 1073. It's the Tag Team Elimination Chamber match from Elimination Chamber 2020. That was Morrison and Miz against Ziggler and Rude versus the Usos. That's Heavy Machinery versus New Day versus Lucha House Party. Some very fun spots in this. Lindsay Dorado does a chain-assisted shooting star press from the ceiling.
Yeah,
which is
that was sick.
A sentence. And I love Otis just steaming through 2 layers of plexiglass.
Yeah.
Otis is really fucking over, as he should be, but he was really over at this time. I would say that we didn't really see much of them again after this. I don't know what happened to Bobby Roode, but Ziggler and Roode, they seem like a pretty good act together.
I agree. The thing I noticed about this match is it's funny to see like Michael Cole clearly not know which Uso is which.
Yeah, it was really difficult until Jay got the weird hair. Still on SmackDown 1073, Cesaro versus Daniel Bryan. A shorty but a goodie. Great explosivity, transitions into submissions, and just all the shit that you can rely on these two for. 2 fucking masters. Next, we go to Raw 1399, where they aired the Royal Rumble from 2020. the men's Royal Rumble, I should say, from 2020. Yeah, I'm really high on this. At least the Brock half, I think it's kind of like a masterpiece. There's definitely guys like Rowan and most notably Cesaro, where you just kind of murk them straight away. But there's also a lot of, a ton of what made Brock like just this unparalleled talent at the time. I love the start with him, Elias is singy to songy, and he just fucking bowls straight for him, and Elias is like, oh my god.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah.
You get loads of Lesnar's cut-off game here, like the fucking sudden knees. I think he's like probably the best ever at cut-off offense. The bit where it looks like Kofi, Biggie, and Ray are gonna, team up and best him, but he just comes exploding back. It's fucking genius. The Shelton Benjamin bit rules. It's like, haha, OVW. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. Brock dancing to MVP's theme. That was great.
I was just thinking, I was expecting Shelton Benjamin to shake his hand and then you have a Warriors battle, but then instead he just like turns around like, okay, we'll double team them. I'm showing my back to you. Whoopsie.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And then obviously reacting to Keith Lee. He's like, oh, big boy! Waving his arms around. Fucking great. And then Ricochet kicks him in the nuts. and then Drew eliminates him. Insane pop. Drew feels like instantly made from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say a pretty flawless first half of the Rumble. And then it's just like, yeah, it's alright.
Yeah, like Edge returns and then like...
Yeah, I mean, Edge, like, objectively, like an insane pop, crazy return for the amount of years he was out, like 9 years or something. Yeah, 9?
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah, pretty crazy. But it is tough to regain the momentum after that first half, and the crowd seems a little drained as well. It's really underlined that before Edge comes out, Carl Anderson is working over Dolph Ziggler in the corner.
God, yeah. One thing I really did like is, like Edge and Orton have their face-off here, and then Edge throws Orton out, and they'd already had this thing of like, we are friends, but then he gets thrown out, and he's looking at Edge, and he's like, oh, whoa, and then like there's this wonderful moment where like finally Orton like waves his hand and goes, just walks away.
Amazing Randy moment there.
It is a Randy moment. Yeah, Randy
moment. But yeah, fucking, it's only like fine after the Lesnar elimination, and I would say overall it's good enough to be like the best Rumble since like fucking at least like the 2000s. Maybe 2008 or some shit.
Yeah.
We're still on Raw 1399. Anytime we have to read out the 4-digit numbers, it's quite fun. Andrade versus Rey Mysterio. Another fun Rey TV match. I remember these guys having a fucking like perfect TV matches on like SmackDown, probably at the start of like 2019. This is not quite like classic level stuff, but it's just really nice. Crowd being absent, like barely notice it. And Asuka, who else? It's on guest commentary for this one, just being weird for the vibes, which is cool. And what a strange image it is to see her sat next to Jerry Lawler, like two people you just never picture being next to each other.
Like, can you imagine world famous Kana writing the manifesto on how Joshi Pro Wrestling sucks, and just imagine like in 10 years she'll be sat next to Jerry Lawler.
Now we're on to SmackDown 1074. It's Cesaro and Shinsuke Nakamura.
Whatever his name is.
Whatever his name is, fucking hell. And versus Daniel Bryan and Drew Gulak. it is unfortunate that they feel the need to cut to a shot of Sami Zayn while on commentary quite so much. I don't know why they do that. Like, yeah, we can hear him speaking. His voice is like significantly different to the commentators, so you don't need to show me that he is the one talking right now. It's fucking annoying, but this is still really good. I enjoyed this mini push for Gulak that I never really experienced at the time. I feel like I can tell that, whereas probably a lot of wrestlers are sort of shitting themselves at having like no crowd to fall back on. It really feels like guys like Bryan and Cesaro are just relishing the opportunity to go out there and put on, substantially good stuff despite the circumstances. Like,
yeah,
they're fucking good.
Yeah.
Same episode, Heavy Machinery versus the Miz and John Morrison. Otis is like, he's an absolute gift of a wrestler. You give me any hypothetical WWE dream match scenario, and I'm probably going to include Otis. Remember when CM Punk came back? WWE socials were like, "Who do you want to see CM Punk face?" And all the fucking plebs are like, "Oh, Seth freaking Rollins." No, Otis. I want Otis now.
That'd be
Fuck
so
that
sick.
shit. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's so entertaining, but he's also, he's a legit threat. And so when he goes into like Otis smash mode, it's very effective.
Oh yeah.
And they should never have pussied out on his Money in the Bank win. He should have won the world title.
I agree.
Miz and Morrison's stuff outside the ring was not very funny, but I think they work well as dickhead heels here. There's a funny aspect of the breakaway barricade spot, which is very peculiar in an empty arena. Just like a big, but without the oh.
Yeah.
Funny. And I think this is the first hint of some epic hackers.
Yeah. So
They
like,
only hack SmackDown.
I saw the hacking, and I thought, oh yeah, Retribution's coming soon. No, Retribution starts in August, when they start doing the vignettes for that. I don't know who this hacker is. I don't know if it's.
Oh really? Oh, I just assumed Retribution as well.
Me too. But then I looked it up and no, they're on Raw and it's not August yet. I don't know who this is. Who is hacking SmackDown?
Specifically, who is getting Sonya Deville, exposing her to the world. Yeah, it's quite strange. Good match anyway. Now we go to a match shown on Raw 1400.
Oh.
from Royal Rumble 2015. It's John Cena versus Seth Rollins versus Brock Lesnar. Let's really do a deep dive on this one. Nah, just kidding. We check out episode 4 of OGP if you want to hear us talk about that.
Yup. Still really good though.
Yeah, it's good. And then another retrospective match shown on Raw 1400 is Asuka versus Charlotte Flair.
Oh.
Asuka is one of the best wrestlers, and there was still a ton of upside in Charlotte at this time. Yeah. Even so, with that in mind, I was still surprised by quite how much I enjoyed revisiting this one. I thought it was fucking it had to be the match of the night. There's no way.
Oh yeah.
Someone topped that. Yeah, really, really fun and impactful match. Charlotte's dodgy moonsault is salvaged by amazing catch into the triangle choke by Asuka. Charlotte pulls off a fucking Spanish fly just for the vibes and does an actually really sick spear.
Yeah.
Looked like it fucking split her in half. Throughout the match, Charlotte's arm has been worked on, and so the finish is her bridging into the figure 8 with one arm, which is bleeding. That was a cool moment, cool visual. And yeah, this is fucking great. Jesus.
There's going to be a lot of people I say this for. I wish they just let Charlotte wrestle more. She's really good. She's one of the best. She is all the hype it is. Why can't they just have her wrestle instead of talk? It makes me forget she's good.
Yeah. Although it's kind of epic when it just all fucking breaks down. Next, NXT number 518.
Oh.
Danny Burch and Oney Lorcan versus Brendan Vink and Shane Vaughn.
Brendan Vink!
Brandon Vink! Fuck yeah. We were kind of obsessed with this guy. I remember going through WWE cards on Cage Match at the time and thinking like, who the fuck is Brendan Vink? Well, now I know. He is a pretty good tall wrestler.
Yeah.
With a nice frame, nice shape to him.
Like the first time I heard of Brendan Vink was like, oh, he's on Raw and he's pinning Ricochet with a big boot. And I was like, huh? What? Why? And then I watched WTV from 2020 and you know what? That is a pretty reasonable push for a Brendan Vink.
Eat it, Ricochet. Nah, Ricochet is pretty cool as well. Birch and Lorcan. I think this is the only instance of them actually teaming up, although they have plenty of singles matches throughout the shows. But yeah, goddamn perfect tag team here. Great sprint, huge impactful moves. Like they really just like fucking sprint through each other and just keep on going. And I've also gone for Roderick Strong versus Matt Riddle. I didn't really expect 2020 Matt Riddle to be troubling in this list, but Roddy is about as reliable as it gets in NXT. Let's say he reins Riddle in. So next on The Great Satan Presents main event number 391. It's Asuka versus Kaden Carter. Asuka is so cool and funny. Yeah, the episode of TV I watched prior to this was an NXT with Kaden Carter versus Candice LeRae, and it almost put me to sleep. But Asuka brought the absolute best out of her and made it worth watching.
I think Kaden Carter has like by far the most ridiculous pose in the WWE at this point. Like, so like she gets on the turnbuckle and then fucking like pats her hand this way and pats her other hand this way and boo and boo and boo boo boo. Bleh. Like she's just like doing all this fucking like shit with her arms, and like even with a crowd this would be cringe.
Yeah. Next. Woohoo! It's NXT UK number 85.
Oh.
Ashton Smith and Oliver Carter against the Imperium team of Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bartel. The Imperium lads are really cool. You see what you've done, TV Time.
Paul Levesque, you should fucking just get in there and get your like morale officer. We got a morale officer. Well, we had one, and he was really good at his job. You should have got one to.
Yeah, you should get the Sandman in to annoy everyone.
Just like smooth it over, man. They had great chemistry.
Yeah.
He should not be teaming with Pete Dunne.
Oh, he's teaming with Pete Dunne?
He was for a bit. Like it was them versus Penter, and I was like, no.
Oh, you better stop doing that. Wait.
Thankfully, Tyler Bate is back from injury, so Pete Dunne is contained within that tag team now.
Oh, I've never been happy to see Tyler Bate back. That's awesome. Yes, this super solid TV match goes just long enough for the baby faces, who are obviously like a few pegs below the Imperium guys. They get some shine without wasting our fucking time. Presumably this is my first time seeing Oliver Carter. Apparently he's now known as Oro Mensah, still in NXT.
Wow.
Not heard that name in my fucking life, but I hope Deuce is enjoying that.
Incredible.
This team apparently won the NXT UK tag titles in 2022, but Ashton Smith only has 2 cage match ratings, both 5.0. Could there be a less discussed WWE belt holder in modern history? I think we found the least discussed WWE belt holder here, Ashton Smith. Next we go to 205 Live number 172. Isaiah Swerve Scott versus Joaquin Wilde. Yeah, this is a very interesting Swerve performance in which he gets pretty mean. Does a lot of sort of rarely seen from him groundwork that's quite good. Wilde is a lot of fun. Crazy finish. to this one with rope-assisted Michinoku driver thing.
He did the Hiromu.
Right, yeah, okay. And then commentary says, can Isaiah Scott make 205 Live Swerve's house?
Wow.
Holy shit.
AEW reference?
Yeah, they were referencing AEW there with that one. From same episode of 205 Live, it's Oni Lorcan versus Tony Nese. Two guys who really excel at being like explosive. Oni brings the gritty mat work and some of the best striking in the company. He is great. SmackDown 1075. Drew Gulak versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Whatever his name is. This is just a really fucking fun feud. It's the perfect stuff to make this performance center business enjoyable. And I love the rapport that Gulak and Bryan have with each other. Like, I think it's the first SmackDown. Bryan comes out and he's like, he looks around and he's like, well, I'm not going to go yes because there's no one here. Gulak's like, no, you have to do it. Yes, yes. And then he do it. That's good.
Yeah. That's pretty great.
Same episode of SmackDown. It's the New Day versus the Usos.
Ooh.
2020 doesn't feel that long ago, but if you said the term aura farming in 2020, they'd be like, the fuck are you talking about? In a time before aura farming, the Usos were a lot of fun. They always had very nice chemistry with the New Day. Lots of twisty pay-per-view matches in 2017 and such. I love Kofi and Big E's crazy dives in this match. Kofi with the big like trust fall off the top rope, which is crazy. Gronk would need a lot of persuading by Vince McMahon to do that one. And Big E does the spear through the ropes that he always managed to make look just fucking dangerous as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Raw 1401. But actually, WrestleMania 35, Ronda Rousey versus Charlotte Flair versus Becky Lynch.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think this one kind of like underwhelmed people at the time, but I'm into it. I do think that Ronda's like first year is like just way up there in terms of like anything that was going on in 2010's WWE.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just a level above in terms of like physicality, carrying herself like a fighter, and even bumping. Like she bumps like her as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck happened by the time she had the like bow out match, but I have a feeling that you make a dick of yourself like personality wise too often, and people will be like, you know what, bad wrestler.
Oh yeah.
That's just the vibe I get from that.
Totally. I mean, like she would have been coming into WWE with like the Sandy Hook stuff on her, so I bet that was like a big block for like a lot of people initially. You know,
Grapply's grapply, people. Come on,
Grapply is grapply, and this was like the first time I ever actually watched her in a pro wrestling context, and I thought she was really great. Like just a really dynamic performer, did all her stuff really well. I wish it was just like her versus Charlotte, because I feel like Becky being in there, like Becky's pretty alright, but like I feel like it just like it is kind of like interrupting what would be a great one-on-one match for me.
Yeah, there is I think it's Survivor Series 2018 where you have like I'll probably put it like top 3 WWE women's matches probably.
Yeah, I still need to get to that.
But in this one, they have a unique spot where they're exchanging. Ronda's like, you chop like a bitch. Charlotte's like, oh yeah, and chops her right in the face. That's great.
It's so great.
And the finish wasn't as... I remembered it being like, oh, disastrous finish though. It's not that bad. Like her shoulder was up when the referee counted 1, but you know, whatever. You ever watch sport, people? Referees are terrible. Fucking Rob Knott's County today. I'm disgusted. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I also enjoyed the match, another match that they aired from the past. It was Brock Lesnar versus Rey Mysterio from
That shit was so good.
Survivor Series 2019. Yeah, really good underdog match. Ray, who's chosen an interesting match to don a little clown face. But yeah, bless him for it. But I guess the story of this one is that Lesnar fucked up Dominic.
Yeah.
So Ray, he's not, he actively wants to hurt Lesnar. So he keeps going for this lead pipe. And eventually he takes a crazy German onto it.
Oh.
I like the bits where he keeps going for the lead pipe and Brock Lesnar stompy on the hand. But this gets particularly fun when Dominic comes down initially to throw in the towel, but he gets murked. And then both father and son get nut shots in on Brock. The great equalizer for Lesnar in throughout some of these years. Just kicking in the nuts, mate.
Yup.
Dom does a cool frog splash. Ray also goes for unspecified top rope move, but gets caught in the F5 for the win. Yeah, some really electric moments in this.
Absolutely.
Short, but really good. Next, Great Satan presents main event number 392. Cedric Alexander versus Fabian Eichner. I thought these guys went hard AF, considering we are the first two people to ever watch this. It's like a custom, but without sexual gratification. Only we get to watch it.
I was quite enchanted by Tom Phillips on commentary. Was like, Fabian Eichner and Cedric Alexander both came up in the Cruiserweight Classic. Fabian Eichner must resent that Cedric Alexander has made it to the main roster. I was like, oh, that's right. Oh.
Yeah, a nice little sub-story. Well done, Tom.
Yeah. Before you.
I mean, I bet he'd love that. Especially if he's on a plane. Do you remember what exactly he said?
Let's see. I found the selfie he took. I'm trying to find the exact.
I know it was a really good sentence.
The key word is face fuck. I'm getting that from this comment thread. I remember being that he was on a plane. Oh wait, Twitter roasts Tom Phillips for sending vulgar messages to a woman on Instagram. Let's see, he sends a selfie, and then the woman he is contacting says, so that's very nice. And then he says, I'm in my seat with a massive erection and the 4 hours flight. I'm going to face fuck the shit out of you. So who would be charmed by such a
I'm on my flight with a massive erection.
Welcome back to Monday Night Raw. I'm here at the Performance Center of Orlando, Florida. I have a
Now we go to 205 Live, number 173, Kushida versus Danny Burch. And all I've put for this is, oh, London boys, they're up for a fight. Because that's his theme. And he is up for a fight. Next, a match shown on SmackDown 1076 from WrestleMania 24. That's so old. Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels. Yeah, we touched on this. I think one of the best things that I could say about this match is that I only paused it once after getting a notification that WWE has bought AAA.
Oh, man.
The banter had to wait, though, because I was watching some Aura Chill cinema here. I will say, though, the narrative from boring people is that, it's such a disgrace that Ric Flair didn't actually retire after this. Nah. Flair vs. Foley in TNA clears this. Fuck you.
I would agree.
It was good that Flair didn't keep to his retirement, because saggy tits old guys bleeding is one of life's most noble forms of entertainment. SmackDown 1076. It's my final twisty listy. Daniel Bryan versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Whatever his name is.
You know,
Crazy to see these two opposite each other, right? Especially in these circumstances.
Yeah, like that was always like the big dream match when like Nakamura came over.
Yeah.
And it happens here. So
Yeah, I'd say they gelled well and produced a pretty twisty match here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I bet that kid is like
Yeah.
fucking like 19 right now or something.
Oh man, yeah. When did Shinsuke Nakamura fucking 2016?
Yeah, 9 years ago.
So, yeah, he was probably like 11, 12 in that. So he's in his 20s probably.
He can vote. He can join the army.
Or going serving in Afghanistan or whatever it's called.
I wouldn't know if there's going to be the Bullet Club over there.
Alright. Should we get into our wrestler listies now?
The wrestler listies, my top 10. And I will start here with number 10, Marcel Bartel. Only one match of this man. And I must say, when I look at the roster of WWE, I see Ludwig Kaiser, and I think, man, he must be like the best wrestler there. And that's purely off vibes. Purely off vibes. But then I see him, and I'm like, oh, I was right. Oh man, this guy is so great. He's just got it all figured out. What charisma he has behind just everything he does. So technically sound too. And it was a delight to see him. Number 9, The Undertaker.
Yes.
The Undertaker is here, and it's the dream of me when I was like 7, and I was missing the American Badass. He comes back with the American Badass, thrusted into this by shoot comments from AJ Styles that we shall get into, to become Big Evil once more, and I could not be happier. He threw that table, and disgrace. Number 8, John Morrison. Like, hearing his team, I was like, oh yeah, you gotta. And this is perfect nostalgia for me. 2000, I started watching WWE again in 2009. So fucking, hearing John Morrison coming out was fucking great. And I think he's really good still.
I wasn't even like for me, he's like Johnny Nitro is what I would have thought of him most as. But when I do see him with that entrance and shit, I'm like, oh yeah. And he had some fucking cool matches in like 2011 and shit.
Yeah, he sure did.
Ladder match, that's a Sheamus, remember that one?
Yes, I do. He's a guy who I think is, as we'll get into, is really good at making his shit look like movie action. You know, he's got like those fucking stunt double chops that come in really handy. Number 7, Da Boss, Sasha Banks. I think she's a really good wrestler. Like, you know, we saw her in 2015 NXT, and like she was pretty good. Now she's like a well-established talent. We don't get a lot of these people on TV every week in matches that are fleshed out, but we did get one with her here, and it was really good. So she's my number 7. Number 6 is Daniel Bryan, who, as we've said, just like, he's still an incredible wrestler, and he thrives in this environment. He just gets to, like, you know, you think of like what Bryan Daniels' wrestling mind is, and like I can't imagine like it was ever not a thing where he was like ready to do this sort of thing, just like stripped down.
I was like thinking back to like you know, him like gleefully telling stories of like working like Butlins and shit, like totally different crowds to what he's used to, but he's up for the challenge, and this was a challenge to him, and he went for it in a way that not many of us did. It's great.
Absolutely wonderful. Number 5, Tony Nese, the premier athlete. Anytime I saw Tony Nese, he was doing twisty stuff, and I think it's pretty funny that he wears this. He wears this wee jacket that barely even hides his abs, but he wears it so that he can then raise it to show his abs and be like, haha, I got abs. It's pretty fun. Number 4, Oni Lorcan, as we've said, a master of the television match, and just like somebody you can really rely on for intensity, somebody you can rely on for just like really good wrestling. Number 3, Alexa Bliss. I really like Alexa Bliss. She's really good in there.
I'm usually kind of unsettled by her, but she's not bad with the Nikki Cross partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like has like a really good consistency to her, and like the Nikki Cross dynamic is very good. Number 2, Isaiah Swerve Scott. Like I was saying, like every match he had was really good. He just like sort of like blew all my expectations out of the water, based on all that I'd read about Swerve Strickland pre AEW and stuff. Just a really great talent. And then my number 1 is Otis. Otis is just like Ludwig Kaiser, where I see his name on the roster. I'm like, he's probably like one of the best, if not the best wrestler on there. And like, I barely the only Otis match I'd seen before this, it would have been him versus Shinsuke Nakamura, which was like 2 minutes, and Otis wins with the Vader Splash, and that was it. That's all I ever saw of Otis. But I was like, this guy, he's the guy. And then I watch him, and it turns out I was right. He is the guy.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So yeah, that's my top 10. What about you?
So for me, I've gone with number 10, Randy Orton.
Oh.
There's, Randy Orton's a fucking ledge. And I think what convinced me to put him here is, so there's consecutive Raws where Edge first cuts promo to Randy, who was not there, and then Randy cut promo directed to Edge, who was not there. And I felt that Randy's was so much better than Edge's. Like, Edge's was really boring, and Randy's was pretty sick, and that's enough to get the 10 spot, I would say.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Number 9, The Undertaker.
Whoa, 6 spots.
He's so bold, but he's so sick. And I love, truly one of the great midlife crises here. Wonderful. Number 8, Bray Wyatt, just an unstoppably creative force that I really miss. I don't care if his hit-miss ratio is bad. I just want ideas, guys. I respect ideas, guys. Yeah, the Firefly Funhouse is good shit, especially when you compare it to like other times that WWE tries to go like really meta.
Yeah,
but, there's a lot more charm to this. I like his weird cast of characters. The little bunny with the funny voice. That's great. Yeah, pretty sick. Number 7, AJ Styles. Very funny segments building to that Taker match. He calls out Michelle McCool, but not for using the Styles Clash.
Yeah, it's Undertaker that brings that up.
Yeah.
Maybe you're just mad that she does the Faith Breaker, the Styles Clash, better than you ever could.
Wow. As a fan, I feel serviced by that reference, man.
Storytelling.
Yeah, number 6, Rey Mysterio. They're calling him the Twisty TV match haver. He vanishes after the second week of TV for unknown reasons, but I would say his stuff is good enough to get him in the top 10.
Nice.
He's one of the very best to ever do it, and so even just a couple of nice matches, I'll take it. Number 5, the Artist Collective.
Oh.
I would say they're a fun act that time seemingly forgot. We were looking these guys up on Cage Match when we were sort of getting to know what we would see on this project. and they had like a fucking like I don't know, it was like a 4 or a 5 average rating. I was thinking like, oh man, if these wrestlers, all internet favorites, if they get like a bad rating, then something must be up. But that's good. What's the problem?
Yeah. You could probably think to yourself like, oh, Cesaro and Shinsuke should be doing more, and yeah, probably, but they're alright. That's it's a good. They do well in the role. That's all one can ask.
And I think people are not willing to accept Sami Zayn as like chicken shit guy. I reckon that's a really key thing. But he's good at it, and like I'm sure Bryan's been chicken shit in the past. Was great at it. Lots of wrestlers have a sort of heel period where they're a bit of a fucking pussy coward.
Bryan, the whole yes thing starts because of Bryan's chicken shit heel run in 2012. It was wonderful.
Yeah. Number 4, I've gone for Otis. Big fat legend. He's very funny in his segments. I like him. I like just watching him like comb his wet hair. He's got like the suit jacket and like a big wet splodge on it.
Yes.
That's good. And he's a cool wrestler as well.
When Mandy hugged him and then her shirt got sweat on it because she's a fat frick.
Yeah. But we love him for it.
Love the fat prick.
Number 3, Daniel Bryan and Drew Gulak. I have paired them together here.
Wow.
Yeah, very endearing partnership and mini push for Gulak. I would be interested to see how crowds responded to it, but it didn't take away from anything that they were doing. Very much carrying SmackDown. And yeah, I touched on how like these guys see it as like a challenge that they're up for, to be out there.
Oh yeah.
Rather than something to be scared of or sad about. Number 2, Asuka. So realistically, she's probably being shuffled down the card here. She is in the tag team controversially known as the Kabuki Warriors. I remember people did not like that branding. We don't see much of Kairi though.
Yeah, we don't.
For whatever reason. But yeah, I love her weirdo energy. She's a strange beast.
It's crazy, like, the Charlotte match is like when her undefeated streak gets broken. And then you flash back to the present and like she can just like lose whenever. It's quite simple.
Number 1, I've gone for Danny Burch and Only Lorcan. Woohoo!
Way. Well, halfway, because only one of them is from the UK.
Woohoo and woohoo. That's what their name should have been called. Did they ever have like an actual tag team name? I don't think they did.
I can't remember off the top of my head if he did.
No, I'm going to say probably not. I think they're too straightforward, They don't need all that branding crap.
No gimmicks needed.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect tag team. Only's the TV match god of this period. Both have singles material across NXT, main event, E205 Live. And it's always enjoyable every time. Every time I'm like, yes. And that was my top 10!
Yes! So now, I suppose, match by match, we're going to go through these 2 nights of WrestleMania, going down the story. I guess we shall start off this WrestleMania that's too big for one night, but will be one podcast.
Zu groß für ein Tag. Und hier ist Tag 1. First of all, we get Cesaro versus Drew Gulak.
And Cesaro here is able to do the exact sort of thing he'd be doing like years ago, where like he's not got the best push in the world, but he's undeniably an incredible wrestler, and he shows it here with Drew Gulak. And yeah, this match was like I think a perfect like use of like the short time it had. As you've been saying, like this is a challenge for them, and like it just thinking about this match again, with that in mind, it makes so much sense, because like it has to be like under 10 minutes, probably even like under 7 maybe, and They just make use of every single second of it. Gulak is just like constantly going to the arm. You know, like he gets caught in a neutralizer, but he turns it to a crossface, and he's just like fucking right on his ass. And like, you know, he even gets caught by Cesaro coming off the apron, but then he just goes into an arm drag off of it. And I think it can be such a thing where when there's like a sort of like almost like a squashy match where, you know, the guy who's losing gets a little offense off, but then gets cut off, and like it can be so easy for it to just feel like, now it's time for him to lose. But I think they did a really good job here of having it be like 20 pieces of Gulak offense equals 1 Cesaro offense, you know? Like Gulak's doing all this and that and that. As soon as Cesaro uppercuts him, oh fuck, he's fucked, you know?
Yeah.
That was really great.
And then he does the no-armed airplane spin because his arm is hurty.
Yeah, the UFO.
And that looked fucking great.
Pulls that shit out. Old fucking Ring of Honor ass move. And that's how he puts away Drew Gulak in this match that was recorded like 4 days after WrestleMania.
Yeah, at least. I think they did it on like they did most of WrestleMania on like 21st and 22nd of March. And this is like the 4th and 5th of April. So, yeah, pretty good. The schedule is all over the place. Like, if you actually look at like the taping dates, it's fucking crazy what they were doing.
I know, yeah. But yeah, now we go like a week back to get to WrestleMania Night 1, where here's Stephanie McMahon. She's here.
Stephanie's places.
Stephanie's place is in this odd computer-generated cabin. And she says, "Welcome to WrestleMania. Each WrestleMania has its own personality." And you know what I'm thinking to myself? These are hard fucking times. I need some fucking diversion. And so thankfully Stephanie McMahon says, this will give you diversion during these hard times. And usually they have someone singing American the Beautiful. But here they just do a compilation of all the people who sang American the Beautiful. And
best stuff.
I got
America, America, I gave myself for thee.
I got ready to sing Ray Charles. Recently I've been watching a lot of Jeopardy on YouTube, and the funniest final Jeopardy I've came across was this one where the answer was Ray Charles put a lot of money into preventing this disability, which he says is the worst thing someone could have happen to them. And then all 3 contestants put down, what is blindness? And Charles Shavek's like, no. No. What is deafness? As if Ray Charles was just living his life in torture. I can't see. I hate my life.
Yeah, you show him a customs match and he definitely won't get any gratification from it.
Even Ray Charles could see you couldn't get any sexual gratification. So, they showed us all this stuff, and it's all nice and stuff, but... So what you're telling me, they couldn't get anyone this year? No one could be fucked, just hop on Zoom and sing the song. I don't care. It's WrestleMania, man. And so now we get to the intro.
Sing!
Yeah, Gronk! Come on, Gronk, you're there. You love to party. Break out the karaoke machine for America the Beautiful. And then it comes to this storytelling intro where fucking, this whole time, WrestleMania's
bad MP3 for this.
This whole time, WrestleMania has been promoted with these fucking shitty looking CGI things where they're fighting on pirate ships because it's a pirate motif, and it's all looks pretty bad, but whatever. But then we get to the actual manifestation of it on the show, and what it is this fucking. You mentioned it today. He really sounds like Alexander Armstrong from Pointless. which is a game show I don't particularly care for. And so we have this intro here where it's got a movie voice guy. It's not Red Pepper, but it's something like that, where he's like, in the world where blah blah blah, and then Alexander Armstrong stops them and goes, no, you started this at the end. That's storytelling 101. You have to go back to the start. And then, I hate it. I barely took any notes on what it actually says. I just fucking said, please begin WrestleMania. Please. Fucking shit package, I hate you,
Oh man.
It's pretty bad. Then Gronk is here.
Yay.
Yeah, he's wearing cool shades. He says, the party is too big for just one night. Forget everything and watch WWE. And then Mojo Rawley is here, and he's like, Gronk, I need chops. And so Gronk chops him twice, and he goes, one more. He gets chopped the third time, so that's nice. So now we come to the women's tag titles match. Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross, the challengers, versus the Kabuki Warriors, Asuka and Kairi Sane. It's quite something, because, like, you know, you're mentioning how people didn't like the name. That was like the classic thing, where it's like, they bring out this name that appears to be stereotyping the race of the people who have it, and then they turn around and be like, actually, it was their idea. Like, we all solid know. So, you know, there's that. Yeah, this like the women's tag titles. They are the cross-brand title at this point. If you got the women's tag titles, you can go to Raw and SmackDown. And so,
Yeah.
Asuka and Kairi, they are on Raw, and Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross on SmackDown. Like, you are ducking us. We want a match for those titles. And so when Nikki Cross and Alexa Bliss face Sasha Banks and Bayley on SmackDown, it all breaks down when Asuka, from out of nowhere in this vacuous venue, runs out and costs them the match, and she dances. It's such an insult to them, and so it's all heated up from there. And after that, just like a lot of reaffirming that, and then Alexa Bliss gets the W over Asuka, which you know, that's promising stuff. Like, Nikki Cross was on a commentary for Alexa Bliss versus Asuka, and like she was just like stimming, like she would like punch her hand like that, and Michael Cole was like, "Why are you doing that? What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Yeah, Michael Cole apparently just really hated her company.
Yeah, very very insensitive. Michael Cole here. That is about that. We come now to the venue, the Performance Center. Who is it here to join Michael Cole? JBL! JBL's here!
Yeah, they just unearthed him. He's not been present for anything.
Yeah, no. So, like, they bring up the Asuka loves to entertain, but it's also extremely dangerous. Now, I myself, I didn't go as much for her antics as you did, but I think it was all worth it. Because they bring up, you know, Cole's like, oh, well, Asuka's a better commentator than you, John. And you know what JBL says? He says, well, I can't translate Japanese, but I can't translate Baron either.
Yeah, I love that. Like, 5 seconds into being introduced, he takes a shot at Byron.
Fuck you, Byron.
That's fucking right. This feud will never end.
Nikki starts out here, but then like Alexa Bliss gets a blind tag to catch the Kabukis unawares with a baseball slide and a dive. Nikki Cross hits a crossbody off the apron, and Cole decides to call her Naughty Nikki. I mean, if it wasn't a customs match before, that kind of ups it a bit. And then it's breaking down on the outside. Nikki sends Kairi into the barricades, and Kairi, like, very softly just like dumps against the camera, which is pretty good. Alexa Bliss's hot tag involves like a lot of punches, and I think they look good. Kairi Sane, meanwhile, she unfortunately uses the shitty Alberto Del Rio double stomp, where the person taking it must support themselves on the ropes in order to take it. And then, the Kabukis, they are raising the ire of the referee with some ref arguments. I love this little short ref that they have here, like a common thing that he must say like every match, but you only hear it in these unique circumstances, is when someone is yelling at him, he goes like, "Hey, I'm not your opponent." I'm just like, oh, that's true. Then,
that's the point. Refereeing must have kind of changed. Like, I'm sure they are saying that at certain points, but some of it's probably like performative, because a lot of what they say is just like 2 minutes left.
Yeah. I must think they were still doing that. They just had to like really whisper about it.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
So Asuka gets in with the hip attack and then a knee upper for 2 on Alexa. Then she goes for a hip attack in the corner and gets kneed. And then here comes Nikki Cross and her hot tag, where she takes off her vest. "I'm fucking hyped up. Here's my boobies." Very nice. Next screw on Asuka, but then Kairi does that insane elbow to break it up, which is gnarly as hell. And then the O'Connor roll gets countered into the Asuka lock. Nikki's trying to block it, and meanwhile, while that struggle's happening, the twisted Bliss from Alexa Bliss breaks it up, so payback there. Kairi then spears Alexa Bliss, to kind of putting over like, oh, that heat that Alexa took, she used the last revenge on that twisted Bliss, so she's out now. Nikki's looking to the corner, nobody there, she gotta survive on her own. Codebreaker by Asuka. Zayn goes for another elbow, but Nikki meets her up there to give her a pounding. There's like this double impact that they do, a forearm and powerbomb combo, and she kicks out of it. And by this point, Carmen's like, "Oh my fucking god, this is an incredible performance. She's surviving so much. Oh my god!" And then eventually she gets the hot tag to Alexa, who does the twisted Bliss to Kairi Sane's legs. It's always great when you've got like a twisting, complicated move off the top that like you cannot control its trajectory, so you end up just fucking up some calves. And she gets the win off that. It's interesting, like, because like Asuka gets taken out of this match by like she takes that Braun Strowman bump into the corner, and like since there's no crowds, it doesn't have like usually to it, so you just hear like donk, and then you just don't see her again. Yeah, I thought this was a really nice match, and I think they put over, like, as much as I'm fatigued of the idea of like a WrestleMania moment, I think at least they did like oh wow, Nikki Cross, you have made yourself a WrestleMania moment. Welcome to immortality. You're kicked out of a lot of moves. I was into it myself. How about you?
Yeah, it was a pretty alright match. I also liked the twisted Bliss and shit. I kind of took a little while to sort of warm up to this WrestleMania, so I kind of felt it was a tad long, shouting at all times. I liked it well enough.
Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely like, and so from there we gotta fucking go backstage to Kayla. Kayla's here with the Artist Collective. If you loved when Shinsuke Nakamura had the Imperial Flag armband in New Japan Pro Wrestling, well, he's evolved into an Imperial Flag onesie. And so
that interview of Kayla is like A tier in terms of WWE interviewers who just stare off into the distance after the wrestler has stopped talking.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty good. Then there's a advert for wshop.com. You can go there to buy t-shirts. You can energize your attitude. You can energize your lifestyle. You can energize yourself. And this is really rich. It's not even buy one, get one free at www.shop.com. It's buy one, get another one for $1. What the fuck are you talking about, mates?
Come on.
We come on to King Corbin versus the man known as Elias. This has a rich storyline, which is that Baron Corbin is the king of the ring, so he wears a crown and cape, and is booked like shit. And part of this is, he ate dog food. Roman Reigns made him eat dog food, so that's nice. And now Elias is a babyface, so he is like, King Corbin, I would like to sing you a song. And Baron Corbin's like, no, shut up. Get away from me with your song. Shut up. And then Elias finally sings it, and it is insulting of Baron Corbin. And then Gronk, as we mentioned, has his run-in with Baron Corbin. And he sees Elias help with this. And he's like, hey, I have no power to make this match, but I recommend that King Corbin versus Elias is held at WrestleMania. And the powers that be are like, that's such a great idea, Grog. Thank you. But then an incredible angle happens, because you see Elias is singing a song to the Performance Center crowd, which is zero. And then it's I can't remember what the song is like, but and then he's like, into the record crowd at Performance Center, turns around, I'd like to thank Baron Corbin, attacks him from behind, and then Baron Corbin defenestrates him, makes him fall off of the Performance Center perch, and then the camera does not catch his fall, but you hear skull crack MP3.
It's a very good sound, very funny.
And so now they still don't know what the condition of Elias is. They've not seen him at the venue, I guess. But Corbin comes out. He's got quite a combo here: a bespoke royal cape and a t-shirt.
The t-shirt. Just going Naito mode at WrestleMania.
So he says that Elias got murked by me, so now he's not here. Referee, I ask you to count to 10. Do your job. But then Elias is here. He goes, doo-doo. And then, oh, what the fuck? How is he here? I can't believe it. And then they come to blows for each other, and Elias fucking obliterates the guitar over Baron Corbin's back. And, it was a fucking goofy angle, but I think Elias did well to, like, use that as a springboard to just get, like, a lot of fire in his offense. Because he murking Corbin, very good. Yeah, gets in the ring, rings that bell, and then Elias just keeping on his ass. But he's then cut off by, like, Corbin goes for, like, the stun gun, right? Drapes across the ropes, but Elias, like, it's, like, too far out of the ring, so he just, like, gets careened out of there, which is a real wild bump. And then, Corbin sends him into the post very nicely, because, like, that's the main injury that he got. It's not that his brains got spread over the Performance Center, it's that his shoulder hurty. So the shoulder is what's being worked here. JBL is not just here to do Byron fan service. He's here to do fan service for obscure athletic people. Because in talking about Baron Corbin, he just goes, Adam Durrell, one of the greatest college coaches of all time, Coach Baron Corbin. And I'm like, okay, thank you. So Baron Corbin, he has really good punches, I think. Really good working punches. And then I fucking marked out crazy when he did the Boss Man. He does it really well. The fucking travel around the ring, get back in, and then, like, he is working over the injured shoulder. He barks at the commentators that they should be singing his praises, and then sends Elias into the post again, and then he gets a 2 count, and he's very mad about it. He tells the ref, "What are you doing?" And I remember that the 2015 Baron Corbin we saw was just when he was like a silent babyface who was murking people in squashes. But I remember really gravitating to him when he became heel, and he had this penchant for trash talking that like I really liked. I remember he had like he would have been one of the first opponents for Apollo Crews when he came in. I remember he'd like send him at the ring and go back to Ring of Honor. And I was like, oh, man, this guy's such a meathead. I love it. And
People
watching
like,
this,
Apollo Crews never worked for Ring of Honor. Go on cage match.
I fucking and like watching this match. I was like, man, I fucking love Baron Corbin. He's great. Like just because like it's 4 weeks of like King Corbin segments. I was like, okay. But then actually watching him actually wrestle, I was like, oh, he's still that guy. He's still that guy. Yeah, he's still got all that. And now it's Corbin taken into the post. And at this point, I noticed that neither man has taken off their shirt, which is wonderful. Elias, soon that's different for him, though. He does that fucking big axe bomber, teeing off in the corner, tears his shirt off, and then stomping in the corner. Then he hits the crossroads for two. Sort of like the story for this is that like Elias has got a big burst of energy, but then the end, and like Corbin, when like the first time it ends, like he really kicked his ass, so it's sort of like, oh, this ended again. Is he gonna get beat this time? And so Corbin, deep six. I was like, oh yes, I know that move. I remember it. And takes his shirt off to reveal singlet. Then he goes for the boss man again, but Elias meets him with a knee. After a bit more, Corbin rolls him up, and he's got legs on the ropes. And they're just like, hey, Corbin, get your foot off those ropes. I ain't counting that pin. And then Baron, he has such a great reaction. He goes, what are you talking about? No! And then Elias does the exact same thing to him. He rolls him up, he grabs the tights, and gets the win. And I just gotta thank Rob Gronkowski for booking this match. I really liked it.
I thought it was okay. I liked the work well enough. It was kind of strange, like, they really did make out that Baron Corbin fucking killed Elias. It reminded me of when Big Show went fucking crazy and chokeslammed Kurt Angle.
Yes.
Off that ledge. But it's not given any of that gravitas. It barely comes into the match at all that Elias, like, not only were they sort of anticipating that he might not be able to show up at all, but it doesn't really even come across that he might not be at 100% in the match, you know?
No,
it's kind of strange.
Yeah, like, they could have easily just done an angle where, like, oh, he attacks him backstage. And, like, that would have, like, been, like, exactly the same output. I agree on that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they chose this storyline to have such a brutal murking, but it was fine. Elias is like, it's so strange that he was like so fucking ever present for like 2 years, and then they just ditched him.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're like, okay, done with you now. And I'm like, yeah. I feel like the guitar segments, they probably sort of wore a little thin when they were on like every fucking week, but he probably had quite a lot to offer.
Yeah. So anyway, download WWE Supercard now, you son of a bitch.
Oh, okay then.
Season 6 of Supercard is out now. I can't remember if it's Season 6 or not, but yeah, a fucking Becky Lynch says, show them what happens when the man comes around. And what will happen? You will have a JPEG of Becky Lynch on your phone. So that's nice. And now, here is the Becky Lynch match. Her versus Shayna Baszler. I think we've got to get it away. She's a really unlikable superstar, is Becky Lynch.
Yeah, so obviously the game-changing moment for Becky was when Nia Jax broke her face. And she just stood there like fucking Robbo style, like, fucking come on, man.
Yup, absolutely.
And that was badass. That was really cool. But can that translate into someone who's adept at 15-minute opening Raw promo? No, not really.
No.
It was something that was organic, that you obviously can't really recreate, but like, they should know her strengths better and not have her doing this strange sort of comedy coming in with the man truck on like, she did that on like 2 episodes of TV, and then she does it again.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you just save it for Mania then? Like, no, we've bought this truck. We're gonna get we've painted it right up, all nice. We're gonna get fucking maximum usage out of it.
Yeah. Her Raw entrance is
first...
she comes out in the last truck and smiles. Her WrestleMania entrance is she comes out in the last truck and frowns.
Yeah, I think the first time she brings it out, Byron says, "What a way to arrive in style!" And Jerry Lawler's like, "I guess." It's fucking savage, Jerry Lawler.
Oh man, Jerry Lawler just like not knowing what to do with Byron.
But yeah, the first promo of Raw, she comes out, she calls Shayna a black hole of charisma and says that she resembles a constipated robot.
Yeah.
One now. She's the MMA destructor. Why should I give a shit that she cannot cut promo like you, who actually cannot cut promo?
Exactly. It's like Shayna had, like, the previous night won Elimination Chamber 4 shots at this belt. And she was the first person ever, not just man or woman, the first ever person to, like, eliminate everyone in an Elimination Chamber. So I didn't watch the match myself. I only saw the video package. I understand that, like, she seemingly, like, eliminated, like, 4 of the people, like, too quickly, and, like, Asuka was still in her pod, so there was a lot of downtime. Which sounds funny. But she did that, and it was really impressive. And she also was a vampire and nommed on Becky Lynch's neck, which is cool.
Yeah, that's strange.
And so they've done a lot to put her over. And in fact, there's a thought that I have that I don't know where this came from, but it's just a thought saying, and people thought that Vince didn't like Shayna Baszler. They put her over strong, full stop.
Yeah. And then just fucking just obliterate, like, it's like watching a bad tribute to the Rock versus Billy Gunn feud.
Yeah, that
with the absence of someone actually funny like the Rock.
That is the thing about it. You can look back on, like, take your pick of, like, a SmackDown the Rock's been on, and he's probably, like, fucking doing material damage to someone's career, right? Like, the Big Show had such a uphill battle with the booking, and then the Rock just comes along and, like, makes him look like a fool. But, like, the way he does it, what else can you do? What's done is done. Yeah. He does it funnily.
He's a scamp.
He's a scamp. Becky Lynch, though, is not, and she does not do it with any grace, because what she does is she goes, "Shayna, you're a cage fighter, and you have all the talent in the world. You black hole of charisma." And it's just like, oh, shut up. You know, I'm just thinking, like, I was thinking there, what with, like, the pivotal blood moment, you know, like Austin had the similar thing with the Brett feud. I just imagine if that's the sort of direction that Austin went in after WrestleMania 13. Just be like, Bret Hart, you are bad at promo. Just no good. And then, unfortunately, they booked Shayna to do promo in response, and well, that's not very good either. So they have this segment on Raw where Shayna is there, and she is with Charlie, the interviewer lady, and they are just staring at each other. And Charlie's like, "You asked for this time, Shayna. What do you want to talk about?" And Shayna is basically like, "Yeah, I will win the title Are you scared? Are you nervous, Charlie? Becky Lynch, she needs that title to feel whole. If I take it away from her, she will be destroyed. Aha! I will do that. I am the cage fighter. And then Becky Lynch just like hits her in the back with a steel chair, and that hits her music. Kind of odd segment. It just kind of makes Becky Lynch look like a cowardly heel, if I'm being honest with you. Then Becky Lynch and her epic fucking truck show up again, and they play the Rousey match where she wins. And you know, Becky Lynch had already brought up that, oh, I pinned your pal Ronda Rousey, and now here, after evidence of that, she is all like, oh, Shayna, you say that if I lose the title, then I'll be fucked up. You're damn right, but I think it's you who will be fucked up if you lose this. Blah blah blah. And then Shayna Baszler decides to come out and sleeper hold her, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's quite odd because like it reminds me of like you know, like a video game, if like, you know, you can like talk to an NPC, and then like if you just like shoot them or something like that and they don't die, they just like revert to like a state of like no longer talking. So like Becky Lynch is like blah blah blah, and then just gets like sleeper holded, immediately shuts up, and then it's gotta be like 3 minutes they spend of just like the camera being either on Shayna looking over her or Becky just on the ground, and like Becky's like like she's just like almost getting up, and she's just like has nothing to say. It's awkward as hell. But yeah, there we go. It's the fucking women's title match when you're feeling hyped for it, despite it all.
I mean, no, not particularly, but I did expect the actual wrestling match to be better than a feud that Becky can carry. Yeah, I like this one. Shayna's really good. Some actually like decent strikes on display. I think they just start off by going pretty ham with the strikes. That was nice.
Yeah, like an actually good hockey fight.
Yes, an extreme rarity.
Shayna is good at the resisting. You know, like Becky's cornerstorming her, and she's trying to push her off all the time. There's a good just like sense of like, you know, like Shayna tries to go for a complicated ass cutter that like gets countered by a disarm her. Gets countered by a pin. Just like it feels like they're going for that finish. You know, like it's not just like kind of like going through the motions. They get on the apron, and then Becky tells Shayna it's my title, Shayna, and then does a urinage suplex on the apron, and then that does not get the win, and Becky is so conflicted about this goddamn match. She's just looking up into space like, oh my, how will I win this match, I wonder? And then she gets deadly driven off the top, and then there's a double underhook into an armbar from Shayna Baszler, and then Baszler steals to disarm her. One of the basic holds of judo. But, that's Becky Lynch's move. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. There's counters and counters after that, and a big knee to the face by Shayna Baszler. Byron Saxton or Tom Phillips, either of them, they say, give credit to the Irish lass kicker for still being in this fight. So I guess I will. And then Shayna, who had went for the Kira Fuda clutch a lot, she goes for it again, but Becky is on the apron, so she hotshots her to get out of it, but then it gets locked in, and the reason it's on the apron is so that Shayna can hang her, sort of like Brody King did to Darby Allin. Very good spot to do. And then they go over to the commentary table, where Shayna doof Becky head on table, and then the commentary they're just like side-eyeing Shayna Baszler here. They're like, she's smiling, and it's a sick smile. I can't believe this lady. She seems to enjoy inflicting pain. And then she gets back in, clinches on the Kira Fuda clutch, and then Becky Lynch pins her.
Yeah, I quite like the finish. You know, she sort of looked fairly lucky to escape Shayna in the clutch, but not so much that it sort of assassinated her character.
Yeah,
I felt
yeah.
Shayna looked pretty good coming out of that. Just imagine what it could have meant if they didn't insist on telling us that Shayna is a stupid, ugly twat. You can't cut promo on that stick.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to count our luck that this is not in like 2013 and the story wasn't like Shayna Baszler farts, sticky farts.
Yeah, the small solaces that we take with WWE. Reminds me of when we were analysing Matt Striker. It's like, well, at least he doesn't dance on the table. In no fucking universe should that be the bar of acceptability, but somehow it is.
Yeah, it's true. This is Vince McMahon's fucked up, right? So yeah, Shayna, perhaps Becky was right because she has her hands on her head, walking back, and she's like, "Oh fuck! Oh dude, no! 3! Oh man! Fuck!
I meant to kick out 2.
I didn't know there was a pen. Fuck! I'm used to jujitsu rules. Oh." So anyway, you must drink 5-hour energy. If you would like to tend to your infant child, then you should drink 5-hour energy. That's what they say in this ad here. A parent hears that baby monitor, glugs that shit down. It's like, okay, I'm going to take care of my baby child now. And
that's relatable to me. It's just the average human being with 1.5 child. 1.9 child, much like Chris Van Fleet. There was a processing error getting the last tenth of the second one out. So it's all good.
In 1998, you were the average American, but now in 2020, you're a citizen of the world.
Yes. We all went through it, folks. That shit spread everywhere.
So Roman Reigns is here now. Oh boy, can't wait to see that guy later on. And he is like, hey, Hyundai and WWE puts smiles on people's faces. Look for WWE and Hyundai in your hometown and in your community. Drive for better. It's their like Make-A-Wish stuff.
Hyundai. It's like if WWE was a car.
Yeah, that would have been more memorable ad read, I think. And they've got The Last Rite, the Undertaker documentary. Starts off Undertaker in his
Yeah, I think I watched that.
his thin blue line shirt saying, "What happened to me?" And it's all a bit, oh man.
It's lots of shots of him watching his late 2010s match and with Michelle and being like, oh.
yeah.
It's like that's like 60% of the documentary.
I remember when I watched the Boneyard match at the time, like it was on the WWE Network, so it was like, oh, coming up next, The Last Ride, and the person I was watching it with was like, are you going to watch that? And I was like, no. So haven't watched this yet. I have seen a clip of it where Undertaker, like, part of his like rehabilitation to get back into the ring is like he like sits in like a giant steam bath. You know those ones where like it's like it like boxes you in and like it's only your head sticking out of it. Yeah, he was doing that shit, getting his shit frozen or whatever. And so now we come to the Intercontinental title, which is being contested between Daniel Bryan and Sami Zayn. So at Elimination Chamber, Braun Strowman, who had defeated Nakamura for the Intercontinental title, was set upon by Sami Zayn, Nakamura and Cesaro, all three of them at the same time. And whoever got the pin would be the Intercontinental champion. which I don't know why you would agree to that match, honestly, Braun Strowman. It's crazy. But yeah, and you know what? They call themselves the Artist Collective, and they help Sami Zayn get the belt. So Sami at this point is so I remember him turning, helping Kevin Owens against Shane McMahon, but I don't remember this exact shift into like he's parading around as sort of like a political activist. He's saying what cannot be said. He's the great liberator.
Yeah, it's like we were saying earlier. You can really feel like this is just what they think of him as a person.
So he tries to recruit Daniel Bryan into the Artist Collective, and Daniel Bryan, who has just made friends with Drew Gulak, he's like, no, and Sami Zayn cannot believe this. He can't believe that he was rejected in favor of this nobody, Drew Gulak. And Drew Gulak is like, nobody? Huh, I'll see you out in the ring. And then from there, it's the matches that we would have said in our twisty listies. Like a lot of it will be like Sami Zayn commentary. He's always on commentary, and like it's crazy because like you know what I love what he says on commentary is he's going, look at Cesaro. The camera's like, no. So that's unfortunate. Like there's an interesting thing like between SmackDown, I want to say week 2 and week 3, where like Gulak versus Shinsuke is a match where if Gulak wins, Bryan gets a shot. The way they set it up though is that Zayn and Bryan are talking backstage, and you know all the parties are there, and Bryan says, what if Gulak beats Shinsuke, then you give a title shot to me and him, and then in the recap video next week it gets edged to, if Gulak beats Shinsuke, you give a title shot to me. I don't know.
Fuck you, Gulak.
I don't know if Gulak got politics out of that, but yeah.
Awkward mofo.
The version of Gulak versus the Chad Bryan. And so, yeah, now we're at this match here, and you've got Gronk and Mojo doing the yes chants for Daniel Bryan, and you've got Drake Younger as the ref. That's nice. He's being radicalized into QAnon at this very moment.
Yes.
Oh dear.
His brain may be unfried for the time being, but just you wait.
Just you wait. So, I was mentioning this to you, I think yesterday. Before I watched this match, I saw someone on the Twitter be like, it's crazy. Sometimes you think to yourself, they ran at WrestleMania? I don't remember it. That'd be crazy, man. They ran Bryan versus Sami Zayn, and I don't remember it. And then they like posted the whole match. Here's the whole match. It's just Zayn running away from Bryan. Bullshit. And I was like, okay. Then I watched the match. I didn't watch it there. Then I watched it. This match is fucking awesome. I loved it. Yeah, there's a lot of stalling. But, well, first of all, it's good to stall. There's purpose to stalling. And then the payoff is fucking wonderful, in my opinion. We'll go for that stalling first. He just like keeps going out of the ring, and you know it's the frustration of it. And like he does something that I don't think I've ever seen anyone do before. Sami Zayn does, when he's on the outside, he asks for a count. He asks the referee to start counting, which is crazy. And then I love Cesaro as like as a corner man. He's very vocal during this match. He's like, because like Zayn has been out running Bryan this whole time, and Cesaro just goes, "Go on, he's already getting tired," which is good. I think Bryan is the perfect sort of temperament to try this on, because you never get a sense that like he's like being bamboozled by it. What I'm thinking of is like it's not even the payoff to it, but there's this point where Bryan is on the outside and he gets in and he's like on his knees and he just starts crawling towards Zayn without getting to his feet, and eventually Zayn loses his nerve and just starts running again, which I thought was really cool. And then, you know, eventually the ice is broken when Gulak comes off that apron to murk Cesaro and Shinsuke, and then Zayn faces off with him, but like, you know, Gulak's about to murk him, and Bryan just goes, "Hey, if he wants that count out, let him take a count out." And I love it because it's the exact same sort of tone of voice that he would take when he's telling Nikki Bella that she's very privileged. Oh, and then Zayn, he's just walking out, but then Bryan double legs him, and here's where we get some fucking, oh my god, Bryan just fucking stiff ass piece of fucker. Oh my god, just like teeing off on this fucking guy. He's kicking him and he's punching him. He's punching his crown, and it's really good stuff. And I think like Sami really excels as like the heel, being actively beaten up. Like he's just like whimpering and begging while getting destroyed, and is wonderful. And you know, like we've been hammering over and over again, Bryan, he's not working to a crowd, he's not feeding off a crowd, he's just calmly going about this destruction of another human being, just stretching him, he's skidding him with cross-face shots, and then gets him in the corner, and he's like, "You call Drew a nobody? You're a nobody!" Fucking hard-ass slap. Oh my god. And Sami's pleading with Bryan, please, no more. And JBL, he had been supporting Sami Zayn, but then he just sort of goes like, "You really shouldn't be crying at WrestleMania." Yeah, then Sami starts a little comeback. I think he does well at selling just the exhaustion, but then like Bryan starts fucking like shrugging off all of Sami's offense, and like Drew on the outside is going like, "Come on, grit your teeth." And then Bryan does the yes kicks. Drew Gulak helpfully provides the "oh." Then fucking Bryan, he does the thing where he grabs the wrists and he starts fucking stomping Sami Zayn's brains out, going, "You did this to yourself!" Ah. And then as he's about to do the knee, here comes the Artist Collective. They're back. And then he does a tope to them, gets up on the top rope, jumps off, haluva kick. It's over. Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Very nice.
You know, like both this and the Shayna match, like had like finishes that were quite abrupt, and like I'm not too averse to it, especially because like it feels like a lot of wrestling like feels needs to go through this and that and this and that to get to a finish.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite of the like non-cinema matches from WrestleMania. Zayn, of course, he's a natural babyface. Mm-hmm. That's undeniable. But I think he has a great balance of being the chicken shit who can hold his own. So I thought that was quite a revelation to see. Super physical, like Bryan really taps into like that sort of like Chikara wrestler just gave him a shitty forearm. Yeah, he's really brutal. Those slaps were crazy.
Yeah.
He also does like a fucking CTE crash and burn into the barricade from the tope, which he just rugs off.
That was crazy.
Like it was nothing.
That was crazy.
Yeah. The neck and the back of his head just wham right into the barricade. Doesn't even register that anything happened.
Like the fucking Terminator or something, man. It's crazy. Oh.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I thought he was incredible in this. And yeah, I'm kind of confused about the reaction. I know, obviously, you know, people weren't happy about the pandemic and all that, and most people don't really want to go back and revisit it. But man, this was a cool match, and it got like a fucking 5 average on Cage Match.
Yeah, that's cool.
It should be at least in the light green. Come on. Don't want that beige brown.
This Cage Match rating is too ripe.
Yeah, pretty great match. pretty great match.
I agree. And now it's time to decide the SmackDown tag team titles. What constellation of tag teams will we see here? Well, let's go over the storyline to get to this. So, Miz and Morrison.
I would describe the comedic humour displayed by Miz and Morrison as both funny and amusing.
Wow. Yeah. Like, they are giving it to the tag division. You know, I remember when Miz and Morrison was initially a thing, and they had the Dirt Sheet as an online show where they made jokes. And I personally thought, I don't get it. Everyone sort of was like, John Morrison, when he was a babyface, people were like, he's not good at promos. Have you watched much of 2009 John Morrison?
No, I haven't seen that much from that year at all.
He had this feud with Dolph Ziggler, where, you know, at that time, Dolph Ziggler his thing was like, "Hi, my name's Dolph Ziggler," and that was heat. And then John Morrison would come out and go, "Your name's Dolph Ziggler? That's a silly name. I think we should call you Mr. Ziggles." And everyone fucking hated it. So they were like, it used to be so good on the Dirt Sheet.
Is that like the first year of PG or something?
Second year of it. It was definitely well in effect. So like everyone would be like, "Oh, he was so great on the Dirt Sheet," and I would kind of watch it and be like, not that much better. But I think now he's matured a bit, a lot more confident, and, you know, at the very least the delivery is there, even not all jokes land. And Miz and Morrison were the tag champions, and then Elimination Chamber, against all odds, they won against all these teams. And so, you know, now it's like all these teams want our belts, and here they are now, and it is in fact Miz and Morrison who are dressed up as the other tag teams, making fun of their mannerisms. I gotta say, John Morrison has a good Uso voice. He nails that part. Eventually, this gets interrupted by heavy machinery. They have the match. We'll get into that with the Otis feud. And then there's a decider. Will it be the Usos or the New Day who face Miz and Morrison? Miz and Morrison interfere in this match, cause it to go to a disqualification. And then Michael Cole is like, "Just hold it right there. I'm getting word from WWE office that they've made it a triple threat ladder match." And Miz and Morrison are like, "No." And so then on the go home is...
We wanted it to be a zero threat match.
And then the go home is Miz TV starts off SmackDown. But then before the match can come out, the Usos interrupt. And they are like, we can't wait for Miz and Morrison to invite us out here. And then Jimmy goes, "We can't, Oos!" And then the New Day also come in a similar way. So Miz is barely on this Miz TV episode. I can't believe it. And then, you know, there's ladders all about it because there's a ladder match coming up. And then eventually they get to murking Miz and Morrison with these ladders. But then there is tension between New Day and Usos. After all, one of them has to win, one of them has to lose. And so they are looking to beat each other up as well. And Miz and Morrison, they capitalize on this to murk them with ladder as well. And so, yep, it's all looking good. All looking good for this. Now I'll just enjoy Peter Rosenberg and Corey Graves on the kickoff panel, where they say, "Miz is out!"
Yeah.
Alright. It is now a triple threat match, singular. Big E and Jey Uso have lost their WrestleMania moments because The Miz tested positive for coronavirus. Oh my god.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And so we now get this very unique tag title match where we will find out who the tag team champion is. I'm just glad that we could really have like a great moment here on this podcast. The first ever backyard wrestling match we've ever covered on OGP. This match is fucking like, it's a lot of like metal sounds clanking around, and no
Yeah.
crowd around to react to it. And I think it ends up being a real good match. What do you think?
Yeah, I liked it. I think they did a pretty good job of it. Yeah, it's weird in that the match, technically, it's nothing that you haven't seen before with these kinds of matches. Except it is, because it's just clanks. Clanks
Yeah.
and pained yelps. Very unique. Yeah, I think they did a pretty good job of making it exciting. Morrison's always got a ton of tricks in these. He's always, like, in his element.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like they have like so many insane spot ideas for this where they really just like kill themselves on these ladders. Like it must have like sucked so bad. And I've heard wrestlers talk about how like, you know, like the crowd being there gives you adrenaline to like fight through a lot of like the pain that's inherent to their profession. Imagine just like fucking like you're just fucking yourself up on a ladder and like there's nobody there. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Morrison does have a lot of tricks. Like I think that my favourite and probably the most memorable moment for me was when like he gets whipped into a ladder but he ducks underneath and then Jimmy Uso pushes the ladder over and Morrison does a fucking Buster Keaton to just like you know like, oh, I'm covering my head, oh actually I've the ladder hits went right through me, and then he eye pokes Jimmy Uso. He just has that way about him. He makes it feel like fucking Indiana Jones in there.
Yeah.
I quite liked Kofi in this match because like there's a certain point where I felt like he tapped into something like quite threatening. Like there's a point where like him and Jimmy on the outside, he goes like he's like just working him over. He's setting him a spot. You can hear him just like mutter, "I know you got heart, Oos. I gotta take you out." I was like, oh shit. Yeah. You know, it'll be like he'll set up a ladder bridge and try to murk Jimmy that way, but then Morrison is on the other corner from Kofi, and he literally just a tightrope walk to get to a Spanish fly, and it's like, whoa, pretty crazy. And then, oh my god, an Uso splash to break that up. And so like Jimmy Uso, I know that like he ends up injured, like, and that's why like Jay is like the first thing of the tribal chief storyline, because like Jimmy's not around yet. So I reckon it's probably from this match, because there's a point where he like lands weirdly and it's basically on one leg for the entire rest of it. He seems to be in pain, and yeah, there's just a whole lot of like one guy climbs up and the other interrupts, one guy climbs up, the other interrupts, and it's all pretty good. I quite like Kofi like scaling the inside of the ladder. It's a nice little creative acrobatic spot. There's this like double stump he does to Morrison where like he does it and just immediately screams in pain. Just like, you know, that exact type of shit that I want to see in MTV Arena stuff. Just like, you must look at this man's pain. And then Kofi repositions the ladder. Another one emerges from below. The ladder is now being bridged to the ladder. This bridge is very important because, you know, Kofi will go for a flying nothing off the bridge, and then Jimmy will counter it, send him into it, and then Morrison also has a flying nothing off the bridge and gets super kicked. Jimmy, he's gonna Uso splash Morrison through that bridge, but then Morrison gets up, he pushes him off right onto the floor, and if this was a stunt fall, fair enough. It's a cinematic era, you can do what you want. If it wasn't, Jimmy Uso killed himself and didn't catch it. They absolutely miss it.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
And then Morrison, he's almost there. And then Kofi's back up, he's almost there too. Jimmy gets up from his death and is there. He's just up his own ladder. And then, it's a funny little finish, you know. You'll have the belts and they doof Morrison off and he pulls the belts. Oh my god. He's the tag team champions. Yay.
Yeah, I like the finish. It was good.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm sure they didn't intend it this way, but just like, you know, the exact sort of like, not experimental in terms of like, you know, they weren't going out there to like really redefine shit, but just seeing it in this different setting, the usual sort of like plunder match for ladder match, like, yeah, it was really nice to see. glad John Morrison is around. He's around for like a year or more, and then he'll be in AEW sometimes. So that's nice.
Yeah. Rampage Soldier.
Anyway, can you guess who's working at Papa John's?
Is it Seth Rollins?
No, it is Shaquille O'Neal, famous basketball player. There's nothing more that could get me to patronize Papa John's than thinking I might meet Shaquille O'Neal. I'm glad to see that. It will inform my decisions as a consumer. And Byron Saxon tells us that we can watch all of the WrestleManias on WWE Network. Thank you, Byron.
No, we can't. Not anymore.
Byron, I know you couldn't account for the streaming network dying in the next couple of years, but I really wish you would have foresaw that before you said that word. So now we get on to Kevin Owens versus the Monday Night Messiah, Seth Rollins. So this match is built up to Seth Rollins. He has a whole stable now. It's Bussy Murphy and the Offers of Pain. But the Offers of Pain get taken out of the equation because Cesaro gets injured. And so they were like, I guess we can't have a comma around either, which is fucked up. But yeah, it's just Bussy and him now. And they're beating up Kevin Owens. There's some vague thing about it, like, oh, I'm the Messiah, I am like Jesus Christ. But he never really defined it well enough, you know? It don't hash it out enough for it to be good in any way, shape, or form. And so now Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins, they're at each other's throats, so they are. They can't stand each other. And Seth Rollins, he is like, let's have a match at WrestleMania, why don't we? And then Kevin was like, oh, what about a last man standing match? And Seth Rollins was like, ha ha ha, you don't know what you've gotten yourself into, Kev. You see, at WrestleMania, I'm a god. And what about you, Kevin? Your WrestleMania record is quite poor. You have not won at WrestleMania yet. Meanwhile, I've won many at WrestleMania. And WrestleMania is a very magic place where all this shit matters. And it fucking doesn't. It fucking doesn't. I hated that promo cut. It was so bad, so long. And then, you know, this is the prime thing of like, oh, this is where it all started. This is where it all started, the Performance Center. Oh, I'm so glad it's here. No, you're not. You're scared and confused like everyone in the coronavirus pandemic. So, yeah, that's the story.
Right, and here's how I perceived it. So Kevin was walking, right? Kevin encounters Seth's cronies, the Authors of Pain and Bussy Murphy. Seth walk in eating popcorn and he goes, They all beat Kevin up. And then Sanjay Dutt is among the agents. That's crazy. And then the funny popcorn man, the Monday Night Messiah. The fact that he would get somehow worse than this in the coming years is really something. Man, he sucks. There's a really long promo on Raw, trademark WWE, where every bullet point has 3 parts to it, listing his achievements. It's so fucking laborious, and Kevin Owens is just standing there like a fucking dope listening to it. And then at one point he's like, I'm not going to stand here and listen to your delusional speech. And then Seth says, listen, Kevin. And then Kevin listens to it. He just stands there and listens to the delusional speech. The exact thing he said he wasn't going to fucking do.
What a goof.
I agree. Oh, sorry about my gas.
Oh dear.
Just fucking shouting at 3 a.m.
A bit epic fail here on the entrance. His nickname is the Black Hand of Raw, but here he is wearing white gear and no glove at all. Don't get what's with that. So,
any other critiques to get out of the way? Well, I've got something. So Seth Rollins, right? For me, he's one of few acts that an empty arena actively distracts from. Because you got to listen to his piece of shit voice narrating everything. He's walking around and narrating everything he does. He's like, "Come on, Kevin! Come on! I'm Seth freaking Rollins." Oh.
You know, I loved when Kevin is down after a shitty sling blade, and Seth is like, "Why didn't you say, Kev? What did you say on Raw? You were gonna be one to burn it down in WrestleMania? Never, Kevin." Yeah, they're doing sort of the match that you'd expect. It's just going along, yeah, you know. Seth doing the sunset flip parrot buckle bomb makes me remember when he did that to Kane and murked his knee. That was fun. Stomp countered into the pop-up powerbomb for 2. Then they go to the outside and Seth hits Kevin with a ring bell and causes disqualification. And Kevin, he's so pissed at this. He grabs the mic and says, "You said you were a god at WrestleMania? Those are actions of a god. Those are actions of a little bitch. Face me in no DQ match now." And then Seth, he's like, "Don't test me, Kevin. Don't test me." Yeah, they restart the match. I do have to give it to Seth. He does have one good bit of dialogue here, where he's throwing Kevin out the ring, and he says, "You fat piece of crap." I was like, and yeah, now it's Seth getting the heat on Owens, and he's yakking at the ref, because you know how the refs are in these no DQ situations. They can't do anything, but that doesn't stop them from advocating for a clean fight. So they're like, "Come on, Seth, come on," and he's like, "I can do whatever I want. It's no DQ. I can do whatever I want." Steel steps. Oh my god. Then Owens eventually comes back with a ring bell to the head, and then he's laid out on the table. Then Owens climbs the WrestleMania sign, which in the intimate confines of the Performance Center is on ground level and not up in the rafters. If they did this at Stadium, Kevin Owens would die. But here, he gets up on the WrestleMania sign, looks down at prone Seth Rollins, and says, "How's this for a WrestleMania moment?" And then does an elbow drop off of the sign. And I think the final 90 seconds of this or so is very good, because Seth decides to sell, you know that dude in RoboCop who gets the acid dropped on him and he's just going around Seth starts selling like that, and I think it's really great. So everyone's fucking crumpled. Kevin gets up, he rolls him in the ring. Seth is like, "Oh, Kevin, no, please, please." And then Owens just fucking kills him with a stunner, and that wins it. A really good finish to... that match was alright.
The spot was genuinely pretty crazy, to be quite a spot.
Yeah.
Does it justify this feud and Rollins' narration? Nah, but it ties a nice bow on it.
I'm not of that opinion either.
Oh, fuck.
So now we go back to Gronk on the perch, and R-Truth comes up to him and Mojo Rawley, and he's like, being 24/7 champion, everyone is on my back. I got kids, man, and stuff. And then Gronk and Mojo turn on him. Gronk tries to go for the title, but Mojo pulls him off and he wins it. And then he challenges Gronk as he runs away. And now we got the Universal title match. So let's go over it then. Before, Elimination Chamber. It got established that, like, okay, so Goldberg, I was about to just, like, skip over something incredibly important for many people. Goldberg killed the Fiend. Easily.
Yes.
Just murked him. In Saudi Arabia. And so that was pretty cool.
Proper senile Vince era moment, nice.
Just, like, fucked him up. And then he was like, who's next? And Roman Reigns comes out. He's like, I am next. So, okay.
Me, please.
And so now on the first SmackDown, Roman Reigns comes out. I can't see Roman just, like, walking normally without thinking of, like, the box segment. So Michael Cole interviews him, and just a sit down, you know, and Roman responds to the haters, saying he don't deserve it, by being like, I'm at the house shows, man. Look at those house show lineups, I'm on them. I bet you're not on house shows. And then there's a roundabout way in which he says this in, like, a charming enough way, but the sentiment of it is that Goldberg, he went to Georgia State, he's fucking stupid. So, oh man, how will Goldberg respond? Well, we'll get that, because Goldberg the next week is in the house, and he comes out like, hello, it's me, Goldberg. And Roman Reigns comes out, hello, let's sign this contract. Cole tells him to sign the contract, and then Reigns and Goldberg, they both throw the chair, and Cole goes, okay. And then Goldberg, he says to Roman Reigns, I didn't think you had the balls to face me. And then they're staring each other down intensely, and Michael Cole decides to look at these two men and go, Roman, I want to bring up an old tweet you made.
It's this one. Faithless fool. When you die, enjoy nothing.
And it's a tweet where he refers to Goldberg headbutting door and busting himself open, going to the Goldberg zone. He thinks it's funny that he does that. Mockery of Goldberg. And then Roman is like, yeah, I sent that tweet. You know what, Bill Goldberg? You're a bitch bulldog in my yard. And then Goldberg, he's so fucking mad. He goes, listen, punk. I've been destroying steel doors all across the world for years with that headbutt.
Yeah, so the tweet was actually like, a guy asked Roman, how do you always punch the stage before every match?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And he gives away a trade secret that they just then air on the show. He's got a little bit of padding in there so he doesn't break his hand. Not like that stupid dumb Goldberg who uses his real head to headbutt doors.
His shit head. And I think they've got something here. You know, they've got like a tension here. You know, chemistry. Looking forward to this match here. And then you know, as we already went over at length, Triple H versus Roman Reigns to build up this match. And I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. And then, you know, looking forward to what the go home angle is going to be. Braun Strowman is now in. He has a shot at the Universal title. Who is Roman Reigns? So, we already noted how The Miz got that coronavirus. It seems because he was working for Usos, and Usos were obviously family with Roman Reigns. This was in Roman, immunocompromised man that he is, decided, I will pull out of WrestleMania. I will not be doing this shit when, you know, blah blah blah, I've got family and all that. And so I was doing research into what was the hubbub about this. It turns out that Roman had made this public at like the end of March. And so there's days where they're just still saying, yep, he's going to be there, Roman Reigns versus Goldberg. And Triple H is interviewed by Ariel Helvani, and he says, you know, we've got a very creative way to figure this out. Just you wait. And the creative way is, Braun Strowman's here now. So that's nice.
Braun, I don't think he featured at all on the TV.
No, literally, the last appearance was
they just
Elimination
plucked
Chamber,
him.
and I watched like a 10-minute Instagram video from Roman Reigns where he responds to the haters, and he spends a lot of being like, you know, man, these strange times we're living in, we just got to work on ourselves. Got to be kind to be kind, you know. I think we got to work on that. I ain't perfect, nobody is. And a lot of people, they want to think that they know you, but they don't know you. You don't know what's going on in someone's life, and that's why I'm not going to be at WrestleMania. And blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. I'm wearing sunglasses. Blah 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 blah. And so, you know, that was a nice way to spend 10 minutes of my life. Is just like looking into research of that. And so, yeah, absolutely no build to this, never at all. It's just a match that they have here. Braun Strowman versus Goldberg. Goldberg comes out, and JBL is like putting his talents to use, because he's going like, you know, you think of all the greats who've came back to win titles, like Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, The Rock. It's pretty fun. Braun comes out, he roars, and Goldberg does the Goldberg smile. And then they're doing the ring introductions, and the ring announcer guy, I forget his name, but he decides to say, Goldberg! And then they say, don't blink. Neither one of these guys work by the hour. It's like, oh, alright. Okay.
Yeah, we know what's coming now.
Yep. A kick from Goldberg, and then a corner charge is missed. The power slam is reversed, and that leads to a spear. And then he hits a second spear. And then he hits a third spear for 2. He hits a fourth spear. Goldberg is in a zone. The jackhammer gets countered into power slam. A second power slam. A third power slam. A fourth power slam. Braun Strowman wins. Best WrestleMania match ever?
Oh, it's up there. Yeah, the best bit really was the Goldberg smirk at the Raw.
Yeah. Like,
Feels like WWE were, and I think WCW were guilty of this a bit as well, but especially in this WWE run, they were really unimaginative with Goldberg past a certain point. Like, yes, he's a master of the sub 3 minute explosive sprint. Yes, he probably had the best finisher spam match ever against Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
But I fucking know he could do more. He was never as limited as his bookers would have you believe, and it's a shame, I think.
Yeah, I think it's such a...
It's defined the narrative around him, basically.
Yeah.
You know, you and I and other people can shout as loud as we want that there's more to them, but no, the narrative's been written.
It's just so unfortunate that, like, those like great Brock matches, like, sort of like further reinforce just that sort of thing of like, okay, we know what the Goldberg match is now, and we'll just do that, because, like, you know, you think back to like so many of those like squashes that go like a minute, and there's so much to them. Goldberg is reacting to things, all these different sort of things. It's not just like these robotic movements, and
he does have more than 2 moves.
Yeah, he was not pulling out that Volcan shit for no reason. It's because like he experienced martial artist. You know, that's already an inherent problem. That'd be a problem if they did this in Florida Stadium. But then you add in the thing of like Goldberg being someone who does work off a crowd. Like the rhythm of his squashes would be with the crowd in the palm of his hands. And, you know, you think of how like, you know, like he was like one of the few who would just like look at the hard cam as if like, you know, like you're right there, you know? Like he just always had that connection with a crowd. And when it's not there, and you just do this thing that like sort of needs a crowd to go like, oh, whoa, what, he kicked out, oh, you know? Like that's what this match structure would at least need. It's not there, and it's an uninspired goddamn structure, and the Tribal Chief's record from here on speaks for itself. I don't know what Roman versus Goldberg would look like, but I'd at least hope there's a bit more to it than this.
Yeah, maybe. Especially after the fucking Taker match, which, as we know, is a classic. But
Yeah.
it was obviously very poorly received. And that probably went on for like, I don't know, maybe 7 minutes or something?
Yeah. Oh god, do you think like after that match they were like, okay, we can't trust Goldberg with anything more than the spear? That'd be so tragic.
Yeah, I think so.
No. So, yeah, Braun Strowman wins his belt. He wins the Universal title. Do you remember who he loses it to?
Big Dog Robin?
No, there's a middleman to get through. He loses to The Fiend. The Fiend gets his belt
shit.
back. And then,
nice.
literal days later, the tribal chief wins it. And then the next champion is Cody Rhodes.
Wow. Fuck me.
Yeah.
And now it's only being kept alive through cage match. Just listing it. For no good reason, I don't understand. Cody Rhodes is not carrying the jam belt. The strawberry jam belt.
Oh, well, yeah, because now it's John Cena who's holding the jam belt. You know.
Of course, yeah.
And then, after this match, they show a video. 2021 Wrestlemania, Los Angeles. This is where Wrestlemania will be next year. A bit presumptuous, I would say.
Ooh.
If not taking into consideration the health board, the advisory, the advice that they're giving about travel and whatnot. I was like wondering if this is the case, and it isn't actually. What they do instead is WrestleMania 37 is where WrestleMania 36 was gonna be, and then WrestleMania 38 is when they do it in Los Angeles. I don't know why it took them a while to like come into that. I would think that as soon as you cancel it, and like there's like tens of thousands of people who need to refund, I'd probably be like, hey, keep those tickets around for next year. Nope, it takes them a while to come around to that. And so now, onwards to the main event of night one. It's the Boneyard match.
Yes!
This it's finally time for this shit. So, AJ and The Undertaker, AJ Styles and The Undertaker, they have had problem. They've had problem. You see, at Super Showdown in Saudi Arabia, the two-week cup was being contested in a gauntlet match. And AJ
The two-week cup.
And AJ Styles had it in his sights, this two-week cup. And he was doing it by mischievous means. So here comes final mystery entrant, The Undertaker. And he comes out. He does not take his hat and coat off. He just chokeslams AJ Styles and then does the tombstone pin on him, winning the two-week cup. He walks over to the two-week cup, stands near it, and walks away. So, already, this is a blood feud in my eyes. But then, AJ Styles already has a problem with Aleister Black, who is having a match with him at Elimination Chamber. You will see you're interfering. It seems like it's over for Aleister Black. But then the lights go out and Undertaker is there. And he murk AJ Styles again. And AJ's so pissed about it. He comes out and he's like, he stuck his nose in my business where it doesn't belong. And then, he starts getting into it. He's saying that The Undertaker, he should have retired years ago. He ain't this phenom no more. He's just a broken down old man named Mark Calloway. Oh, man.
I like that because it sounded like he said Mark Galloway. Mark Galloway. Hello, lady.
That's my cousin from Dunfermline.
He's a bit of a macabre nutter.
So AJ is shooting on Mark Calloway now. he says, "Why is it that you don't retire, Mark?" "I know why. It's his wife. You know, Michelle McCool." So he's getting across this idea that Michelle is a fucking vulture who's just trotting this old man out to get the money off him, I guess. And he says, "I want you at Wrestlemania." And so, a very personal promo. And then next week, the first Empty Arena Raw contract signing for this match. Jerry Law's there. he's like, "Well, here's the Undertaker." And then he goes gong, 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 and the Undertaker theme starts. And then Mark Calloway walks out, no gimmick, just like no shirts. He's got the pants on, and he just walks down.
At a normal walking pace.
Yeah.
It's the craziest scene.
Like the camera fucking misses him when he comes out because we're like, "Oh, we weren't expecting Mark Calloway to make his entrance this way." And then they say on commentary that the source of Undertaker's anger is that there was no contract. I refuse to believe this. He looks at Jerry Lawler and is like, "Fuck this table!" Fuck this fucking table, just throw it the fuck out. And they just immediately go on a break. It's so awesome.
And Jerry Lawler's like, "Oh!"
And it comes back from break. Undertaker is pacing around the ring. No knees, just pacing around the ring. And it plays AJ Styles' theme. And then it stops. And then it plays AJ Styles' theme again. And then it stops. And then it plays AJ Styles' theme again. And then it stops. And then AJ is with Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows on the Titantron. And he's like, "Taker, this is what you want, the contract." And he calls his wife Old Money Michelle's what they're calling her. And he's just provoking the ire of Undertaker. Undertaker is stewing, looking at Titantron. And then AJ, he signs contracts. And he's like, "Boys, you give the contract to Undertaker." And Carlos and Luke was like, "Oh no, we do not want to do that. You have poked the bear, AJ, and we do not want to give contract to Undertaker now." And he's like, get out there." And then they come out to Gallows and Anderson to their theme. And they push the contract in the vicinity of the Undertaker, thinking that they may be clear. But Undertaker may be Mark Calloway, but he's still a mythical demon who can teleport. So he uses such powers to murk Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows. While this is happening, it cuts to AJ Styles, who is still in the back, still looking at the monitor, presumably, and he's like, "Ah! Ah! Oh! Ah!" And then eventually, Undertaker, his bandana falls off, showing his severed head.
It's his little beanie hat.
His little beanie hat, yeah. And he's looking like a slapped ass, but he signs the contract, and then he stuffs it into Carl Anderson's mouth, and Carl goes, then Undertaker, he begins walking up the ramp as the Tron shows AJ Styles skirling, and then Undertaker, he stares at AJ Styles on the Titantron. Meanwhile, AJ will be staring.
He goes directly up to the screen. So what he's actually staring at is like a pixelated light of his chin.
Meanwhile, AJ, who's staring at the screen, will be looking at himself on the screen and Undertaker's back. So, yeah, a pretty wonderful segment.
Yeah, world class. I love when his little beanie hat comes off and he swipes at it, and you can tell he's like, "Oh, damn it, I really want that to stay on because I'm so bald."
Oh, Mark. And so then there's a great follow-up to this where AJ has a segment. He just comes out with the OC, and he starts talking shit on Mark Calloway again. He's saying like, "Oh, it destroys the Undertaker's aura that he has a Twitter account and an Instagram account." And then, his point has already been points already been made that like, oh, he's just fucking a guy now. He's taking photos and all that.
Yeah.
And then AJ is like, look at this shit. And it's a video. I've seen this before where it's like Taker and Michelle McCool in a pool of a tiger, advocating for like, you know, like some shit that like preserves tigers' lifestyles. And Undertaker's like, if tigers get given the right space and some good prey, they can contribute to the environment. So help us by donating to Tiger today. And he just was like, what the fuck is that?
This guy is talking about tigers.
I mean, who is this man? Who is he really? And then AJ, he goes, I want Undertaker. Oh, so he's a guy named Mark. And this is where
I've also got the note, maternity pants. I can't remember exactly what he said about that, but that's good.
Yeah, AJ Styles a very fun promo here still, and he decides that this will be a boneyard match. Yes, this is your match, Undertaker. It's never happened before, but yes. And then the Go Home Raw, we get the epic promo to start off the fucking cold open, where fucking Undertaker goes, AJ Styles. Should I say Ellen Jones? Since you're gonna shoot and everything. Like, it's so funny because like Undertaker has such a naturally high voice. Just hearing him revert to that is so funny. And yeah, this is an epic promo where he fucking buries AJ Styles as being a piece of shit from TNA who couldn't hang with anyone nowadays.
Yeah, he names like every single WWE main eventer of the 2000s, including guys he had like almost no overlap with, like Stone Cold and Mick Foley.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's very convenient that you dodged those guys who were done when you started. The phenomenal one, my ass. You waited until WWE sucked to come here. Because WWE sucks now, to clarify.
And yeah, like, as mentioned, he goes, you made it personal when you mentioned her. My wife? Michelle McCool. You're mad because she does the Fate Breaker, which you call the Stars Clash, better than you do. She got it over. Says fucking she got it over. Oh my god. And then this is where he mentions the Unholy Trinity, which will come into play in the Boneyard match. And I think to myself, wow, it looks like AJ Styles has awoken the Phenom of yesteryear. And I think to myself, no, what he's woken up is Mark. So, yeah, what wonderful build here to this cinematic encounter here. My god, this does not take place in a goddamn wrestling ring. This Boneyard match takes place in a yard of bones.
Wow.
Unbelievable. So this cemetery, these grounds, a hearse arrives in them. A hearse comes in, druids emerge, and they pull out a coffin. Coffin opens and AJ Styles is in it. And he goes, ha ha ha, and then the AJ Styles theme starts. I love how he hits his like hand pose and goes, oh yeah! He really used to do that pose.
And then magic text appears next to his head that says AJ Styles.
He goes, Undertaker, where are ya? I'm here. And then he stops, pauses, and listens out. I hear him. Because he hears the vroom, 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 vroom of a hog. Undertaker rolls up in his hog. Yeah. Metallica starts playing.
My Harley Davidson, average American style.
Wow, could this really be a hybrid of Deadman and American Badass? I think so. And I remember this so well from when I first watched it. Like, just like incredibly hilarious how like Undertaker, he's like trudging all up to AJ, and he just like, I didn't think you'd make it. Yeah. Does Michelle know you're at the sleep? Yeah. Just keeps going, yeah.
Undertaker starts stimming on the dummy button.
So AJ, he tries grabbing a rock, but then Taker gives him the sit bone. Doof!
It would be pretty cool if when AJ asked him if Michelle knows he's out this late, he was like, "Nah, I snuck out."
Don't tell her.
Yeah, but immediately perfect Mark Calloway in this. He's just whooping AJ Styles' ass. Come on, tough guy. I'll show you a hole. I'll show you a hole.
Yeah. You say you want that?
And then my favourite line: "You want some more? I got a lot of more."
I love when like I think it's like AJ has his back to him and he goes, "Hey, doof." And there's a frankly Seagal-esque moment here where the first wound that Taker incurs is he takes some doohickey and he's about to smash AJ Styles' brains in with it, but AJ moves out of the way and he smashes the window with the doohickey, and then his arm is cut up and he goes, "Son of a bitch, look at what you did." I'm all bleeding now and I'm not selling it. Yeah, then like he got a lot of more, but then AJ throws dirt into his eyes and then kick him in the balls. Taker, whenever he sells like he is literally like about to die, which like I don't know how much of that is conscious and how much of it is him just being a folked old man, but like, you know, once he starts like selling, like he'll just like stumble around, forget going and it's pretty good. And so then he's in front of that grave that is the object of this boneyard match, and AJ is doofing him, but he ain't fallen. And then he fires back, does Undertaker, and then AJ falls into the grave. The match is over. He's won it. But then Undertaker hears a hoot. "Hey, dead man!" He turns around and it is Gallows and Anderson. And Undertaker, he's so fucking John Wayne, he fucking spits and just goes over, motors on down to give an ass kicking to these runts. But then, oh shit, they didn't come alone. Down come the walls of the nearby barn, and it's the Druids. They're back. They surround the dead man.
The SmackDown versus Raw 2011 Druids.
Exactly. There should have been an ambient sing of "oh" the whole time. And then they surround him. It's got to be like 10 of them. And then Undertaker, he goes, "We gonna do this, let's do it," and starts supporting everyone. No Druid gets anything over on the Undertaker. He murks them all. But then this is the incredible opportunity Gallows and Anderson needed to doof him, and for some reason Foley is added in for these doofs. You hear like psh, psh, psh. I wouldn't think you needed to do that. I think pro wrestlers can supply that themselves, but oh well. Gallows is like, "Get the shovel." So Anderson gets a shovel and Taker boots it away from him. He goes, "Want to use a shovel, huh? Alright, let's use a shovel." And then as he's murking them with the shovel, AJ runs back in and breaks a tombstone over him. And fucking, this is the big turning point. Taker is now folked from having tombstone broken. AJ does a running kick to the ribs and a pow sound effect plays. Now AJ he's punching Taker's face and he recoils. He broke his own darn finger punching Undertaker's face. And now Taker is in the maximum all that, and then AJ spears him through a wall, and then Undertaker is just like sitting against like the remnants of the wall, just like hyperventilating. It's crazy. There's a shot of AJ Styles that like it's like cinematographically composed, you know, and it's just like, I've seen this match before, but I still think like I never thought I'd see AJ Styles in like a composition like this, you know, like actual like movie type shit. But here he is, and he says to Undertaker, "Look at ya, You're a shill.
You're no phenom. You ain't nothing.
And then Taker, with no breath in him, flips AJ off and goes,
Come on.
and then AJ goes, I thought you were American badass. You know what you look like now? American shit ass. You don't say that. That's what I would have said. Then he raises his shovel, says he's doing the world a favor, and then shovels him into the grave. Undertaker sleepy. And then AJ crumbles dirt in his hand, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. He gets into the front loader vehicle with dirt in the scoop. Let's start this thing up, he says. But then, oh no, Undertaker transports behind him. AJ can't believe it. Taker with the deuce. And then Undertaker, he's a new man again. He says, where are you running? Can't run, AJ. On Holy Trinity, son, remember? Remember the Holy Trinity? And then AJ can't believe he's like, how? How are you still standing? And then he's up on the roof now. He climbed the ladder to the roof of this fucking shack that's near this graveyard. And then Undertaker explodes the roof pyro to scare AJ. And then here comes Anderson Gallo again. Luke Gallows is thrown to his death. Oh no. Thrown off this shack. And Carl Anderson tombstoned. And then Undertaker, he's going, it's you and me now, AJ. And AJ is begging off. He's like, no, this is what you asked for. Hey, what's my wife's name? Remember her name now? You remember? Stay with me, boy. He chokeslammed him off the thing. And now AJ unconscious, but Undertaker rubbing it in. And then he takes him over to that grave. AJ is croaking right now. He's croaking, don't bury me. Please don't bury me. And then Undertaker, he starts toying with his foot. He goes, you didn't think I was going to bury you. Come on, man. You alright? Ah, you give me a good fight, man. Just like starts like stroking his hair. And then like pats him on the chest, walks off, and then says, actually fuck you, buries you alive. Yeah, then like a leitmotif, the Undertaker theme plays as you see AJ's small ass hand sticking out of the dirt. And then Undertaker, he gets on his hog, raises his arm, which causes pyro to explode again, and then an epic light show does the Undertaker symbol on the barn, and then Metallica plays him out of the wrestling business. And also Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows are fired. Fuck you.
Yeah, this is great. Definitely one of the most triumphant pieces of cinema grappling in the genre.
Love
and
this match.
a great testament to shit all over that unwritten rule that a wrestling retirement is only effective if they put someone over. Nah.
Yeah.
We like when Taker fucking fuck people up. He had to win so that he could enter and exit the scene to a modern Metallica song. Because he's the best wrestler ever. Clearly.
Yeah. The Roman match happened, and people obviously were not satisfied with that. I think most people are satisfied with this. Even if, like, they have qualms about cinematic wrestling. Come on, man. It's the Undertaker being badass. He murky.
Yeah.
Really wonderful stuff. Felt just as fucking alive as I did the first time I watched it back in 2020. Just wonderful grappling. Thank you, sir, for your service. I will do it by what's that fucking fascist coffee that he hawks?
Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever fucking like right-wing grifter products that he has on his podcast, I will buy them all. Mark Calloway, thank you, sir, for your service. It's time for night two. So I had like about I want to say like about a day and a half between these two nights. As I understand it, this is just a water for you.
I watched them a day apart, but I also, but I think what was adding to my fatigue was I also caught up with WrestleMania 41.
Oh no! Oh no!
So now I'm like so engorged with WWE, just absolutely inflating because of it. It's insane. And I look forward to not watching it for a good while.
I had an incredibly high opinion of these shows relative to what I thought, and I am thinking I would like to take a moratorium on WWE. Oh man. So the kickoff match for WrestleMania Night 2 is Natalya versus Liv Morgan.
This got something approaching a build, right? But it was like one segment, and I can't remember what happened in it.
They faced the Kabuki Warriors in a tag match. And so Liv Morgan is, I assume, freshly babyface after the Riot Squad broke up. So she's no longer friends with Ruby Riott or Sarah Logan. She's teaming with Natalya now. They're doing pretty alright against the women's tag champions. But then Ruby Riott walks out. And Sarah Logan walks out after that. And they just start brawling with each other. And Liv Morgan is like, oh my god. Oh, she's looking between the match and them. Oh, I have to crossbody on them right now. And this leads to Natalya having no partner. And she gets pinned by the Kabuki Warriors. So, weird miscommunication. You'd think that they booked this match based off of that. That Natalya would be like, hey now, do not be doing that. But, no, this is just, they're just friends who are wrestling now. Well, only Tom Phillips read right now. Byron's not made it here yet. Delayed in traffic, I guess.
I don't care about this match, Tom. I can't be fucked.
I've got a huge erection in the fire of WrestleMania. So, Natalya and Liv Morgan, they are having these stalemates, and they're going, oh, ho, 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 ho. They're enjoying each other's company in this sparring encounter. And then Natalya will cut off a corner charge, get on offense, starts getting to be the heel of the match because she's stomping the head, doing all these strikes, and then she gets a 2 count. She tells Ref, do your job. He says, 2. She says, shut up. So, what is with this attitude Natalya has? Liv Morgan, very noisy, just like at all points, like, you know, she's getting like stretched on a surfboard. She'd be getting like picked up and she'd go like, that's what a surfboard sound. And Natalya will be going, ask her. Then she says to Liv, it's WrestleMania, you're not gonna quit. Okay then. And then ultimately a sharpshooter gets counted into a small package, and then that leads to a pin exchange that Liv just comes out on the top of. She hookied a leg real good and win by pinfall. My sentiments exactly.
I don't give a fuck about this match, Tom.
Hey Tom, did I miss anything? No.
And then WrestleMania begins again. And they run the same fucking shitty video package playbad.mp3. The same fucking shitty video package. So I went to IMDb, I had to find out who this fucking bastard narrator was and where he lives. His name is Ian Cardoni. He did voice work in Rick and Morty, and also he was recast, credited as Jack Sparrow narrator for WrestleMania 37. WWE will fail. WWE will fail. WWE will fail. WWE will fail.
I just love it. Like, wow, you're so epic. Come back next year.
It's insane. It must have been like, oh, you guys didn't get to see this last time on a Titantron.
Yeah, and now,
Or
now
something.
you do. It's wonderful.
Ugh.
Oh, and so here we are back in our safe place of the Performance Center. We start off with the NXT Women's title. What? Why this on cards? What?
What?
We must go back
It's
into
gonna take over?
we must go back into TV, for you see, Charlotte won the Royal Rumble, and wow, what did she decide to choose? The NXT title for Wrestlemania. That is after Rhea Ripley, the NXT champion, comes in and is like, why don't you wrestle Ray? And Charlotte's like, okay. And then from there, the week after, the day after Elimination Chamber, people draw. There's this package they run with Rhea, where she goes to the stadium, and it's like, wow, it'll be so cool to wrestle in this stadium. And I'm thinking, that is not going to happen, at least not until next year. And then Charlotte comes out to be like, she starts to like, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, did you see that package? Meet Rhea Ripley, the shiny new toy. And I'm like, ah, fuck, she's gonna bury Rhea Ripley. And the thing I was thinking about was how Ric Flair, who is of distant relation to Charlotte, he was. I was just thinking about,
She
like,
has father?
you know, there's that one angle they run with Sting and Flair, where, like, you know, Sting calls it Nature Boy, and Ric Flair comes out and he just like tears him an asshole, you know. He just like, you don't breathe the same air I do. You are shit. I hate you, and you don't deserve this belt. And you got parents that don't even name you right, Sting. And then Sting just like immediately murks him, and like it's really great. And unfortunately, I feel like Charlotte, as we'll get to, she's a really great wrestler, really incredible wrestler. But I don't think she has those instincts in her to kind of like have that give and take to an angle. And unfortunately, the environment that she's in isn't really conducive to that either, because we're in like, and we currently still are in this age where a promo is not what the word implies, a promotion for an upcoming thing where you advertise a match. Instead, a promo is a thing in and of itself, where like you must pwn the other person, you know. And so we already saw how like this went down with her and WrestleMania 41 opponent Tiffany Stratton, and here we see it where like it doesn't blow up into like anything big or anything, but it's just like, yeah, it kind of looks like a bit of a dipshit here, you know. She's just kind of like,
it's not a very good segment where Rhea punches her on Raw, and they both seem to find it really funny. They're just like, hey.
yeah. And then on NXT in Performance Center, Rhea Ripley comes out to address the crowd, and then here comes Charlotte. I thought this was really funny, like how the crowd is to Charlotte, because literally they just get so tribalistic. They're literally going like, go back to Raw, go back to Raw. And Charlotte can't handle it. She's like fucking replying to everything they're saying, and just like, she's so got into about it. And then, oh my god, she murkied Rhea Ripley, give her that figure 4 and stuff. Oh no. And then the last angle here really is that Rhea is walking around outside Performance Center, And then Charlotte boot her. A brawl in the parking lot. They reused this for WrestleMania 41. And then Adam Pearson and all that are like, Charlotte, get out of here. And Charlotte's like, okay. And then Rhea Ripley gets up. It's like, ha 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 ha. And here we are now at night 2. Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte. Charlotte, she is getting the better things early on. Rhea is like, you kidding? Really, Charlotte? And then gets in a collar elbow. Show me respect. And then fucking Charlotte goes for the Flair corner bump. And then Rhea just fucking puts her right in the fucking face. And just hits that Riptide, her big move, for 2. And that sort of like gets Charlotte going for a powder. I think you get across well here, like, like, oh, she wasn't even stressed that finisher only got 2, because it's just like, this is like that wake up call to Charlotte. This is not some fucking NXT rookie. This is the 3rd brand of WWE, and it's champion. Then like, there's this fucking gnarly fucking snapmare to the outside, and like then Charlotte does this like really great like Rick style double thrust to like the chest. That's great. Meanwhile, like Rhea, I think, does great to like play off of just like how aggressive Charlotte is. Like she really does well of like having like this babyface fire. Like, when you have no crowd to like garner sympathy with, it really behoves you to be motivated by personal hatred. And I think that's what Rhea does here really well. Like, it's just like fucking kicking each other in the fucking spine, and then like she gets Charlotte in like this body scissors, whacking her fucking shoulder, and then eventually Charlotte cuts it off and establishes the main story of the match by like doing this dragon screw that fucks Rhea's leg right up, and she's screaming in pain. Charlotte just preying on it over and over again. She even like does this shit where like Rhea's heel is on the ropes, and she kicks the rope, and that just puts in more agony. And then like I think like Rhea does well to sort of like stay in this while being like underneath, like I was like booting at her when she has a spare moment, but then like Charlotte will just like boots the knee, fucking buckles really well, and the ref will be like, Rhea, do you want me to stop the match? And she will scream, no. And then Charlotte will go, yeah, she does. So good dialogue. And like, I love Charlotte's chop block. It's like so often like chop block can just feel like like you do the slide and then person takes back bump. This feels like you just like have destroyed this tendon. Rhea comes back with a schoolboy, and then she does this like crazy back suplex face buster, but she's in agony. She's in agony after this. So Charlotte gets up calmly. First, after this, she goes, Rhea, I never stop. I never get up. Just gets fucking slapped in that face. And then Rhea uses the good knee. This is come to the good knee for a bunch of kicks. And then a good drop kick. A lot of great screaming for Rhea's comeback. It's very sort of like Nihon Josh Pro Wrest. It's like always going and but then Charlotte cuts her off, sends her over the ropes, kicks her leg out of her leg. Rhea meets her up on the top when she's going up top with a boot, and then an electric chair face buster. Charlotte gets up, goes and then Rhea almost gets backed up but flips out of it, stumbles with that bad wheel, but she avoids for a leg markage and gives her a big elbow. Just like an incredibly physical match here. All the strikes just feel so fucking like just fucking going for it. And then Rhea stomps her fucking chest in and locks in the Nightmare. That thing she does, the hold. Yeah, just working those legs. And I love when like Charlotte is getting out of this, because she fucking brings to mind like the female lead in like an Argento movie or something like that. Like when they're like escaping from the killer, they're just going like, oh,
You know, it's fucking, give me up now.
And yeah, then there's like the struggle for the figure four. I loved it. I love there's like a big old sweep kick that Rhea does. This sweep, like Charlotte be stomping her, but then Rhea also do a Yakuza kick. Charlotte goes for her crazy moonsault. It's met with a boot, and then Charlotte answers with a spear, and it's different from the Asuka one. Like I wouldn't say it's as smooth, but I feel like it's good in its own way. Where like there's the collision, and then like they just truck down. You know what I mean? They just fucking like crumple. It looks like such a fucking like, man, that suck. Figure four gets locked in. Rhea is slapping the knees, and Charlotte, she's got along the feet, just like slaps her in the face into figure eight, and Rhea in utter pain and just like, what a fucking, I can't believe this shit, I tap out. And yeah, I thought this was like an incredible match. I loved this match. Probably one of my favorite matches of like the WrestleManias here. Woohoo!
Yeah, I liked it too. I like the two of them as a matchup. They were, really relentless, working mega hard at every moment. I was probably a little lower on it than you were. Maybe it felt a little long for an opener. I like a snappy opener. It's kind of my thing. Rhea's pretty good. She kind of has taken the aura pill, But I got a nice reminder when watching WrestleMania 41. It's like, oh yeah, shit. She is actually really good.
Yeah. I would agree with that. So yeah, and as I was sort of alluding to, I needed like this in the Asuka match to be like, okay, yeah, Charlotte is like really, really good.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I can make a whole list of people where like the only thing they do on the TV is like some annoying bullshit, and then it takes for fucking WrestleMania for them to have a match where I'm like, oh, that's right, great wrestler. I forgot it, thanks to WWE. But yeah.
But yeah, she deserves 10 trillion women's title reigns, I guess.
You deserve it. And yeah, she's NXT champ now. Royal Rumble win, well used.
Yes, I think.
Now we come on to Aleister Black versus Bobby Lashley.
Creaky trapdoor WAV.
Don't you love when Aleister Black's nameplate pops up and he goes like, oh. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so they just announced this as happening for the vibes, I guess.
Yeah, they just said like
they did
Black...
not speak to each other. They did not look at each other in the eyes. Just this is happening. So woohoo!
Bobby Lashley had a squashy on the People draw, and then this is his next appearance, WrestleMania Night 2. And Aleister Black, he's had like 2 matches against Leon Ruff, though they may want to tell you that it's just been one, but we know the truth. Yeah, it's this match now. It would be a Raw match under normal circumstances, but in this very special WrestleMania, they're alright with having a TV match on this card. Bobby Lashley is accompanied by Lana.
Yes, with Lana, but also with long tights. The fuck?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Come on, his whole previous act was with Leo Rush, where he'd bend over and be like, "Look at my glutes," and now he's hiding the glutes. Are you fucking kidding me?
Was that the purpose of that pose? Like, I really sort of thought he was just showing off his asshole.
I mean, I can't actually remember whether that was the purpose, but I assume it's like, the backs of my legs don't look like yours. I don't know.
Oh man!
Just coming up with a new funny way to flex on someone. That's good.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah, Bobby Lashley, a wonderful talent, and like he has stolen Rusev's wife. It's a great storyline that we all know and love.
I remembered that Lashley was with Lana. I kind of thought it was just for the duration of a Rusev feud. But no, he's just fucking taken her.
They are husband and wife, really. So yeah, now we've got this match here, and Aleister Black, he has a new quote, with Horde. That's how you make a WrestleMania moment for yourself. You do the exact same entrance you've been doing in the exact same venue, but now you got horn on jackets. Oh man, WrestleMania. He doesn't do a springboard into the ring this time. He just gets in, sits down, and he's ready for Bobby Lashley, who comes out. I love this Bobby Lashley theme. Like it sounds like Down with a Sickness, more specifically Dale Oliver's ripoff of Down with a Sickness. They probably could have done with giving like Aleister Black a bit more of a warm up match, because like the thing I was thinking to myself was like all his squashies are about how he's an epic striker who can knock you out like that, and fair enough. You wouldn't want to just immediately pull out the black mask because someone with the acumen of Bobby Lashley could reverse it, and then you'd be in big trouble. But it did feel like odd that like all we've seen of Aleister Black is just that strikey, and then here he's jockeying for position,
Yeah. Hey, Aleister, you should give that kick a try. Might work.
It may work. Worth a try. Bobby gets low bridged out onto the apron, and then a boot. And Aleister Black goes for that Ibushi moonsault, but then he misses and he gets suplexed. And then the slow-mo of his suplex, the replay shows Aleister bouncing off the mat, and it must have sucked. Now Bobby is murking him. He does a neck breaker and then smiles and winks at his wife, which is nice. He goes for the stalling suplex. Black tries to block it. He ends up tying Lash up on the ropes and whacks him. Lana, by the way, she's not a Russian. She's not Russian anymore. She's just CG Perry. And then he goes for the spear, does Lashley. It's interrupted by a kick. He did it. He did the kick. A kick. And I dig the straight combination that Aleister Black does. And you know why? Head movement. He does head movement. More people should do head movement, I think. Adds a lot of realism to your striking. And then he tries it again and hits it. The Ibushi moonsault. No ankles exploded here. Lashley cuts this offense off of a crossbody. Then a big lariat. And now he goes for the Dominator. But Lana's on the apron. She goes, no. Don't win with that. Do the spear. And then Lashley, he just like kisses his finger. Like, okay, baby. Goes for the spear.
But why, Lana? What's wrong with the Dominator? No, I placed a bet on you winning with spear.
See, look, Bobby is in love with his wife. He doesn't he doesn't question this,
Yeah.
This is great storytelling. He goes for spear, and oh my, what? Here's called for the Black Mass. Wow. And then Aleister Black pins him for a 3.1 kickout to take the W in this match. From here, this is where MVP comes in and tells him, no more women! And,
I wrote, Bobby, fire this buffoon. I forgot that she was his storyline wife. I thought she was just like a client who, client with benefits. But,
yeah.
But yeah, I just told him to fire his wife.
Yeah.
Wife, you fired.
And when I was looking up to confirm this was the follow up, I did see the clip of Bobby going, I want a divorce. So that's nice.
Fuck yeah.
Goes on to the hurt business.
Divorces, the firing of of relationships.
So yeah, pretty good match. We return now to Kayla. Kayla's back. Kayla is here with Bayley and Sasha Banks. You know, as we'll get to, there's some tension between these two besties. Bayley thinks that Sasha will not turn on her. This interview is over, and Kayla stands there with a blank look on her face. But wait, this is the one time that this is revealed to be an apparent strategy, because her just standing there means that Sasha sticks around, and Kayla's like, Sasha Banks, I will ask you a question. Whoa! That's the first time that's ever happened. Journalism! And then we get a promo for the next pay-per-view. It ain't Backlash, it's Money in the Bank. And they show a compilation of like people winning briefcase and handing briefcase
But
to
it was
referee.
Backlash, though. I swear it was. The greatest match ever.
That is... Wait, okay, hold on. Let's see. Greatest match... greatest wrestling match. Edge. That'll slip in results.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck off Misawa Kobashi. I'm looking for Edge.
Okay, yeah. Okay. It was Backlash. Mea culpa.
Yeah, I
Fucking-
don't know why they weren't advertising that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. So, Money in the Bank. It shows Baron Corbin handing his case to the referee. It don't show what happens next. And then, you know, Mojo Rawley is the 24/7 champion. Let's check in on all that. Charlie is with Gronk. Charlie's basically like, Gronk, are you fucking pissed about that shit? And Gronk's like, yeah, I want that title. And Charlie goes, alright, enjoy yourself. And then they just both stop the conversation. And then they cut away. Otis versus Dolph Ziggler. What a story this is. So it started from before this, where it was all in February. You see, Mandy Rose is around. Otis thinks that she's a very pretty girl. And so he sums up the cards, thanks to his buddy Tucker, to ask her out. Are you free next Friday? And then Mandy Rose is like, no, I've got plans next Friday. But I've got plans, and I've got nothing the next week. And it's like, oh, great. And they have such a wonderful package of like, it's the perfect sort of rendition of like faux sitcom WWE style shit, where it's just this like camera shot of like Otis with the combed hair, like you mentioned. He's got such a nice little dicky on. And he's going, Mandy, looking forward to a date, hot as emoji. And then, but what is this, like, fucking, so he gets told through text, I'm running late, so be here by this time. And he's like, alright. And then he comes there, and Mandy is with Dolph Ziggler. He came to the restaurant with roses in hand, and he stares at this, and he lets the roses drop to the floor, and walks away. No! And then fucking Tucker is like, he speaks to Mandy Rose, is like, you hurt my boy. And Mandy's like, come on, he stood me up. Dolph Ziggler was there. And like, unbelievable stuff. And then, you know, from there, Dolph Ziggler, he starts rubbing it in. And so, you know, Heavy Machinery to come out to face John Morrison and The Miz. They're doing well. Otis, he has this wonderful habit of just going like, Tucky! Spectacular. And then, you know, there's a point where I have this note written down here, Tucky's feeling yucky. I don't know if Michael Cole says that or Otis does. But then it's all interrupted because Dolph Ziggler comes out and he shows Otis some Instagram pictures of him laughing it up with Mandy Rose it could have been you, Otis, but you fucked it. You fumbled Mandy Rose. And now I am kissing her and stuff.
Fumbled.
And so Otis is just like so heartbroken by this. And he flies into murder mode. He starts murking the Miz and John Morrison. He's like grabbing the Miz going, "You don't know me! You don't know me!" And then, like, you know, as you mentioned, like a barricade bump to both of them. And then, like, fucking... The match isn't over yet. There's not been a DQ or a counter or anything. But he grabs his chair. And Tucker is like, "Otis, no! No! The tag title's Otis! Come on!" And then Otis... He looks at him. He looks at the chair. Fucking murks Miz with the chair, and just like going fucking crazy. And then, he's just so distraught and mad. And then finally, Tucker grabs him in his arms, and then you hear him to go. He's crying. He's heartbroken. Beneath this fury and anger is a heart wounded, a soul broken by Dolph Ziggler. I just thought it was a wonderful angle, honestly. Like, just like really effective stuff. Then the next week, Tucker is booked to face Dolph Ziggler. But before that, Mandy Rose comes up and Michael Cole's talking over it, so they just like rhubarb together. Mandy Rose like rhubarb, and Tucker's like rhubarb. And then like after this, Tucker and Otis, they meet up. Otis goes, "Tucker!" But then he starts talking normally, which is fucked up. And Tucker is like, "You know, man, Mandy Rose came up and talked to me. I think she was going to Dolph's dressing room." And Otis goes, and then Tucker versus Dolph Ziggler occurs, and then it ends in a very unique way, where Dolph Ziggler hits the zigzag on the steel steps and the referee is like, DQ, which I didn't realize that you could. I thought you had to like actively use a weapon to get a DQ instead of just being on the steps. And then Mandy Rose comes out like, "Dolph, what are you doing?" She has already chided Dolph for doing what he did the previous week, rubbing it in Gnosis's face. She's like, "He's a sweet boy. Do not do that." And Dolph's like, okay. But now he is doing this. He's murking the tag partner. And then here comes fucking Otis now. Tucker! He probably could have came out like 5 minutes earlier, so Tucker was not dead. But oh well. And then the hacker comes back. And everyone's looking at the screen now. And oh my god. What a devious plot this was. It turns out that Mandy Rose's best friend, Sonya Deville, conspired with Dolph Ziggler to screw over Otis and allow Dolph Ziggler to get his hole. And I don't know what the purpose of this was, but I want to give a thank you out to the hacker who revealed the information on Friday Night SmackDown Live. And after this, Sonya Deville is like, "Mandy, no, I am your best friend. I would never do something like this to you." And Mandy does not want to hear it. She walks away. She's done with this whole thing. And then Sonya is falling her backstage. "Mandy, wait! No! Oh. And now we come to night 2 of WrestleMania, where Dolph Ziggler comes out and Sonya Deville is with him, just going like, "Yeah, that's right. I helped Dolph Ziggler. Fuck. Unrepentant in nature." So that's cool. Yeah, what did you think of this storyline here?
Yeah, it's very fun. I liked Otis texting with Mandy Rose, and I think that he was saying, "I have a huge erection. I can't wait to Facebook you. Facebook the shit out of you."
Oh, yeah, that was good on you.
Oh, yeah. And so I just googled who hacked SmackDown 2020.
Yeah.
It says, someone on Reddit says, it was used to further the storyline between Mandy, Sonya, Otis and Ziggler. Then once it served that purpose, no one talked about it until Ali dropped it in passing in a promo months later that it was him, and never mentioned it again.
So it was Retribution. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Dolph's out here with Sonya. They're buds now, partners in crime. A very inscrutable crime, but a crime nevertheless. JBL, he accuses the hacker of fake news. Oh, it is 2020. And then Otis, he just fucking gets in there. He wants Dolph bad, and Dolph, he's a desperate man. He's frantically trying to get out, but not only that, he's just like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Just like, just like trying to escape this fucking beast of a man. Then he gets the advantage with a super kick, where he just starts working over Otis. He goes, "You will never be me." I quite like Otis working from underneath because his abdomen is hypnotic. It jiggles so. And then he gets back into it with the good old Ziggler slingshot counter. Few other people have I seen go for a front drop kick in the shape of a tuning fork, but Dolph Ziggler does. He always gets caught to get a slingshot. After this, it's time for Otis to Hulk up. This is an incredible audiovisual experience. He gets kicked in the gut, and he grabs his belly and starts shaking and going, he goes, "I don't think so," and he gets hit again and grabs you up and humps. "I don't think so." Oh, he's the best wrestler I've ever seen. And I'm just fucking fired up. I want Otis to get this fucker. He's just fucking throwing Dolph around, dumping him out. Sonya cannot believe it. She cannot believe that her man is being murked like this. And then he does the compactor, which is a pop-up World's Strongest Slam. And now it's time for a poetic end to this, the caterpillar. But then Sonya interrupts. I don't think Otis had noticed her until now, because he goes over and goes like, "What are you doing here?" He had not noticed. But Dolph with a punt to the dick. No, say it ain't so. But just as he's about to capitalise, Mandy. It's Mandy Rosenstein. And she has special gold gear for this WrestleMania run-in. She goes up to Sonya and slaps that shit out of her. Goes up to Dolph. Dolph is like, "You're ruining everything." Low blows him. And then yes, Otis hits the caterpillar elbow for the win. Yes, boy. True love wins. Otis, he gets Mandy Rose in arms and then lifts her up and they smooch. Oh my god. Otis gets the win and Otis gets the girl. JBL is disgusted by this because Otis fat, but I love it. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, JBL goes into watching Vito in a dress, right? In reaction to that.
Wonderful. How do you celebrate a WrestleMania win? By fucking. So that's nice. So yeah, probably like my favorite story. The match wasn't as good as some other highlights, but just like an easy sort of story to do, like a layup really. You can't go wrong with Otis. Yeah, best wrestler I've ever seen. Yeah,
the match was fine. It's all about the happy ending. Let me tell you, they had a happy ending. I'm coming, Tucky. I can't do his voice. Tucky, I'm gonna come. Tucker's just on a chair in the corner.
You've heard of the cuck chair, now it's time for the emotional support chair.
Yeah. Bless him, he's got to guide him through it.
So now it's time for another happy ending. It's Edge versus Randy Orton. The last man standing match. And this all goes back to the Royal Rumble, where Edge returned to the ring, and he threw Randy Orton out. But Randy no thinking no big deal. He come out next night on Raw, and it's like, hey, we should wait for him with the RKO. And Edge is like, okay. But then Randy Orton, murk him. What? I can't believe this. Randy Orton has turned on Edge, and he gave him one-man concerto. Oh, how devious of him. And then, after this, Beth Phoenix come out, wife of Edge, as seen on NXT on USA Network. And she is saying, oh, Edge has been murked, and I'm so sad about it. And then Randy Orton come out, interrupts her, and just like, oh, you know, I did that to Edge because I love him, and I know that he is a junkie for the ring, and this wasn't just going to be a one-off. He wanted to keep wrestling, and that's no good. I want him to tend to his girls and wife, you. And you know something, maybe I love his family more than you do. And Beth Phoenix says, I can't believe this. And then Randy Orton says, truth hurts, donut. Beth Phoenix is like, wow, I slaps you. And then Orton is like, I'll RKO you now. Oh. And so the next week, Raw after Elimination Chamber, fucking Edge is in the building. And it's a really funny segment because like MVP comes out and he's basically like, you know, I'm going to start the Hurt Business, and I think Edge should be the leader of the Hurt Business. And so like Edge arrives at the arena. It shows up on the Titantron. His car pulls up, and like MVP starts narrating. He's like, there he is. There's my guy. Yeah, we're gonna make a lot of money together. And then like it cuts away from that eventually. There's a couple seconds between like that cutting off and Edge's music hitting. And in between then, if he just goes like, like, that's great. And then Edge comes in and wants Randy. Where's Randy? And MVP's like, hey, you gotta focus on business, man. You're too focused on personal stuff. Matter of fact, how's your wife? And Edge is like, oh, you did not just say that. I will hit the anti-venom on you, my new submission move. He says all that, and then he does it. And, oh my god, here comes Randy Orton to ambush from behind. And, whoa, Edge hits the RKO on him. Randy can't believe it. And then he watches as Edge murks MVP some more. And then, from there, in empty arena era, Edge comes out for a promo. And he says, you know, it's so ironic, Randy. Beth was going to come out to retire for me, because she thought that I don't deserve to have to make this sad retire twice. But then you interrupted. Whoopsie. So isn't that like quite a novel tragedy? You know, it's like out of the pages of Dostoevsky, man. I tell you what. And so he says to Orton, you have a walking beast inside me. I would like match against you at WrestleMania, make it last man standing. And then the main event of Raw is Orton going, yeah.
I think that promo was... I think I just saw that in like a meme of like the Virgin Edge and the Chad Christian. Where it's like that promo, but like sped up and he's like pacing around. Like,
yeah.
And then it's just like slow motion pictures of Christian having aura and shit.
That meme that Edge has absolutely seen and is very mad about.
Yeah, good shit.
And so Edge then responds to Randy's response in a backstage promo. He says, you said Adam Copeland's a junkie for Edge. You're probably right. If you're not a junkie for this, you're in my way. And Orton, you're only at your best when I'm around. And so, oh man, high stakes for this as we get along to this actual match here. Orton is like a pretty good sort of like son of a bitch about it. Like when he just wants to go like scorched earth and just like really be a heel, he can do it pretty well. And Edge, you know, like his acting is it is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we all love Money Plane, but
sometimes his face is ready to be a money plane in this. And so like you know, here it is, the match with the rep, the water torture match. I will confess to crimes that I did commit. And so Edge comes out very serious and spiritual. He does not do his pose. #shoot. And then Edge is pacing around in the ring waiting for this personal revenge. He needs to wait though. We need to plug Snickers. Snickers. Be satisfied. And then here comes Randy Orton's scene now. His Titantron says, "In my veins." I don't remember Randy Orton ever saying that. But where is the vein man? Where could he be? Uh-oh, the cameraman is moving around. It's Randy Orton, and he beats up Edge. He had this disguise with black clothes. You know, obviously they don't show it immediately, but there's an epic replay of him slowly putting down an expensive camera, which is pretty good. And then the referee here is a bit of a goof, because Edge is like trying to pull himself up with the ropes. The ref tells Edge, "You gotta give me an audible yes for me to start the match." And Edge goes like, "Yes." And the ref goes, "No, no, 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 you gotta get to your feet." So why'd you say that first thing then? And so then the bell rings and Orton hits the RKO immediately. Edge, he can only get to his feet by getting out of the ring. At which point Randy takes the camera that he was operating and murks him with it. And he then, with Edge splayed out, he goes, "Where you at, ref? Here, count." That's nice. I like the to and fro that Randy and the ref have for this.
That's a feeling that all of us who have played last man standing matches on PS2 games can relate to. Is that not a count? Come on.
Oh god, yeah. They start walking to the back. You can see Paul Heyman just sitting at the desk, and then they get into the gym.
Hey man.
And this is the gym where Gargano and Ciampa were fighting. But now two better wrestlers are here. I hadn't realized before that like when they're in the gym, like the ring is right there. Like it's really like an intimate venue. Quite crazy. And so he doofs Edge with like a chain, and then like he grabs a pulley and decides to put Edge's head in there so as to suffocate him. R.I.P. Chris Benoit. I'm still going.
No.
Love you, brother. Wrestler's life. And yeah, this is the first point where he gets fresh with the ref. Goes, "Is that not a count?" And the ref goes like, "What?" And then Orton has evil intentions. He gets a weight. But then Edge drops it, kicks it into his gob. And then Orton goes, "Ah!" Great selling from Orton here, just across the whole match. And then Edge, starting with the offense himself, as double slap to the back, cross faces him. And then he gets sent into the table. A piece of paper sticks to the sweaty arm of one Randy Orton. Quite nice. Edge goes, "Raw!" And then he has Orton take a seat in a nice office chair. But, you know, he could do like DDP and have him do a spin around, but this is much too serious an affair. Instead, he pulls up on a pull-up bar and does that fucking like crotch thing that Rey Mysterio does off of the pull-up bar, which is nice. And then like is following Randy as he crawls away. He like hops through like a sled doohickey. Like it's like a proper slalom thing. I was expecting next that they would do like a fucking like hopscotch thing, but they don't. Instead, Edge yells,
9 years, Randy.
Because it has been 9 years since he last wrestled, you understand. And then he's about to reverse. He's about to Irish whip Orton into the wall of pain that is made of steel and thus is painful. But Orton reverses it and puts him into the wall of pain. Orton's eyes now linger. He looks at the doohickey sled and decides, I will kill Edge with the sled. And then but Edge moves out of the way. Orton crashes into a wall. Oh, imagine if Edge was there. Would have killed him. And now, a douche exchange. Good douches from both men here as they hobble on over to the production area. They're in a cramped hallway, bathed in red lights, quite cinematic. They basically do like a outside Hell in a Cell action here. Just like punches and throw against the wall around here. There's a point where I think to myself, I don't think it's possible for Orton to have this sort of match heterosexually, because there's just this point where he just Edge is getting up, he's clawing at Orton's delicious thighs, and Orton hugs them as he gets up, so tender, and then into that wall. Oh my god! And then here they are now at the refuge of Johnny Gargano with the big steel disc. Edge sent him into this big steel disc. It hurts a lot. It looks like it fucking hurts so bad to go into this in any way, shape, or form. And they do a whole lot. So Orton, he sells by resting on 2 boxes of WB Misson Blizzard Spring Water. This supplies at the Performance Center, and it's just there. And Edge is now relishing in the punishment of Randy Orton here. He's taking his time. He's doofing him a whole lot. They're both on a desk, and then Edge gets a stupid fucking idea where there's a chain link ceiling above the steel desk table, and so he decides, for some reason
I could not figure out the intended purpose of that.
So he decides, let me just climb up onto this. It can barely support my weight, and then I'll just do an elbow drop that really fucking hurts myself as well. And then he fucks himself up. He's in agony. Owens now going in pain, like he's doing a breathing exercise. And then they're walking again. The Clash of Champions poster gets tilted. The SummerSlam poster sent right into it. Same with the Hell in a Cell poster. These great artifacts are being disrupted here. And the cameraman bumps. And now they're in an additional storage facility. Remember, this whole time Baron Saxon and Tony Phillips have been there, and they've been Owen voicing the entire thing. We cannot believe the depths to which these two men have gone.
It really adds to the fatigue of the match. Just to at least be like, oh my god, Byron, did you see that? But it just, it's so quiet. So I was spending my time during this match making a bad .mp3 among other things.
Wonderful.
And
wonderful.
I also watched a bunch of YouTube shorts. Yeah, I remember watching this one in 2020. I was in a voice call. It was back when I smoked a lot of weed, and we were all kind of cackling at this on my own and sober. I was like, this is the longest thing that's ever happened, isn't it? Very interesting.
Well, for the whole time I was wrapped into copious notes, so don't you worry, you YouTube short watching ass. I have all the play-by-play here for you right now. The additional storage facility. Randy Orton pushes ladder out the way.
They go into room. They exit room and enter another room. They go into other part then and do some doofing.
I'll tell you something. I'd love if this was just 15 minutes of Randy Orton pushing ladders out of the way. That was funny. Edge taking a nap on a box, but Orton gets him up. Edge tries to grab a chair, but Orton sees it. He throws it away, goes no. And then Orton, he grabs a water bottle. he doesn't so much drink it as he just like pours it over himself and goes and then Edge, you know, he does that hair stroke, you know, the one who goes like like that, you know, he's murking Orton, and then he leans on a box that says pre-tapes. The pre-tapes, they whisper sage advice to him. Adam, give him the double axe handle. And so he does. He gives him a double axe handle. And so now Orton is on a table, and Edge, he flies off surface to do elbow drop. And now he's selling. But he's also staring forward, like he cannot comprehend this level of brutality he's descending to. As if it's Adam Copeland in there, asking thee, imploring thee, let us fly these deadly waters, let us home. But Edge takes over and thinks to himself, what is it? What nameless and inscrutable unearthly thing is it, that against all natural lovings and longings, I so keep pushing and crowding and dowing myself on all the time, reckless me making me ready to do what in my own proper natural heart I dare not dream of doing. Is Edge, is it I, God or who, that works this high spot? But if the great sun move not of himself, but is as an errand boy in heaven, no one single star can revolve but by some invisible power. How then can this one small heart beat, this one small brain think thoughts, unless God does that beating, does that thinking, does that living, and not I? And then Randy Orton hits him with a headbutt. And then they go to a truck. And they are now doing spots on the truck. The truck bed, a popular surface for these two men at this point. Edge selling these things of the truck bed. And then the referee is going to count him out, but Orton tells the ref, I'll tell you when to count him, and he does a draping DDT off the truck. And then Edge, he lightly seizes his broken neck, you see. It could be popping up again. And then they crawl up to a beggar truck, and Byron and Tom, they're whispering, and it's hard to hear him because Orton is going all the time. And then Orton, he's looking for the punt, but then he gets speared, and he goes and then another spear attempted gets countered into RKO, 9 count. And then Orton decides it's time for thinking time on the truck bed. Then he goes down, looks at a giant ladder. On a table nearby there are many snacks, but he doesn't care. What he wants is 2 chairs to do a concerto with. That all-important move. Edge and Christian, you know. And then he sets up for concerto. The ref is like, no, don't do this, Randy. And Randy, he crouches down to Edge. Says, now you go back to your girls. You get to go back. But then Edge catches him in the money clip. And then he gets Orton unconscious.
I'm just laughing at the fact that, you know, I watched this hours ago. I was like, oh man, goes on a bit. And now you're just explaining everything back to me that happened. 5 in the morning, and I'm just like, oh, yeah, it did happen, didn't it?
It's important, E. Oral traditions like these, they must be kept alive. Edge, it's why they call it the anti-venom, because it's a weapon against Randy Orton. Orton is out. He could win the match right now. But then Edge is like, don't you fucking count, referee. And that's crazy, right? They're like, you can just stop the count if the other guy doesn't want it. That doesn't feel legal. But then it does happen. The referee stops because Edge, he needs to finish this. He doesn't want to. He cry. I can't believe it's come to this. But now I must destroy the Viper. Ed, fucking Randy gets concertoed. He's twitching. He's dead. And referee, he checks on this corpse and says, what? And then he gets to a 10. Ed's win. Yay!
Yay.
Oh.
He did it. He's back.
Yeah, this match was very long. Maybe I was just like in a nice mood for it, but I was just sort of like, like a pleasant enough, like 50 minutes or whatever, just like watching these two dudes doof. Got to see Edge wonder how he became so violent and decides he must go ahead, jam on, and Mark Orton. They'll have next month the greatest wrestling match ever, and that was great, wasn't it?
I can't remember much about it. I do remember enjoying it at the time, but apparently I enjoyed this one at the time as well. So, a lot of my taste has stayed the same, but I think getting fried in voice chats influenced a lot of what I was taking in.
Anyways, this chapter of WrestleMania is over. Mojo Rawley is here. People want his 547 title, including AJ Francis top dollar. And then Gronk is on the perch. He dives down and pins Mojo to become 24/7 champion. Oh.
Yeah, he did that, yeah.
So now it's time for the Raw Tag titles to be decided here. The Raw Tag champions, they are the Street Profits of Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins. They have the titles and they're just goofing the fuck around. And then it's decided, oh hey, Andrade and Angel Garza will go for the tag titles. And, 7.5 hours in, suddenly these quibbles seem no longer significant. But I thought to myself when I was watching Raw,
oh god, I just saw the recording time. Oh god, what have we done?
Andrade and Angel Garza faced Cedric Alexander and Ricochet. I think that match could have benefited from being an explicit one contenders match. Instead, it's not. It's quite telegraphed that they'll win the match. And I think it would have added a bit of space to that TV match to have no stakes. But as it is, it's a pretty ordinary match. And then you get into it with the Street Profits. And then fucking, oh no, Andrade has a rib injury. He's out. Zelina Vega has new clients. Boston Theory from NXT. Boston Theory debuts in this trios where it's the Street Profits and Kevin Owen versus Freakin' and Angel and Austin. It is probably the worst debut ever for Austin Theory, which makes me very happy that Montez Ford dives at him and Austin Theory does not catch him at all. You just hear of Montez Ford's body.
That was such a crazy sound. Right on the ramp.
Right on the fucking ramp. It's unbelievable. Now here we are. Montez Ford comes out and he says, it's WrestleMania. In that exact tone of voice. And then they are doing the shine to Austin Theory and Angel Garza, are the Street Profits. Theory will send Dawkins out and Garza super kicks him discreetly. And then Angel Garza gets in. There go the pants. There go the pants. And then Austin Theory's got this fucking stupid fucking rolling dropkick he does. It's stupid. I hate all his moves. Angelo Dawkins does a nice hot tag lead up where doesn't even do a move or anything. He just outruns Garza to get to Ford. Theory picks up a pin and murks Dawkins, but Ford kicks him. Ford does a WrestleMania dive. He says WrestleMania before it. He loves WrestleMania. And this time Theory kind of catches him. Good job, Theory. You idiot. You fucking stupid asshole. I hate you. Ford screams WrestleMania some more. So now everyone's screaming it. And then he crosses his eyes, does Montez Ford. What an enthusiastic young man this is. Angel Garza, he tries to go for the wing clipper. It gets countered for double tag. Austin Theory hits the TKO. It might be done. But then the pin gets interrupted by the frog splash from the heavens by Montez Ford. And Dawkins just pinned him. Ha ha ha. That's what I wrote because I quite enjoyed that finish. It made him look like a bitch. Yeah, TV-ass match gets TV-ass finish.
I've got a note here. I don't remember writing this, actually. It says, we want the hickory smoke, full stop.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then they're attacking the Street Profits after this. Like, this is the episode of Raw. And then Zelina even gets in for a Yakuza kick. And oh my god, it's Bianca Belair. She comes out and hits the KOD on Zelina. And then, like, I was, like, confused. But then I saw Montez Ford slide up to her seductively. And I was like, oh yeah, hubby. That's right. Everyone is, whenever people want to say, I'm attracted to Bianca Belair sexually, they have to phrase it like, I will fight Montez Ford. I will shoot him.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, what a WrestleMania moment. In 2 years, she'll be main eventing. Very nice for her.
Yeah, the match was... I feel like... I quite liked the Street Profits at the time. I think it's an act that Empty Arena takes away from, because it just makes Montez Ford's like screeching antics less tolerable.
Absolutely. Yeah. I could not much stand this fellow.
Yeah.
But hey, we have no host now. We have no host for WrestleMania. Gronk is gone.
What the heck?
Gronk is quite unprofessionally absconded his responsibilities. But thankfully, there's a real pro here. Hurrah, 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 hurrah! It's Titus O'Neil. I was so glad to see him.
I didn't even realize he was still around.
Yeah. and what a role he plays now as we get to the SmackDown Women's Championship. Bayley is champion.
Oh.
She faces Sasha Banks, Lacey Evans, Naomi, and Tamina. And it's time to talk about the build-up to this. So you see, Bayley's been champion for a year, and she's beaten all the competition. And also, in addition to that, she has this blah 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 sort of thing where she's like yaps off at the mouth, and it's meta and stuff. And I don't like it that much. She's friends with Sasha Banks, and then it's like, oh, you say Paige is going to be here. Paige, the former women's champion, Paige. Oh my god. Paige is here, and she goes like, she showed us via Zoom, and Michael was like, hello Paige, and she goes like, hi, and then Bayley's 3 minutes, and then you just come and have this fucking awkward ass segment where Paige is like, alright babes, you're going to face 4 people at WrestleMania, and she starts adding people like Lacey Evans and Naomi, and Bayley is like, ha ha ha, who's next? Tamina? Does she even work here anymore? And Paige is like, sure, Tamina too. And then also, Sasha Banks. Sasha Banks, best friend of Bayley. So, there's tension there. You know the great temptation of gold. She looks at belt and is like, I want belt. So, that's the tension point. And Tamina, she comes out in the next couple of weeks. Everyone's scared of her. She's the most unstoppable force I've ever seen. Who can eliminate Tamina? I don't think anyone can do it. And we'll just have to find out at WrestleMania.
Alright, here's what I thought. So yeah, Paige here via Skype. There's all the things that was going on. Tamina. If you don't shut up, I'm gonna have you looking like Ellsworth. Lacey Evans, act like a lady. So traditional. Team Bad reunion.
Bad.
Tamina is eliminated New Japan Rambo style.
Oh yeah, there is a team elimination of Tamina. That's the only possible way they could defeat her. And yeah, then there's it's down to 2 baby faces and 2 heels with Naomi and Lacey Evans. They double team on Sasha and Bayley, and then a double pin on Bayley and Sasha. Cole says they almost got eliminated at the same time, and Bayley says no, he didn't. And then after this Tamina elimination, it's just Naomi going hard. Wheelbarrow stunner on Bailey. The rear view on Sasha. And then she does a Bubba Bomb for 2 into a nice Yave. And then Sasha just fucking, taps you out. Okay, bye-bye. So that's unfortunate. I would have liked more Naomi. Oh, we get Lacey Evans. That's nice.
Yes.
So Bailey tries for a knee, assisted by Sasha, but it gets misdirected, and she murks Sasha with a knee. And then there's a roll up by Lacey, and she beats up Lacey, does Bailey. But then Sasha comes in angry, and Bailey goes, "Dude, it was a mistake." And then Lacey tries to hit her with the woman's right, which is a right hand punch. But then Bailey rotates her, and the momentum causes Lacey to hit the woman's right on Sasha. And Bailey's shocked. She can't believe that this happens. But she doesn't break up the pin. Oh, JBL is like, hey, look at that. She's not breaking up that pin. What the fuck is with that? So now it's down to Bailey and Lacey Evans. She mocks the former US Marine Lacey Evans with a salute. She loves Al Qaeda. Bailey does. But in this allows Lacey Evans to fire up with closed lines, as it's cut off of her thrown to the post, and now there is arm work. She works the hand, so she cannot punch with women's right. Ties her up with the tag rope, and she kind of just gets out of that immediately. I don't know why he did that. And then Lacey comes back. She goes up to the second rope, grabs her hand, and salutes. God bless America. Does a moonsault, and it's for 2. Sorry, America actually sucks. Fuck you, Lacey Evans. And Sasha returns to give her the backstabber, because she's still friends with Bailey. So this match, which was concocted over the entire premise of like, oh, Bailey and Sasha, they're friends, but tensions between them. Well, they didn't have them as the final 2. And he's like, okay, maybe, well, they've got Lacey Evans here. Maybe she's getting the push. Maybe this babyface goes over it. No, nothing accomplished by this.
Yeah, but this whole thing was like the biggest hints of disdain era of this whole project.
I'll say.
Especially when it comes down to Bailey and Lacey Evans.
Yeah.
Nobody was asking for that.
She is only a babyface because there was no crowds to reject her. And, Sasha, she look at belt, then look at friend, then give belt to friend. Ooh, shaky stuff here.
Oh boy, I am so refreshed. I don't know what the hell has happened to me. It's as if a magic sleep has happened.
Yeah, we've been having all these things where there's just these things in our minds which pop up and we don't know where they come from. And I suppose in the same way, we have been rejuvenated. We continue on with WrestleMania 36 because we have to go to the Firefly Funhouse. We have to go to Bray Wyatt versus John Cena.
Yes.
How about this feud? Were you feeling excited for it, watching all this TV?
It was pretty good. Things I'd nitpick at, a little bit too meta at times.
At a certain point, like, they kind of have to have like the meta to fall back on because they've not really done that much substantial work in just like creating something to like. I guess like for Cena, he didn't really have his predecessors to like go back to. Like Austin was gone, The Rock was gone, and all that. So he just kind of had to like make his own mythos. Meanwhile, he's healthy enough to stick around, and so at a certain point, it can just like turn in on itself like Ouroboros or something. So there's the Cody feud that you mentioned. I also think of like stuff like the Roman feud from back in the day is that sort of thing because it's all shit. It's all shit.
Is that like 2021 or something?
I'm thinking of one in like would it be like I want to say like 2018. Like you remember the ones where like they have this face-to-face segments where like Roman gets like rattled because like Cena is doing epic shoot promo on him.
Oh yeah, he's like, oh you hear that that's called like a reaction or something.
Yeah, that's sort of like epic Cena burial. Yeah, that was before John Cena learned the word cook. Instead, he just said fine speech. It was a better time for all. So yeah, John Cena, he came out on like the last peopled SmackDown, I reckon, and he was like, "What am I going to do for WrestleMania this year? Fucking nothing." Because I loved it.
I'm gonna sit on my couch and have a wank.
Gonna just leave it to the future of the WWE, like Adam Cole and Velveteen Dream, and it's gonna be all great. So bye now, and I guess the crowd is like, "Oh well, thank you, John, for all that you've done." But then, oh my God, here comes the Fiend, who just got made to look like a bit by Goldberg in Saudi Arabia. And the Fiend shows up and he points at WrestleMania sign. This demon who kills people for real. He has aspirations for WrestleMania moments. And John Cena tips his cap because he's like, okay, I guess I will face the Fiend. And then, man, I have absolutely no idea how this looks if there's not a pandemic. But as it is, they go into this feud where the central thing of it is that they play John Cena versus Bray Wyatt from WrestleMania 30 in 2014. And the whole idea is that, Bray lost there and he was never the same after that. John Cena fucked him up for realsies and buried him at shoot. And that's the tension here. First of all, what did you think of this match when you saw it?
Yeah, that was okay. I like their dynamic together. I like the start with Wyatt telling Cena to finish him, and stoically Cena's just like, no. Return to your feet.
It's like when John Cena's in an I Quit match. It's like,
John, do you want to quit?
no.
Yeah, it's pretty cool when Cena's taunted into being a bit meaner than usual. Then they maybe overcook it a little bit with like the will he, won't he use the weapon spots. There's also a bit of a lull in the crowd that I think, maybe just like part of it's like open air stadium atmosphere is not helping. Everyone wants to save their energy for Daniel Bryan and shit. But yeah, I feel like it could have been boosted by like that classic raucous, like, let's go Cena sucks dynamic.
I think it's a pretty good match, and it's one where, like, you were saying about Bray Wyatt generally, that, like, the hit and miss ratio, even if it is skewed towards miss, maybe is worth it because, like, there's his ideas. And I think that's what the thing is that kind of keeps the match in my mind, is that, like, stuff there that, like, is sort of magnetic, So many of Bray Wyatt's storylines, because, like, whether you saw him in SCW, NXT, even on the main roster, it's something where, like, you just, like, immediately like, okay, shit, this is a really good guy. Like, he's got this great charisma, this effortless way of words, very captivating. But the thing of him has always been that, like, his the practical ways to implement him into wrestling storylines with, like, stakes that are tangible has always been quite a tightrope, a delicate sort of, like, balance, where, like, this match is like, okay, so Bray wants to beat Cena, but he also wants to reveal John for what he really is, which is someone who used steel chair to bop him, I guess. And, like, that's something that, like, when it's carried by his charisma and his urgency and his expressions and all that, like, you can get lost in it. But, like, sort of to your point, like, when there's a lull and the crowd is a bit more into singing that song, it's sort of like, it gets a bit overcooked. But, I think WWE does some fucking revisionism of their own history here. Because all throughout this, Bray Wyatt in the Firefly Funhouse says, losing that match to you in 2014 fucked me up. It was never the same for me after that. They make it sound like this is a one and done feud where John Cena murks Bray Wyatt and he immediately becomes homeless like Zandig. And here and now, I'll just play for you the finish to their rematch the next month at Extreme Rules. Let me just change stream here. And this was something they uploaded in 2020, so they knew about this. But here is exactly why Bray Wyatt should have no qualms with John Cena, because he paid him back thoroughly. Look at this.
Climbs like a giant gorilla. Look at this guy.
Eric Rowan interfering on behalf of his father, Bray Wyatt. Oh, but John Cena coming back. Grab him by beards. Sami him against Cage. And John Cena with the famouser off the top.
Wow.
Everyone is down, and this steel cage match seems like it's over now. John Cena will open the door and crawl out. This is a defeat that will traumatize Bray Wyatt for certain. All John Cena has to do is crawl out now.
Let's go Cena. Cena sucks.
Let's go Cena, he's about to do it. He looks at the Wyatt family, they're not moving, they're dead. Liberation for Cena. What? 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 Oh my god, a little child! Holy shit! John Cena
man.
could not believe it!
I'm John Cena. I better get back in the ring. I can't take this child.
What? What is this? Bray Wyatt from behind! Oh my god! Way, Sister Abigail!
Way! Everyone just acts like it's normal.
Then Bray glares at the small boy with demon voice. And he larf. Everyone get up. And now Bray, leave ring. Child, stare ahead. Oh my god, Bray Wyatt has done it. He's defeated John Cena with help of Schoolboy.
And you know the craziest thing about that clip?
What?
That child is now dead.
Wow. Really?
No, I don't know.
So, what I say to you is that, like, Bray Wyatt has no leg to stand on here. There's no reason he should be mad at John Cena. He got revenge for that.
He didn't get his Grappling Mania moment. He got his Extreme Rules moment.
Oh shit. Yeah, I guess that's
I think that's where his, his bad blood is coming from here.
Yeah.
And then the next Mania, he loses to the Undertaker. The Undertaker.
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Does he do anything at 32? I know a bunch of people were like injured for that.
God, I'm trying to think.
Oh no! The Rock segment. He confronts The Rock, and then The Rock pins Eric Rowan in 2 seconds. And then it's the Worms match. So like this just set him on a bad run of Manias.
Right. So he might have had triumphs out of that, but he's thinking like, I don't have my WrestleMania moment. By the way, I am the Fiend. I kill people. So yeah, Bray Wyatt in the Firefly Funhouse is all like, he is happy-go-lucky Mr. Rogers. She's like, John, I'm so glad to have this WrestleMania match. I've been waiting for it because I want to kill you. And it's very twisted. It's fucked up. And you used the word cute, and that's definitely how I'd describe this. You know, like, I remember when Da Fiend debuted, he came out with the lantern that was his own head, Bray Wyatt's head, with a big lantern in it, and you know that was epic. And then here in the Firefly Funhouse, like, the lantern talks to him, and
He's got a candle in his head.
and Candlemass tries to talk to Bray, and he goes, "Shut up. You failed. That's why I killed you and made you into Candlemass." So Cena is responding by being like, "Why is it that I want to face the Fiend at WrestleMania? It's because I want to put an end to the most overhyped piece of crap wrestler who sucks ever, Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt, you fucking suck. You have not gone over. You should retire right now, and I hate you." So that's nice. And then
The dirt sheets are giving you duds all around.
so it's John Cena's cutting the opposite of the Mickey James promo. It's Bray Wyatt. Dave Meltzer never rated you. So Bray, you know, he is like, "Oh, you know, John, I tried not to think about that, and I tried so hard. I wanted to bust my brains in, but then the Fiend showed me that I could just embrace that hate and heal and hurt." He raises his hand because that's where he has the glove, and then he's in the Firefly Funhouse. He's got a concoction. He makes this recipe of, like, a scoop of anger and 2 spoonfuls of resentment and hot sauce. And then there's the puppet that you mentioned, the rabbit. It's like, "Yo, dude, that's crazy. Drink your bacon." And then fucking Bray Wyatt goes, "Oh, that's the missing ingredient. Opinions I didn't ask for." So that's nice. It's got a nice little orange juice. Looks like carrot juice or something. And he says it's going to be a Firefly Funhouse match now. And just like the Boneyard match, they do not specify what this match type is. Go home to it. It's John Cena being like, "I don't know what this match is going to be, but okay, I will do it." And then the puppets, they pop up in the Performance Center. They're like, "Yo, Dad, you're going to be with us. Yeah, you're going to be with us forever." And then eventually the Fiend shows up and he says, "Let me in." You know, I found it quite interesting how often they have, like, the Fiend in marketing promotions. You know, like the ad for next WrestleMania has, like, a Las Vegas thing, and then, like, the Fiend says, "Let me in." And I'm like, wow, this guy's a serial killer demon. And he's just on here. But yeah, then it's an interesting build. It's very fucking surreal and Lynchian in cinema, I think. And now here at WrestleMania, JBL is ready for Big Match John, which I don't think he's going to get. I think it's going to be a different John, honestly.
Wow.
Cena comes out and he's very happy. Like, he just comes out, arms outstretched, "Yay! Woo! Welcome to WrestleMania." And then it fucking cuts out, and suddenly it's the Firefly Funhouse again. And what a sadistic fuck this Bray Wyatt is, distorting childish imagery to become horror inspired. What the fuck? And he is there to ask the question of existence. This match is to take a deep look at who John Cena is. For you see, the biggest opponent of him is himself. So now, Cena is here in the funhouse. He looks around, perturbed, and there's a doll there. I can't remember what the doll is called. I think it might be Abigail. And it's very unsettling. And then the rabbit appears. "Yeah, dude!" and whatnot. Cena is told to go through the door, and Cena does so, even though the door says, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." He still does it anyway. Now he stands in darkness. Nothing around him anymore. But then, what attracts his attention? Music stings. And here is Mr. McMahon in puppet form. Do you like Puppet
Wow.
Mr. McMahon?
I sure do.
Yeah. It references all the things I heard on Bruce Pritchard podcast. That's why I like it. And
Yeah, it's such good shit. That was like the Vince quote back then.
yeah.
Now it's I'm gonna shit. I'm sorry.
No, that's true.
OGP would like to apologise for the insensitive statements.
So, Mr. McMahon, in puppet form, he asked John Cena, "Do you have ruthless aggression? Show me or you're fired." And John Cena doesn't care about any of that. He walks away from him. And now, here's Bray Wyatt. He's in the ring. And he's got a microphone in his hand. And he's saying, "Is there anyone who's got the guts back there?" And then it cuts to Kurt Angle saying, "Is there anyone that got the guts back there?" So, oh my god, what? He is fucking making a parallel between John Cena debut and this match here. And wow.
Yeah.
Then there's the SmackDown fist. They didn't decide to support it with a stage below it, and the finish just on the floor. John Cena comes out in rookie attire with theme music and the trucks and all that. And John Cena comes down and Bray does Kurt Angle's script. And Cena says he's got ruthless aggression. And he tries to do the slap, but Bray avoids it. There's like a like some fucking Warner Brothers sound effect. And oh man, just imagine what it'd be like if John Cena did not hit that slap at the time. He would definitely be fired. So
Yeah,
then
or maybe even killed.
the fans would amass upon him like ants. And so Bray is being so cutesy with it. He's avoiding more slaps, and John's like, and Bray is mentioning, no wonder you're almost fired. And he dodges another one. You know what he sings? You know what he fucking sings? He goes, "You can look, but you can't touch." Lick the balls.
Oh, snap.
Wow.
Wife reference.
Wife
He went
reference.
wife mode on him. Oh, wait,
John-
not wife. But, you know.
Live-in girlfriend who signed contract mode.
Contracted girlfriend.
I request my release from being your girlfriend. So then it goes to the commentary team of Vince McMahon puppet mode and Macho Man Randy Savage puppet mode. And they are blabbing and leads into the Saturday Night Main Event intro. You know, that old thing, what with the Hulk Hogan and whatnot. And here is Bray Wyatt now, cutting what would eventually become the Outrunners promo behind a link, not a link fence, like the cage that's got the bars, the old cage. And he says, "Here's my partner, brother. It's John Large Muscles." And John Large Muscles is John Cena. And he's got these two dumbbells. And he is curling like nobody's business, like there's no tomorrow. And maybe there won't be any tomorrow. He's saying a whole lot of stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then he just starts going, "Rah!" just rapidly doing these curls. Extraordinary striation on John Cena. He really looks like a fucking freak of nature. And Bray Wyatt is just looking at him do this. And then eventually, he cannot use his arms anymore. He flops them around like he got no bones no more. And then
Yeah,
Bray Wyatt.
he suddenly notices that he's been played. He's like, wait, I shouldn't have done that many calls.
Just one more of Bray Wyatt's psychological tricks.
Yeah.
And Bray Wyatt, he looks at John and his armless self, and he says, "What you gonna do, brother, when you realise that egomania has been running wild on you?" But anyway, no time
Hulk
for
Hogan
that.
reference.
And
You know, Hulk Hogan.
I'm not familiar with this name. I'm just a casual fan, honestly.
Okay. You should look him up. That's Hulk Hogan.
no time for that anymore. Now he is rapper Cena, and his arms are fine. And he comes out, and Bray Wyatt is just there in Mr. Rogers get up, and John Cena comes up and he starts doing rhymes. And I think it's quite unfair, because if there was a crowd here, I think they would react to these rhymes pretty well. But Bray Wyatt, as the director and editor of this video package, has full control over how they're received. So one of the things that like John Cena says is, he says, "You a slut for opportunity. You blowing every chance." And Bray, it just like no sells that, even though that's a pretty fire line. I think it's a pretty good diss at Bray Wyatt. And Bray goes, "Oh, you're a bully. You take on his weaknesses and turn them into jokes. Poor lonely John Cena." And it goes to John's large ass eyes. And then John goes to hit him with chain, and Bray teleports. Oh, and now, oh my god, it's Bray Wyatt's parenthesis 2014 version. In the rocking chair, in the bayou, he says, "You were supposed to be a man of the people, John. So why won't you listen?" To when you sung along with my catchphrase. And then, wow, look at this. Old Bray Wyatt with 2014 John in the exact same WrestleMania 30 attire. Wouldn't you believe it? And he hits Sister Abigail. Well, he tries to, but John rolls out of it. And then Bray tells John, "Hey, you should finish the job that you did not do 6 years ago and murk me with a steel chair." And John Cena, he gets the chair. And if you thought he was making poopy faces at WrestleMania 30, oh, he's pooping right now. He's like... And then he tries to swing. But then Bray Wyatt, he fucking teleports away. Anyway, it's time for Monday Nitro.
Yeah, wasn't sure about this, but they did the thing again where Bray Wyatt's in a leather jacket this time, and put up many shots of Bischoff. Like every 2 seconds, Bischoff will flash up on the screen for a second. It's like, he's doing Bischoff right now. It's Bischoff. He's supposed to be Bischoff. It's this guy.
It's like they like made a checklist of things that Eric Bischoff says, and they're just like showing their work like it is an exam. Hey, look, Bray Wyatt's saying all this too. And so he introduces the man he loves, Hollywood John Cena. What? Heel John Cena? Unimaginable. We as smart marks have always yearned for this, and here they serve it onto us. Oh my god! He comes out in NWO gear. He's doing the guitar to the belt, and Vince on commentary says, "This is such good shit. I remember that."
Yes.
Wow. And then John, he too sweets Bray Wyatt, but then he beats him up. And then there's this compilation of Cena being a hated heel, the crowd turning on him. "Why didn't you go heel, John? The crowd wanted it." And then he's beating up Bray Wyatt, punching him. But then so it turns out that Bray is now a pig. He's the pig puppet. And John is left to reflect upon his violence. "These hands have drawn blood. Why?" And then, before he can do anything else, Daphne shows up and murders him. And oh my god, it turns out this was storytelling all along, because as John is in the mandible claw that kills you, the footage pops up again. John Cena on SmackDown saying, "This is about destroying the most overhyped, overrated superstar in history." And it turns out it was him. It was him.
Oh my god.
And then The Fiend wins.
Yep. Bray Wyatt counts the pin.
Yeah, so that was that whole match, and I would definitely say cute is the word for it.
Yeah, I liked it for the most part.
It was alright enough. John, you know, he's always been someone who's very coy. I remember in like 2013, he was like, "Oh, what can I do to freshen up? Maybe I could do a heel turn," and then he like starts turning his like physical heel.
Yeah.
So like he's always been very game to like just like wink nudge nudge like that, and this is like so many winks that like their eyes are closed. So
yeah. Winking with both eyes forever.
Cuts to the second host of WrestleMania, Titus O'Neil. He can't believe it. What did we just see?
Yeah. He's like, what the hell?
Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. And then comes the main event, which is Brock Lesnar, the champion, versus Drew McIntyre. And so, Drew, he won the Rumble, as we mentioned. He was the one who stopped Brock Lesnar in his tracks from eliminating everyone else, thanks to the help of Ricochet and his punt kick into the balls. And now, this is the thing. Like, he looked really strong in the Rumble. I remember, like, him coming back to, like, NXT. Then I remember hearing about him, like, he was, like, teaming with Dolph Ziggler on, like, Raw. So, it seemed like something where he kind of needed, like, something like this to, like, actually properly, like, okay, now he's, like, a guy, so it's very well done. So, something that, like, I've always kind of, like, attempted to implement whenever I do Drew Galloway voice is the quite inscrutable transformation his accent goes under as someone who's been in America for coming close to 20 years now, which is just like, because you get to hear him speak on the road to WrestleMania, and he is no longer just like full Scottish, and he's not been for quite a while. Like, he'll go like, here's a scorecard for you. I dominated Suplex City. And, just in case you thought it was a fluke, a bad day in the office. I'm like, what? Why are you speaking like that? It's like, it feels so hard to, like, affect, so it surely must be something that just comes to him naturally. But I don't know how it does. Were you buying what he was selling when he was doing all these, like, promos?
I don't know about the promo work so much. I mean, it wasn't so bad to be notable. I do think that segment, I think it was like just before the project, but we saw highlights of it a couple times, where it's just Claymoreing the shit out of Brock Lesnar. He gets him like 4 times or whatever on the ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed pretty effective. Like, oh man, he's actually fucking whooping Brock Lesnar's ass.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And then he doesn't really himself show up that much, like, in the TV at all. Like, he's there to kill Eric Rowan's pet spider, but then it's just a whole bunch of Brock Lesnar promo where Paul Heyman stand around and say, Drew McIntyre, you are a good wrestler, but Brock Lesnar will kill you, just like he did other people. And, it is inevitable, as most Paul Heyman promos are.
I think, like, the pandemic happening, Drew McIntyre would be the one where you most like, babe, are you okay? Especially, like, the whole storyline that they've run in the years since, where it's like, yeah, he won the world title, but no Kant was there. He wants Kant to be there.
Yeah.
Then he failed. He failed in fucking Wales or whatever.
Yeah, his hometown.
Yeah, Punk pwned him.
But at least he got a win over Damian Priest.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another thing about it, is that, like, it wouldn't be in your best interest to, like, at the time be like, oh man, this fucking sucks. WrestleMania with no people? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But it's so funny how, like, they just kind of do this and treat it like, oh wow, what a moment for Drew McIntyre. And then in the years since, it's like, that wasn't a fucking real WrestleMania moment. We all know it, right? It's crazy. And so the video package is showing, like, Drew's, like, big story of, like, he's always been potential, but now it's time to realize it with WrestleMania moment. And, he came in as Mr. McMahon's chosen one. I remember that. But how many world titles has he won? Drew admits to himself, 0.
Fuck all, pal.
I've won fuck all titles. And it shows him losing his passion. He was in fucking 3MB, and man, 3MB was pretty sick, but I guess I get their point. And then, he finally gets the, he went to Gabeism and came back and is now a better man for it. and he says,
We're invading Suplex City and demolishing that bitch to the ground.
so that's nice. At this point, I think to myself, man, it's crazy how like he's like lost to Jimmy Uso like 4 times by this point, like after having had this match. And so then we get to the entrances. There's less than 10 minutes left. Tom Phillips says he left WWE as a boy and he returned as a man. Thank you, Gabe. Bork comes out. No Bork shuffle. Just like right to the ring. And where, the match starts, Brock, clubby the Drew. Shoulder charge him in the corner. And then Drew Irish whip him. And then hits Claymore for 2. And then he goes,
Get up! Get up!
and you can hear Paul Heyman say, he's going to hit you with another one. So Brock avoids this other one and hits German. He tries to go for a second one, and he does. And then he goes for a third one, and he does. And then he hits an F5 for 1! A 1 count off of F5. Nobody can believe it, least of all that champion Bork Laser. So he hits F5 again, and it gets 2 counts. He hits an F5 again for 2 counts. And Bork at this point, he screams, I don't like this. Why not 3? I like 3. And Paul Heyman is just, he had a point where he was shocked, but now he's like, you know what? He's really, really good. But just hit him again. And then Bork, he has now regained his confidence. He larf as Drew claw at the legs. He goes for F5. But then, Drew gets rid of it and hits Claymore. And then he hits Claymore. And then he tells Brock, look at me, Brock. And then he hits a Claymore. And that's the match.
Yeah. Probably a little bit better than the Goldberg match, but, similar vibes of it not feeling particularly imaginative.
I would agree. Yeah. Like, I'm sure there's, like, a good few Brock matches that on paper look almost the same as far as finisher spans, but, like, the vibes just require, like, there being a crowd there, I think. So, yeah. Paul Heyman, like, this is a thing that I remember from back in the day when I was watching it. Just like, he's got this face on and just like looks vacant, just like blank. That was my reaction to the match. And Drew, he gets that twaddle, very emotional about it, and he looks at the camera and he extends his hand out to you, the viewer. You are here with me now in the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. And then he goes up to the corner and does his pose. And what a triumph this is for Drew McIntyre. Do you feel proud of him? Do you feel he's realised his potential?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced myself. Something that I think about a lot is there's this thing he did at the end of 2020 where, by this point they had the Thunderdome. So they recorded this video of Drew in the Thunderdome going, it's been a big year. It's been a pretty hard year for everybody, but I just want to say... And then music interrupts him, and it's this, like, giant CGI thing of, like, the year 2020, like, 2020 in human form, and it comes out, and, like, it's fucking sludgy and mean.
Yeah!
And, like, Michael Cole in his fucking, like, stupid video game voice is like, oh, not again! Hasn't he done enough this year? And Drew goes... 2020, you've disrupted parties, you've put people at home, and you've got weddings fucked up as well. I'm going to claymore you.
I can't even go on the piss.
And I think that was when he really submitted himself was when he beat 2020. So, yeah. Wonderful chapter in WWE comes to a close here. It's WrestleMania 36 finishes. What did you think overall of these 2 nights of WrestleMania?
Yeah, there's some good stuff. Bryan vs. Sami, Boneyard. 5-5 Funhouse is pretty fun. Plenty, I think both the women's titles matches that were contested in singles contests were good. but there's also some bad .mp3. Such as, that 5-way was not doing it for me. Like, come on, guys. At least have it come down to fucking Bailey versus Sasha at the Showcase of the Immortals. You know what I'm fucking saying? And then Montez Ford was like screaming in my face. Shut up, man! Stop screaming in my face. And then Edge versus Randy Orton was really long. They went all around the place, and fucking, they could have just wrapped that up a bit sooner. And also, it was pretty uninspiring what they did with the world titles. I felt like, they could have given us some little bits extra there. There's lots of having to listen to Seth Rollins going, and also the intro packages, they're fucking terrible. Fuck that fucking narrator, whose name I've looked up, and I will find your address. I will execute you with my gas.
You know what's happening there is that you would start a sentence, I would hit bad.mp3, and you would just go underwater. So like, how would you go? And that intro package too. Your address. Wonderful. I myself came away from this like really not liking the Street Profits. Like, that was one thing where like all this time I've been like having osmosis with the WWE. They've been like, oh, Street Profits, why don't they get the tag titles? They've been not pushed for so long. Then I watched this like, I don't like them. they screamy. And yeah, I think we sort of like hit upon it between ourselves when like there can be like so much individually to like in WWE, so many like matches and people and moments and all that, but when you look at it as a whole, it just feels so like fucking vile to the human eye. And yeah, like, this was them running shows when they probably shouldn't have, and when they probably sort of like finagled the way of things to do so, and they were just having people getting like sick here and there and like just fucking probably not run a really tight ship as far as the pandemic goes, and they just did it to entertain people, and sometimes the entertainment was very much not worth it all. But it happens, and we got to experience it, and I got to just experience in full this thing that I'd been thinking about. It's like 5 years ago now, and the stuff that I was looking forward to was still pretty good, and the stuff that like there was a bunch of stuff I wasn't expecting that really wowed me, especially like Bryan versus Zayn, and like as I said earlier, like just like having a reminder that someone like Charlotte is, she ain't just the epic shoot lady, she can wrestle. That's nice to be reminded of that. And yeah, so a pretty good, a show, 2 shows, and many more shows on top of that in the empty arena with Byron Saxton, our friend.
The show's mostly not too bad, but I do have that definite, like, I've overindulged on 2020's WWE, and I would like to not watch any for quite a while now. I'm gonna watch fucking FMW or something.
Yeah. Anyways, this isn't the era where we talk about our relocation plans. This is the time where we talk about the true opinion of it from the Glaplometer. What does the Glaplometer have to say about WrestleMania 36?
Well, let me just turn this thing on. Yeah. You broke the grappleometer.
Oh no! Oh no!
You broke it.
Oh shit!
It's not giving me a reading.
Grappleometer rating non-applicable.
Yeah, unfortunately. See, what I think happened is, you know, one of the key things that it makes its verdicts on is, you know, the fans. It's all about the fans, all the heat in that room, and there was none, so it just didn't know what to do. So I'll have to work on that.
Oh my god! Wow, the grappleometer hit this whole time has been cage match user Kelsey. Now he's dead. No. Oh shit. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll have to send in the grappleometer for repairs.
Yeah, hopefully next time it will be fixed.
And what will that next time be?
Well, if you'd like to play largest clump on MP3,
Okay. Here we go. Whoops, wrong one.
we're just going to be the podcast version of the Aphex Twins one that gives you tinnitus.
Oh shit!
But no, we heard some great clums there from Clum Kloss. I know what you're thinking. We're not going back to XPW quite yet.
Oh,
but what we are doing, is we are going to be watching some women's erotic wrestling.
Oh. Wow.
Possibly the clummiest promotion that ever happened.
Wow.
So I want to like download some and see like how long these things are, and like I definitely want something with Eric Gargiulo.
Oh yeah, we need it.
But one show name that I am committed to, you know, presenting to you guys is Nude War Games.
War Games, that is nude.
Yeah, you've seen War Games, but now, quite possibly nude. Probably not, but I think they were just trying to sell DVDs.
Yeah. What if Road Warrior Hawk made the save with Schlong was flopping about?
It could happen. You never know. So that is what's next. Oh.
Wonderful. Well, if you have listened this far, you are, I would approximate, about 7.5 hours in. That is a generous estimate of my editing skills, and that's great that you did that. So now I will reward you with plugs for further spaces where you can hear us, such as at twitch.tv/officialgrapply, where we are streaming many things, like video games, including Total Extreme Wrestling, where each game save is FUG, Fuckest Up is Grapply. We just celebrated, well, I wouldn't say celebrated, we memorialised the contemporary event of 9/11 with a heartwarming event.
I'm celebrating personally.
But you know my pussy tight. We also play Shut Your Mouth season modes, where Test loses and then loses again. But thankfully now at this press time he's hardcore champion, so things are looking up for the Tester. Linktree in bio as always, and yes, next time we see you, we shall be clubbing it up with women's extreme wrestling, and I have parched myself incredibly with 8 hours of talking about coronavirus WrestleMania, but I'm not going to reach for my water. Instead, I'm going to reach for a loaf of bread.
I'm a man who don't complain about the weather or the rain. I find it makes no difference anyway. Now I have but one regret that I haven't mentioned yet. It's all about the bread we get today. I can get myself a nice lobster or a nice broad apron crab. When I'm a little bit hungry, a nice little herring I've had. I can get myself a nice mushroom to go along with eggs in bed. I can get myself a nice mother, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread. No more you can't.